Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter was raised by head of goblins Griphook, Season 1, Episode 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Griphook was not a happy creature. Director Ragnott, king of all the creature clans of Wizarding Britain, looked upon the Potter account manager and sneered. You have been taken, and taken after having been warned of the danger. Director Ragnott sneered, fingering the axe hanging from the side of his desk. Griphook felt the presence of his clan dagger at his waist, but it was beneath his coat, and before he could free it and close with his king, Griphook's head would be bouncing backwards from his body. The director had been in charge of Gringotts in Britain for almost 60 years, and the number of challengers is not known, for the bodies didn't leave through the front door, but out the ass of the Gringotts dragons in rather harder to identify clumps. I have managed the Lord James Potter's accounts since his ascension, and our profits have done nothing but swell as our bargains are more and more in our favor. UE to the young lords being more warrior than merchant, Griphook said, defending his record prior to yesterday. Ragnott smiled, and a forest of sharp creature fangs flowered in his mouth as he steepled his fingers and looked down upon his errant creature. Ragnott laughed, and twisted the metaphorical knife in his subordinate, hoping he could learn before Ragnott stuck a real knife into him. Yes, Lord Potter is a pure-blooded noble, an Auror, and a most trusting gentleman. Unlike his father Charles, who was a dangerous and meticulous player of the great game. The Potter vaults grew full to bursting under his lordship. And we did well enough, even if our portions were smaller than I would have liked. The young lord does little better than breaking even, while our own share grows. The young lord fights like half a creature. His enemies fall, but their gold falls with them. His glories bring no profit. This was the second greatest insult a creature could offer, for a warrior's duty to the clan was to fight to provide for his clan. To win and not profit was to dishonor the battle itself. Both goblins laughed, and Griphook thought himself safe. That is when Director Ragnott struck. Yet Lady Potter, the former Miss Evans, has been through 3 account managers, each selling her account at a loss, until one fooled you into taking it on as part of Lord Potter's account. Her vault was small, Muggle-born arcane arts user of no notable ancestry, yet gold flowed to it like blood from a cutthroat, and none of it stuck to our hands. Ragnott smiled like the dragons when a prisoner was lowered for execution. Griphook snarled. She is a arcane arts user. Lord Potter treats her as some simple housewife, yet she bargains like a creature, charms like a vila, and strikes like a starving basilisk at the slightest weakness. Ragnott smiled, hair red as fresh spilled blood, eyes green like the killing curse. Too tall, no claws to speak of, and teeth that would be hard-pressed to tear open a throat. But for all that, if my son were to bring her home, my wife would have her chained with wedding gold, and bearing a hearth mother's ring before the door closed behind her. Funny looking or not, that one has the soul of a creature. A better creature than you. Quote, the knife twisting within him, Griphook cast his eyes down to stop an angry retort that would cut short his life, or worse, his career. It was one clause she wanted to add to her son's trust account in return for a whole percentage of his account profit. Griphook whimpered, memory of his gold lust overcoming his warrior sense shaming him. Like a knifeler to the trap, she baited you with pocket galleons and left Gringotts on the hook for an unknown and potentially limitless liability. Ragnott roared, his calm failing and his axe coming quick to his hand. Speak the clause, tell me again what the arcane arts user tricked you into signing an agreement to. Ragnott demanded. Griphook snarled, and spoke the hated phrase that could doom his entire clan. For the creature nation would honor the terms, but if gold flowed out of other coffers than his clan's to cover it, his clan's blood would flow in return. In ret, earn for an additional 1% of all net growth of Harry James Potter's account, Gringotts will undertake to protect the person and acquired assets of said Harry James Potter from all curses, compulsions, enchantments, and legal entailments until such time as he attains his majority and seat in the Wizigamut. Ragnott slammed his axe down, cleaving his own desk in two. The Potters are at war with Dark One. The greatest dark arcane arts user since Grindelwald, the foulest sorceries forgotten since Herpo the Foul have been dug up to use to the most trivial of his ends, and his twisted genius continues to push into curses the Black family would not touch, and you have not only promised to keep the young lord clear of all curses and compulsions, but to pay his legal fees until he comes into estates that Dark One will never let him possess. In the event the Dark Lord wins, Gringotts will be liable for Harry James Potter's protection for life. In the event that the Dark Lord is cast down, Gringotts is liable for the protection of Lord Harry James Potter and any properties, assets, and even brides until he passes his owls, comes of age, and chooses to take up his seat in the Wizengamot. Should he fail to pass his owls, die before his majority, or flee the country and not take up his seat, Gringotts will be in breach of contract and all the penalty clause for a most ancient and noble house will come due. It would not bankrupt the nation, but it would set them back at least 300 years. Heads would roll, not simply Griphook, but his entire clan down to the babes in arms and the elders in their dotage. Griphook knew what Ragnot wanted, and he acted with the courage and desperation of a creature warrior facing certain death, or a Gringotts account manager facing an audit. I, Griphook of the Hematite clan, of the shining Gringotts dynasty of the great creature nation, do hereby swear that I will undertake at my own cost to deal with all curses, compulsions, enchantments and legal entailments of young Lord Harry James Potter at my own expense until such time as he attains his majority, and takes up his seat in the Wizengamot. This I swear lest the gold spill from my vaults like blood from a slit throat. Lest my weapons rust and break, my runes bleed out their silver, and my blood turn to water in my veins. Griphook swore, drawing and cutting his own palm in the ancient ritual. Power flared around the blood, burning it in black flame as it seared his flesh closed, as arcane arts bound the oath to his very soul, flesh, and through him, to his entire clan. Goblins took no thing not earned, but gave up nothing so taken without blood. Griphook was soaked with sweat, straightening his pinstriped suit carefully. The oath was potentially terrible. Still, 1% of the earnings of one of the most powerful families in Wizarding Britain was huge. How many curses could a baby acquire in his crib? Unless the world hated Griphook more terribly than any creature in history. There should be nothing in young Harry's next 16 years that should require more than 10 minutes with the duty curse breaker. Griphook smiled as he returned to his office. After all, what is the worst that could happen? Ellipsis. James Potter was not happy. Look, Lily, you know how Elder Wizard feels about that sort of thing. Ritual arcane arts is dark. James said softly, trying use soothing tones to stem the reaction. Those words drew like sparks from hammered iron when Elder Wizard spoke them. Women's arcane arts, you mean? He is happy enough to use ritual arcane arts for his lordship. To use ritual arcane arts as supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot, to gain power over all the families sworn to it, to stand as headmaster of the academy as the focus of the power the found. RS intended to be a check and balance against the power of the Wizengamot over its students. Elder Wizard suddenly is against ritual arcane arts when it belongs to women, when it is rooted in ties of blood and family. Not politics and power. Any arcane arts he cannot use suddenly and magically becomes dark. Well, I don't care, James. He has staked us out like a stalking goat in a tiger hunt, and I am tired of our family being a noble sacrifice for his greater good. If I have to be a little less good for my child to not end up another noble sacrifice for Albus Bloody Dumbledore's legend, then so mote it be. Lily railed on her husband, wand in hand. Now, Lils, James said, wrapping both his hands around her wand and using his greater physical strength to force it to the table. Reluctantly, she released her wand, and he wandlessly used telekinesis to slide his wand beside hers on the table. You know Dumbledore has used his Fidelius charm to make this house unplottable. No one but the secret keeper can share it, and he used one of our marauders to keep it. We are like brothers, they would die before giving us up, or little Harry. James assured her smoothly. He wrapped his arms around her and took in the scent of her hair. Feeling himself relax as his power enfolded hers, and her arcane arts smoothed as they began to flow together. Sirius would die before telling them what panties you ordered me from that Muggle lingerie catalog I regret showing him. You and Sirius are not trusting Remus nearly as much as you used to since your precious elder wizard has tried turning him into a spy among the packs. Instead, you entrust it to Peter. Lily spat angrily. Peter is a marauder. Wormtail is as much a marauder as Moony or Padfoot. He even became an animagus with us to help keep NY safe when his little furry problem came out. James soothed. The weakest of you, Lily muttered, then turned and her voice went hard again, as this is the weakest house. A cottage. You have. Pot. Our manor with wards holding 1,000 years of paranoid fortification and warding from the first family of war mages in all of Britain and elder wizard has us hiding in the weakest possible Potter holding. A vacation cottage whose only protection is the Fidelius. Charm held by the weakest of the marauders. It is hard not to feel like that goat, tugging at my rope, wondering if the darkness is full of tigers. The wards did not flutter. Did not signal, because they were opened by the secret keeper. Wormtail, the arcane arts user known as Peter. Pettigrew was the weakest of the marauders, but the subtlest as well. He was the best spy among them, and the ward breaker of their prankster days. Keyed into command the wards as the secret keeper, he was able to silence even the alarm that should have triggered when the Morsmord. The dark mark blazed in the sky above the cottage, blocking all apparition and portkey escape. The first clue the Potters had that they were under attack was when their front door exploded, blowing the kitchen table over and burying the Potters' wands out of reach. Dark One was inside before the sound of the explosions could die, and his cutting curse lashed out faster than any bullet. But James Potter was a transfiguration. Generational genius, and the shattered splinters of the furniture had already transformed into so many wooden ravens, 3 shattering und. Are the cutting whip but 6 more diving in to attack Dark One. Get Harry and get out. James screamed as he wandlessly transfigured a dozen javelins from the metals of the kitchenware and sent them NC-ing at Dark One like a company of Roman ballista in ancient war. The ventus that Dark One had screamed to blast the birds from the air would not stop the dense iron projectiles, but Dark One used High's shadow step to flow out of Their path and beside Lord Potter before he could react. His wand lashed out, and even as James' reflexive Protega Maximus shield formed between them, the one spell that can not be blocked by any arcane arts at all sounded in the serpentine hiss of parcel magic that intensified the already unstoppable killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Dark One hissed. The beam of Emerald Lee. GHT connected wand to arcane arts user for less than a second, but James Potter and all his transfigurations died at the first touch of the beam. Dark One stalked to the stairs, climbing them 2 at a time. His true prey was cornered. But he had lost Death Eaters to both Potters before, and knew not to underestimate the Muggleborn arcane arts user. Lily ran to the crib, and grabbed the portkey, worked into the crib and activated it. In a heartbeat she and Harry would appear in Grimmauld Place behind the Black family's wards, not as strong as the Potters but also not nearly as clean or legal as. The Blacks didn't care for law or ethics. Those who came for the Black blood could die screaming before the whole of the Wizengamot and House Black would apologize to no one. Harry was godson of Sirius and blood grandson of Doria Black. Those wards would recognize and defend them even after Elder Wizard or Pettigrew had turned traitor. The portkey failed to operate, and Lily could see the green skull with snake emerging from its mouth dominating the night sky of Godric. Hollow. The dark mark blocked all apparition and portkey travel. Snarling, Lily turned to grab the Nimbus Matrone broom with the stupid little kitty seat that Sirius had got them as a joke gift, but Lily kept here for just these emergencies. If she could not teleport out, then she would fly. She had spent the last months of boredom working her own charms and runes into the broom, notice me not charms, disillusionment charms, displacement charms to make those able to sense the disturbance of air and arcane arts of operation to see the broom as several meters away from its true position. The work was so paranoid Mad-Eye Moody urged her to keep it secret from the rest of the Order of the Phoenix, as it reprise. NTED a trump card Dark One should not know about or be able to counter. Yet there was Penny, James' own elf nanny, the house elf inherited from his mother who had raised him from a baby and now took RRY as the next generation with the love and devotion only a house elf could show, standing weeping over the broken brooms and magically sealed window. Only the imperious curse could compel a house elf to act against its family. And no elf who had done so would allow themselves to live afterward. Lily drew her athame from her belt, a arcane arts user tool elder wizard and polite pure blood societe. Why shunned as a remnant of the peasant pagan arcane arts of ancient days, but as much a part of her witchcraft as her wand. Wordlessly she slammed the blade into Penny's heart, taking the life of the devoted house elf for one final service as she drew on the ties between house elf arcane arts and the house they were sworn to one last time, even as she felt the imperious curse that Pettigrew had put her elf under die with Penny. She had seconds. She knew James could not match Dark One alone and wandless. She tore off Harry's jumper and with the blood of her sacrificed elf, with 2 generations of devotion willingly surrendered, she painted over his chest 2 runes. Allowing the athame to cut herself and mingle the blood of family house elf and mother together, she worked swiftly. Othala, the rune of family. House elf representing the power of the line of the blood of the fathers, the inheritance of the house and family magics. All the magics tied to the house of Potter were woven into the Othala rune. The diamond shape like a shield on his left chest. Alja's the rune of protection. The form of the rune was that of antler. Like the stag and doe forms of their animagi forms, this was Lily's arcane arts, wild arcane arts. Arcane arts user arcane arts. Muggleborn, whose arcane arts came from the world and the earth, only now tied to the wizarding world and its ancient half-slumbering powers by marriage and her son. She drew that sign on his right chest in the shape of the antlers she and James would never wear again. She could hear Dark One charging up the stairs. There was no escape, and no power she had could stand against Dark One, so she did the only thing she could, she added it to the sacrifice. With her mingled blood and that of her devoted house elf, she drew the whole of her arcane arts to her, allowing it to flow from her core until there was nothing left. She burned it into his brow until baby Harry screamed. The last rune, the lightning bolt shape of Sowilo, the sun rune, the rune of power. Dark One screamed, Reducto. And the door to the child's room dissolved into dust too fine to easily transfigure into more munitions to fire at him. He stalked in to see this child of prophesy that could be his equal if allowed to live. Stand aside, Mudblood. Dark One sneered, hissing in defiance like a cobra. Lily shouted back, no, take me instead. My life for his. RK1 had battled Potter, who at least faced his end like a arcane arts user, fighting for his family like a pure-blooded lord. Now this pathetic muggle-born bitch begged like some helpless victim. She was ashamed to the blood she polluted. He was doing House Potter a service by removing any trace of her weakness from noble blood. Avada Kedavra, he hissed, and the bright beam struck her and seemed to pass through her to the child itself. The screaming stopped and the child gripped its crib and wobbled to its feet to face Dark One, green eyes blazing with hatred and a bloody wound upon its head, blood staining its chest as well. Staring at the child, Dark One's legitimacy lanced out, and he could feel not the terror of a child but the focused rage of a killer. The infant didn't have the berserker of Bellatrix, nor the sadism of Dolohov, but rather the intense pure focus of his childhood self, the child that looked upon the world that cast aside and persecuted him and swore to make it beg before he allowed it to die. Alone among those he faced tonight, here was his equal. Given time, as little as 2 decades, this child could indeed become his peer if not equal. Harry James Potter, this night I have killed your entire family. Every arcane arts user and arcane arts user with a drop of Potter blood died today simply to make sure that my path to you would be clear. Others slaughtered your family, you alone, child of prophesy, are worth my own wand and power. You alone face me without fear or weakness. Know this, when I tell the tale of your death in centuries hence, it will be you alone I speak of without mockery. Quote, saluting with his wand, as if beginning a duel, Dark One's wand slashed out and one last time he spoke. Avada Kedavra, Dark One chanted, and a green blade iced out to strike the open wound in young Harry's head, searing the Sowilo rune into his flesh and skull beneath with its power. The power of the ritual Lily's coven had woven to protect mother and child had been mixed with the power of the House Potter elf who willingly surrendered power and life to redeem her imperious betrayal, bound with the sacrifice of both power and life of the mother. The arcane arts of arcane arts user and elf, of the whole line of families that stretched across generations of birth and death met the killing curse, and shattered. 2 screams split the night in God. Rick's hollow as a dozen jagged emerald tongues of lightning, like living serpents lashed out from the boy to the arcane arts user, and the ritual of Dark One's final Horcrux creation merged with the tool for Lily's child protection as arcane arts sought a way to honor all its conflicting commitments. Dark One's soul split, but rather than bind into the object of power he carried, it bound the he child in the Sowilo rune that Lily had poured her own life's arcane arts into. The killing curse ravaged Dark One's body, but the Horcrux creation secured the safety of Voldemort's soul even against the soul-killing curse. A wraith of darkness blasted from the house, tearing the roof and sighed before it like a dragon of shadow. A baby fell screaming into the blood of its mother. A Dark Lord fell, undying. A boy lived. A contract lit in an office of Gringotts, and Griphook swore softly. Ellipsis. The young Lord Potter. How can a baby not out of diapers have acquired a curse already? Wrapping himself in his best magical protections. For the cruel treaties of arcane arts user kind kept goblins from the surface world unless called by some arcane arts user lord upon his own business. Creature Aka. Nay, arts was not the equal in speed or power of arcane arts user wand arcane arts, but it was its superior in subtlety. Goblins could, if sufficiently motivated, move among the wizards more or less UNC. Heck, if there were no wards against them. Taking up his curse-breaking kit, a whole workroom reduced into a bag at his left hip, his right hip held his axe, for to be a creature above ground was to be a criminal. And no creature would ever be taken as such alive. Letting the other fellow die was just good business. Getting captured was a good way to activate penalty clauses in your Gringotts employee contract. There was no way generations of hard-won gold would be lost if killing himself or any number of others could prevent it. He drew upon his compass that had a drop of Harry James Potter's blood from his vault registration ceremony and wondered, why in the name of Fenris Fuzzy Ballsack is Lord Young Harry in Little Whinging? Any creature worth his salt had targets they wanted to rie. During the next creature rebellion, there would always be a next creature rebellion, but no one wanted to raid Little Whinging. Even Upper Whinging was safe, because while clearly superior to Little Whinging, it had less to offer than a troll's privy and was about half as decorative. If Lord Young Harry was in Little Whinging, and somehow cursed, which was still better than being in Little Whinging, then so would be Griphook. Ellipsis. Professor McGonagall looked at the baby basket left on the Dursleys' doorstep at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, and shook her head. Albus, are you sure this is for the best? They are the worst sort of muggles imaginable. I really don't think it right they have the boy. He is known to everyone in our world, he is famous. Surely we can do better than this, Professor McGonagall pleaded, her rich Scots brogue thickening with emotion. Dumbledore smiled serenely. He would grow spoiled and arrogant surrounded by that kind of fame. His mother was involved in some very disturbing arcane arts. Blood arcane arts, that she worked at her very death. While I cannot condone such arcane arts, it will protect Harry Potter from detection from any in our world as long as he dwells with someone sharing that blood. When the time comes, I will be his guardian in the magical world, and we will shape and educate him into the kind of boy who can be a symbol of hope against the rising of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore said confidently. You are sure he will return? McGonagall said fretfully. All this has been foretold. The Dark Lord will return, and, under my guidance, Harry will be ready to complete the sacrifice of his family, and end the threat of he who must not be named forever. Dumbledore said smugly. For the boy will have no one but Dumbledore to turn to. No one but Elder Wizard to teach him. And will know no more of his fate than Dumbledore chooses to allow him. There will be no second Grindelwald rising. No, Harry will not be the power to reshape the world. That power could only be trusted to Albus Dumbledore, champion of the light. If a child must be sacrificed for the greater good, well, Dumbledore would offer his remorse at Harry's tombstone. Hee-haw. Dee made so many offerings at so many tombstones it had stopped actually hurting over a war ago. Ellipsis. Griphook looked at the boy. Left beside the milk cartons, like another delivery. 6 bottles of milk and Dee the heir to a most ancient and noble house. He should be happy the small children muggles used instead of post-owls to deliver papers hadn't buried the child under a thrown newspaper as well. Goblins were cruel. Life was cruel. Goblins murdered, tortured and plundered, but if there was one thing that goblins did not do, they did not abandon children. Goblins would raid and slaughter other clans. Warriors and matrons would die to the last creature to defend their gold and their children, but while the goblins would indeed steal every last canute and sickle of their enemies' gold, the children would likewise be stolen as the true prizes of the raid. A creature child taken in raid was lucky, and would be educated, equipped, armed and dowered as any child of the house. You did not throw away children. Griphook took his axe in hand and prepared to kick in the door to 4 Privet Drive. He would simply kill the muggles and take the child for his own. He was keeper of the Potter accounts and charged with his protection anyway. Decision made, he stepped forward, axe at the ready to cleave the door when he passed the blood wards. Dumbledore had leeching off the boy to protect the house. As soon as he did, the cold foulness of the Horcrux washed over him, and he nearly dropped his axe. Griphook looked with horror as the baby writhed in agony under a mufflotto spell silencing his screams. There were 3 magics at war in the boy. A baby's own wild arcane arts, some sort of arcane arts user blood arcane arts, and something more evil than any curse he had ever seen, like a living intelligent parasite striving to consume the boy. All of it was swirling around the rune in the boy's head. A Sowyo rune, the Sun rune, the Power rune. This was not man arcane arts. This was woman arcane arts. The Sun rune banished darkness, and whatever was powering it would not last through a turning of the sun. This was arcane arts user arcane arts, without creature silver to anchor it, and without a wizarding rune array to stabilize it. It would fade, and whatever it was containing would be free to devour the child. Griphook would have failed his contract, and his whole family would pay the default fee to protect the creature nation. Blood and gold as the price of an oath broken, his family would be slaughtered and the gold of generations would be given to the sodding politicians of the arcane arts user Wittagame it to fight over with no sitting Lord Potter to defend it. Loss of honor and loss of gold. 2 fates worse than death, although death would also be in there. Gringotts contracts terminated by axe, dagger, or dragon. No, Griphook knew that he was standing on the deck of a burning ship, and standing on the deck of a burning ship the only choice was to charge and take the enemies. There you died in glory or slaughtered to victory. If you were going to die, you should always die trying to win something. The only thing here was a child, therefore, Griphook would win the child. Or rather, Frithwever, his mate could. Without a second thought, he scooped up the child and portkeyed back to his home in the caverns under Gringotts. Frithwever stared at Griphook holding a living breathing tornado of soul and blood arcane arts brought across her own wards into the home she defended for her own children and considered if her marriage dagger might need sheathing in Griphook's empty head. How dare you bring that cursed thing into our house? The arcane arts inside it is more powerful than the deepest vaults of the founders in the bank. Together even with our lives we could not protect our children from it inside our own wards. Frithwever hissed. Griphook pulled the wrappings away, showing the human boy. This is Harry James Potter, and I am his account manager. His entire family was slaughtered today and his mother's own life is bound in that rune holding that dark soul arcane arts at bay. It is arcane arts user blood arcane arts, and will not hold past dawn. If he dies, my contract with his house and my contract with the creature nation is forfeit, and our whole family faces sanction. Goblins are cold, cruel, greedy, these are the slurs that wizards hurl against them. When pressed, they will admit that goblins are also honest, loyal to their own, hard-working, and above all, fearless. Creature arcane arts is bound in silver. Creature silver is created by the merger of creature arcane arts and silver in an alchemical process that yields a very small amount per session. This is why creature-made weapons are not sold, but leased to wizards and kings for only one lifetime. Because the work of several generations went into crafting a single sword blade, and no amount of gold could take that from the creature nation for more than a single generation. Goblins did not use wands. They were forbidden by law. Creature warriors used runes in their weapons to focus their arcane arts. Creature women did not have the training to work runes into great blades or larger ward structures because their arcane arts was imbuing runes into the bodies of creature children to focus their magics internally and externally. No creature male could work that combination of blood and creature arcane arts to imbue creature silver into flesh runes, but it was a part of creature family arcane arts, taught mother to daughters since the days before the rise of man. Working swiftly, for the fate of her family rode on it, and with the skill and precision of a rune master, a title given grudgingly by the creature nation, Frithweber began to work her own family silver, the silver she had set aside and blessed for her next child. She began to work the silver in her power into the burned Sowyo scar in the boy's forehead. The dark arcane arts fought her, causing her to burn 2 stamina potions and a clear mind draft to overcome the fear and exhaustion to bind her family arcane arts to the arcane arts of the mother. Together they bound the 3rd arcane arts, the arcane arts of a soul knot the boy's and bound it into submission, weaving it into the blood and bone, soul and power of the child. As Frithweber worked, she felt the power of 2 more runes upon the boy, and cried out in despair. Drawing her wedding dagger, she pulled the creature silver from the blade itself to fill the 2 other runes she had not noticed because the blood had been smeared. Family and protection, Othala and Alges. The human child now lay with 3 runes of creature silver in his human flesh, his own power, the sacrificed power of his arcane arts user mother, the stolen power of his enemy. And somehow binding and blending them together, a whisper of elf arcane arts. The child will live, Griphook said in wonder. The child is an abomination. If the wizards knew what we have wrought this night, they would burn the child in fiend fire to blot all trace of it away. Frithweber said softly, that would remove our obligations under the contract. Griphook mused, he is marked by me with the rights of my mother. He is bound to our house with the blade of our marriage knife. Griphook, I give you my son, Harry James Potter, son of Griphook, of the Hematite clan. Frithweber said in tones of naked threat that should have sounded ridiculous from a creature female who had spent so much of her power this night she could not even stand. Still, she had claimed the child by blood and power, to harm him. She would have to be killed first. He grinned the wide-fanged grin of a predator. He had married well. What she had taken, he would defend. I see my son, Harry James Potter, son of Griphook, of the Hematite clan. Griphook drew his own knife, cut baby Harry's palm and slapped the hilt in his hand. The baby angrily closed his hand on the knife and refused to let it go. Griphook laughed. They let him fall asleep holding the knife. Creature runes marked him, and inside creature wards, they would drink the power of his family, weaving it into his flesh, even as the strange powers in him would weave themselves into his wards and his own family in return. Already he could feel his wards singing. Creature arcane arts and human arcane arts didn't mesh, but both used runes. Elves did not use runes, but they lived off of human arcane arts and made something other than human with it. This boy had all 3 bound in him, and something dark and unholy as well. If the wizards would burn him with fiend fire because he wasn't human, goblins had a simpler view. To Griphook, Frithweber, their son Fangborn and daughter Glitterbright, he was simply theirs. What a creature took a creature held. Harry was theirs. For 10 years Albus Percival Wilfred Brian Dumbledore used every art and device in his power to locate young Harry. It was with something between shock and relief that he noted the Book of Acceptance write out his name in the list of students. Young Harry lived, and would be coming to the academy. Why in the name of Merlin's left saggy ball was the letter addressed to Gringotts? Age 5. Noodle. Harry and Glitterbright ran. The elder creature's sister and her humanly challenged baby brother were using the time bought by Fangborn to escape the gang of CR. Each are youths determined to eliminate the stain of a wizardborn polluting the caverns of the nation. Fangborn, son of Griphook, was a powerful creature youth, and advanced in his warrior training, but against 6 youths of the same age all he could do was buy them moments to run. Glitterbright was a strong and bright creature girl of 8, dragging a night-blind baby brother of 5 from those who wished to murder him. She had a very small knife, for the process of laying down creature silver to make a marriage knife began as a young creature maiden first learned to touch her arcane arts, and arced her first chance to begin to craft the rune work that made the creature control of arcane arts. The knife was no longer than an adult creature's finger and scant use against the short swords of the creature youths. If not the weapons of power that would threaten an adult arcane arts user, they were enough to end the life of the children being chased. We have to get to the wards, Harry. No, CR. Each woman is unarmed within the wards of her home. If we get to our wards we are safe. Glitterbright whispered to Harry. Harry was trying to be a good creature and be brave. He remembered the stories of the wars of shame. When Rome had driven the goblins from the face of the world, the wand arcane arts pioneered by the Romans had been more than the creature silver weapons could match upon the surface. When they were driven into the caverns by a Roman Empire determined to end the scourge, they met not simply creature warriors, but the creature men and women behind the wards woven by the women. And while proud legions marched into the tunnels, terrified survivors escaped from them. No creature woman beneath her wards feared any creature living. They simply needed 2 more turns of the passage to be safe. They found Snarltooth and Grimnir tapping their short swords blocking the next turn. Let the arcane arts user born go. There is no need to die with him. For all that you deserve puny. Schment for bringing such filth into the caverns of the nation, it isn't worth clan war. His blood is enough. Harry went to pull his hand from Glitterbright. He loved his sister, and a creature warrior. RS job was to die before one hair on a creature maiden's head was harmed. Glitterbright's claws dug deep into his hands, drawing blood as she refused to release him. The job of a creature woman was to shed the last drop of her blood and arcane arts before a child of clan came to harm. Let me go. They won't hurt you if you leave. Harry cried. We take no thing unearned, but what we have taken we defend to the last drop of our blood. Swore Glitterbright as she dashed away from the 2 creature youths, using her power to slash through the warning wards blocking the tunnels. The wards were to be lock children and alert adults that these tunnels held dangers that could kill. The tunnels the goblins had been driven to were not safe, even for them, and only the skill and savagery of the nation D kept them alive since being driven underground. Still, danger ahead, death behind, there was no safe choice. The cruel laughter of creature children sounded behind them, as more than simply 2 pairs of feet followed them. The original attackers having joined the blocking pair in their pursuit. Harry heard hissing sounds coming from the darkness and the cracks surrounding the tunnels. Prey comes, many prey. My children will not starve. My mate will be avenged. Kill the goblins. The voice hissed. Glitterbright drew up sharply, her creature vision showing her the great black serpent rising from the darkness. A dozen lesser shapes writhing from the shadows to all sides. Rock vipers, whimpered Glitterbright, the magical snakes being second in danger only to the basilisk in the Underdark of Europe. The magical snakes were protected by scales that could turn anything beneath the full-strength rune blades of a grown creature warrior, and resist any but the most potent arcane arts user spells. Their venom was not impossible to counter, but you had less than a minute to get the potion into the victim before death was painfully inevitable. You will not harm my sister. Harry hissed the parsleytongue fell instinctively from his lips as he faced the mother serpent. Speaker. We will not harm a speaker, nor those you name your speaker's kin, but my children and I starve, locked in the tunnels by the creature warriors. They must have food, or soon they will starve, and I would rather damn myself by striking a speaker than watch my children starve. The rock viper mother hissed. Glitterbright drew Harry behind herself. The tiny knife not a third of the length of the great snake's fang, and utterly incapable of piercing its skin. At that point 6 goblins, all who had been able to run when they had beaten Fangborn down, burst from the darkness, blades in hand, and cruel laughter at the coming slaughter in their throats. Kill them. Kill all the others. I will cut their flesh. So that your smallest child may grow strong and fat on their meat if you kill them all. Harry hissed. Griphook and 10 of his clan pounded down the halls, clad in armor, long rune-worked creature. Silver blades capable of carving through the strongest arcane arts user shield or deflecting anything less than the killing curse charged around the corner of the tunnel, expecting to find 2 of his Hildren's corpses with nothing but vengeance to be taken. Instead he found the largest rock viper he had ever seen, stretched obscenely as if it had eaten something 3 times its own size, curled up lazily in the middle of the cavern while his daughter Glitterbright carved flesh from painfully contorted creature child corpses and his youngest son Harry hissed at a collection of black-scaled rock vipers that swayed before him. Being fed bits of creature meat. Griphook sheathed his blades and bade his clansmen wait back as he advanced slowly to his children. Daughter, I had thought to avenge you, and find you instead clad in victory and blood. Explain. Griphook snarled softly. Glitterbright didn't look up, but continued carving creature flesh from her attackers and passing it to Harry, who continued to feed the serpents, one of whom was wrapped around his neck and staring at Griphook from where he waved beside Harry's face. Harry told the rock vipers not to hurt me, and promised if they killed all our enemies we would cut them up into pieces the little ones could eat. Glitterbright announced, as if butchering goblins for one of the greatest predators of the deeps was simply the logical thing to do. Harry looked up and petted the snake around his neck. This is Noodle, father. He wants to come home with me. He promises to bite anyone who bothers us as long as he can borrow my body heat. He doesn't like the cold. Griphook looked at the mother serpent whose mate had taken a dozen creature warriors to kill, and who had just defended his 2 children from a killing he would have been too late to prevent. Bargained well and done. Let us see to this contract's payment promptly. Blood and gold should always be repaid promptly, Griphook said, smiling at his children. Pride swelling his chest and tears misting his eyes, he drew his own knife to speed the butchery. May your vaults flow with gold, and your fangs with blood, protector of my children. I offer the caverns of my clan to you and your children if you will continue to protect those of my blood. Griphook spoke as he addressed the mother serpent. Harry turned and hissed a translation without thought, and the great rock viper bowed her head. Then crawled close to taste his skin with her tongue, then nodded again, having taken the scent of his clan's blood. Turning to Harry he ruffled his unruly hair. You have won a strong ally for the clan. The silver of their weapons is yours and your sister's. Harry beamed up at his father. Then when Noodle head-butted him, Harry head-butted his snake back and the two began hissing at each other. Noodle, Griphook mused. How in the name of Gringotts the Bloody was he supposed to work Noodle into a warrior epic poem for his son? Maybe it sounded better in English. Griphook snorted. No, creature or English, Noodle sounded like something that belonged in Soup Not Saga. Harry was never going to be a normal creature, Griphook mused, nor would he be a weak one. Harry was not going to cry. Creature warriors did not cry. Creature warriors made swords of creature silver as long as they were, and hammered runes into them with the layered intent that made creature silver impossible to transfigure. To corrode or destroy with normal arcane arts user arcane arts. All creature males began layering their creature silver over their knife as soon as they could touch their arcane arts. And by age 10 they had at least a functional short sword that could cut through the finest muggle steel like butter. Creature women only layered enough creature silver to make the marriage knife that would be their tool for rune working on wards and the flesh weaving of the family arcane arts. The worst insult of a creature warrior was to be called a short knife, as a creature. Without the power to become a warrior would not grow his blade beyond the knife of a woman, and never be able to wield the magical power a creature should channel through it. The young goblins were beginning to whisper Harry was a short knife, because his blade was just a very strong dagger, a fighting knife but no sword. Potion Master Feverthorn poured a glass of fire whiskey for both Griphook and Frithwever as he regarded the parents of his most promising pupil across his desk and smiled with teeth carefully covered as this was an emotionally charged discussion. Young Harry is not a short knife. Nor am I keeping him behind because of any lack of skill in brewing. In all honesty, I have never met a creature, myself included, who has the power to imbue potions equal to that of young Harry. When he began, he was a problem student, not because he had trouble with any of the meticulous disciplines of potion preparation and brewing, but because when I teach creature children to push as hard as they could to begin to learn to bind their power to potions to make them more than simply muggle chemistry, about half of them were able to push and control their arcane arts outside their bod. Why without a runic construct with enough intent to bind and transform the potion in a meaningful way, and half failed to do even that. Harry on the other hand pushed in so much power that the brew's FAI led to contain it, and he melted down enough cauldrons that he earned the nickname of Potbane, a play on his arcane arts username. Harry hung his head in shame, causing Noodle to slide from his sleeve and ram gently into the side of his head to demand petting. Frithwever and Griphook looked relieved. They were proud of their odd human son, but worried when he could not grow the blade of manhood that way other goblins could. Potion Master Feverthorn sipped his own fire whiskey and breathed a short puff of flame and mused softly. It is well that it was Harry and not Glitterbright with this problem. Or we might not have noticed the obvious answer. Frithwever, reacting to the suggestion of racism in the contrasting of her human and creature children, felt her hand going to her own. Mariog, knife in her arcane arts snarled and snapped about her, leaving visible sparks. What are you implying, Potion Master? and choose your next words carefully. Frithweaver snarled, dangerous as any CR. Each her mother when her children were questioned. Glitterbright is a creature maiden. She would never expect to grow her magical focus beyond that of the marriage knife because creature maidens and ma. Tron's arcane arts is proven in the weaving and control of the wards in flesh and bone, metal and stone. Theirs is the subtle manipulation and crafting. No one would have noticed that Glitterbright could not grow her blade anymore. That would be expected. No, if Harry had been a girl, we would have simply wondered why she could not see the flow of the wards the way any creature maiden would, and had to rely on erythromancy to determine the required balance and shape of a ward pattern like a creature warrior or human arcane arts user. Harry is neither a creature warrior whose focus is the sword of creature civiler that grows with his power and knowledge, nor a creature maiden whose focus is the very wards of her hearth and home. He is an arcane arts user born. His focus will be a wand. Potion Master Feverthorn concluded smugly. A wand, blinked Frithweaver, but he has our runes woven into his flesh, amplifying his arcane arts like any creature of the clan, maid or warrior. Wizards don't do that. Griphook smiled, his teeth baring in a predator's threat. Lord Potter was a famed Auror, a arcane arts user warrior strong enough that Dark One had to kill him himself. Lady Potter was far more powerful and dangerous in her own way, ruthless enough to be a creature in her own right. If our Harry has the power woven into his flesh by his mother's sacrifice, Dark One's soul fragment and our own creature rune arcane arts, and still focused through the arcane arts user's magical amplifier of their damned wands, how strong do you think he will be? Potion Master Feverthorn smiled his own fanged grin. I think I am happy I will not be paying to replace the cauldrons and castle that our young Harry will blow up as he learns, again, to try to fit the power of a dragon into the spell's structure or potion formula designed for a baby duck. 3 goblins laughed the laugh of goblins finding an exploitable loophole in a contract or enemy caught unarmed. 1 arcane arts user creature child blushed. And 1 noodle head butted his idiot speaker who stopped petting before Noodle was done being ignored. Hagrid chatted merrily to young Harry who looked on in horror, and whose snake Noodle hissed in outright hilarity as the keeper of keys and grounds in the academy proceeded to blab every secret he had ever been within earshot of to a creature arcane arts user he had just met without any prompting or sign of slowing down. Turning in horror to Fangborn his brother who drove the cart, he whispered in creature. Tell me all wizards are not this stupid. He has just told me that he small object in his pocket is the most dangerous and valuable thing given to Elder Wizard because no one else could defend it from Dark One, and that any pickpocket with half a brain, or assassin Till with his training knife could take it any time while he is taking me shopping for my school supplies. Fangborn laughed softly, ignoring Hagrid's muttered, shouldn't have said that. That somehow failed to stop his non-stop blurting of secrets and replied in quiet creature. This one is far larger and stupider than your average arcane arts user. Elder Wizard is supposedly the wisest and most powerful arcane arts user of the light faction. However, this wise and powerful arcane arts user gave his greatest secret in the protection of his prophesied savior boy who lived to this giant security risk. So assume you are going to have to take steps to secure your own safety. Fangborn said grimly, striding from Gringotts to take Harry shopping in the wizard's Diagon alley. Hagrid was an excellent tour guide. If the greatest single argument against arcane arts user security consciousness the young creature had ever seen. You will be needing a trunk of course to hold all the cauldrons and books and whatnot. Then your robes and books, and last your wand. Can't be a arcane arts user without wand. Hagrid said, although he winced at the end and finally stopped his usual roaring boom. ND subsided into pained muttering as if recalling something especial shameful or traumatic. At least he was done booming his secrets for everyone in 100 meters. I do not need a trunk, cauldron, or robes. My clan has seen me outfitted as befits a son of Griphook. By wizarding law we are forbidden to walk above ground unless called by a lord of house or at direction of a ministerial undersecretary or better. I will require books and a wand. Harry spoke firmly, knowing Hagrid was about as distractible as one of the creature younglings he had charge of during his duty hours in the clan creche. Hagrid looked upon the tight aisles of flourish and blots and determined that Harry could be left alone for his book shopping. piling his first-year course books onto the trolley hidden in his shrinkable trunk. Harry began looking for the books on erythromancy, rune lore, advanced potions, and enchantments that were what human wizards learned to replicate what goblins did with their own arcane arts. Those books are meant for third years, not for first years. I had to ask myself, because they looked very interesting and more similar to what I know than any of the spell books we have for first year. A young girl's voice sounded behind him like a tiny librarian crossed with a squirrel. Turning around, Harry found himself confronted with another human, an arcane arts user whose physical appearance did nothing to dispel the impression her voice gave of a tiny librarian crossed with a squirrel. She had prominent front teeth like a squirrel or beaver and a great untamable mass of hair like some small forest creature. Yet her eyes and face had the focus and determination of a creature maiden whose bearing told the rowdiest creature boy that he spoke with a future mistress of clan, not a tavern wench, and should pay her due respect and attention lest not all of his body be found. I'm Emily Grantham, Muggle-born. I had no idea I was even an arcane arts user until I got the Academy letter. Although it explains a lot of things that had been strange that happened around me. I dug ever so deep in science to explain them, but not everything fit. I suppose you know all about that, being an arcane arts user born yourself. The young arcane arts user babbled with a direct and uncomplicated stream of consciousness so different from Hagrid's broken meanderings that Harry had to grin. Young Harry, son of Griphook of the Hematite clan, of Gringotts and the Creature Nation, at your service. I am sorry to report that any of the spells in first year are going to be at least as much a mystery to me as to you. Goblins don't really do spells, because we can't use wands. We can use runes, and potions. There is lots of arcane arts you can do without a wand or knowing any spells at all. That is what these books are for, Harry said, gesturing at his runes and erythromancy books. I was told we aren't allowed to do arcane arts outside of school until we are of age. Something about the statute of secrecy. Hermione frowned. Harry, his creature rage ignited by memory of the laws designed to keep the most ancient and noble houses of the wizards on top, and everyone else crushed into powerless poverty, began his rant. Those laws exist to keep the pure-blooded elite in power, as their children can do as much arcane arts behind their wards as they want, making their children by far the best performing in school, and able to secure the best positions after graduation because they have been learning and practicing non-stop their entire lives, and you are only allowed those few hours of class, only in school. For 7 years, Harry snarled, his snake noodle rousing at his rage and sliding from his sleeve, seeing only a little squirrel girl staring back at his speaker, evidently no threat. Hermione's eyes went wide. She was raised by liberal dentists who took pains to point out to her the privilege she was raised in, and the social inequalities of the Muggle world. To find out that the wizarding world was not only as bad, but as much worse as pre-revolution France under the bloated and corrupt aristocracy roused her to matching fury. That is horrible. That isn't fair. How are we supposed to compete against that? Hermione raged. Harry opened his book and showed the young Muggle-born arcane arts user. This is rune lore. Something developed by goblins and stolen by wizards. It requires magical power to infuse, but the ability to craft and empower an array is based on hard-won knowledge that comes from hundreds of hours of study and discipline, of meditation and fine focus on control. This is what creature maidens train on since learning to read, and the basis of the wards of Gringotts that are strong enough every arcane arts user trusts them with their gold. You don't need a wand to learn it. You need intelligence and effort. Hermione looked at the runes and the dense text describing their theory and practice, finding the sort of structured knowledge. She had sought intellectual refuge in the sciences and law. She was starting to calm down from her tear-stained rage into something more of a growing plan. Hermione liked plans when Harry dropped another book on her. This is erythromancy. It uses mathematics to describe the relationships of arcane arts to reality and the interactions of power in reshaping the universe. While creature maidens and matrons have the innate sense of these relationships, creature men and wizards have to use math to map out those relations to show how power can be contained, can be focused, and how it must be shaped to make a desired effect. Whether it is a ward, a charm, a transformation, or a simple shaped elemental effect work. Hermione blinked, but that isn't taught until at least third year, and it's optional at that. Magical theory isn't even optional until the 4th year after you have a full year of arthromancy successfully completed, at least exceptional. Hermione said, already suspecting the flaw in the planned curriculum. Harry sneered. Right, so no one gets taught how arcane arts theoretically works until the year before they do their owls and determine their ability to even enter the newts required for higher careers. Meanwhile, the pureblood children are raised from infancy being taught how arcane arts works, why it works, and by the time muggle-born, half-bloods, and creature-raised get a chance to learn how everything works, the doors to the esteemed professions are already closed against them. Hermione opened the Erythromancy text and began to read. This is just math, and honestly not even that advanced. I mean, I studied calculus and statistics, dabbled a little bit in thermodynamics in both chemistry and physics, but this seems like a fairly dumbed-down version. Hermione mused. Harry grinned. I studied under a senior account manager at Gringotts. I was doing math tougher than this before my mother stopped bathing me. How hard do you think those pureblood kids have been working since they already know the system is rigged so they always win? Hermione matched the grin. Not nearly as hard as I do. She frowned. Still, the academy seems geared to let the purebloods win, even working our hardest. If the system is that rigged, how far can we get? Harry slid out the last book, one not on any recommended list from the academy, one written by the Creature Nation itself and translated into English for the children of Gringotts curse breakers and other valued human allies. The Academy Houses. A Study in Paths to Power. Hermione read the title, then looked up to Harry. There are 4 houses. Gryffindor is for those who seek conflict and challenge as their path to power. This house is where warriors are drawn, but honestly for the purebloods it is a path to power. For the muggle-born and half-bloods, it is a chance to be cannon fodder to win glories for their more advantaged brethren. Ravenclaw, the House of Knowledge, for those who seek knowledge as their path to power. This would sound like a good place, but this is arcane arts user knowledge, so as much as the house supports the acquisition of knowledge, they also know it is their competitive advantage, and those purebloods with access to family knowledge and libraries will never share that and dilute their own advantage. Slytherin, the House of the Cunning and Ambitious. That would sound like a good fit. Except it is the house of the pureblood fanatics, those who use privilege as a weapon and advantage as armor. They are the most invested in keeping outsiders down. Neither you nor I would find any support there. Hufflepuff, the House of the Hardworking. Hufflepuffs are known as the house for everyone else. They have the worst reputation because they will take those who value something other than climbing over others at all costs to succeed. Hufflepuffs value loyalty and hard work. Hufflepuffs don't require you be the best to get in their halls, they require you give your best while you are in them. Hufflepuffs don't pride themselves on the advantages they bring, but on what they earn with their own sweat, blood, and tears. Hermione gripped the book and read the description of Hufflepuff and the examples of successful and famous Hufflepuffs. For a house, deemed as the, also Rands, a house of the unexceptional, they nurtured just as many famous talents as the other houses, talents that rose to the top on their own merits and the power of the friendships they built along the way, not family connections. This is our house. This is the house we can succeed in, Hermione said fiercely, jotting down the titles of Harry's books on a scrap of parchment. Harry grinned at her. Learn all of this before you get to the academy and you will be ready to show those pure bloods to be afraid of a muggle-born arcane arts user. Hermione grinned back. Or a creature. Hagrid could only smile when Harry waved at the young arcane arts user as they exited the bookstore and headed for Ollivander's for a wand. The explosions were bad enough that Harry was wearing his dragonhide gloves. 2 wands had shattered in his hands. Several others had exploded nearby shelves and plants. One had conjured a niffler that raided the cash box for 20 galleons before it escaped. Ollivander's hair was smoking slightly as he eyed the young creature critically. Mr. Potter, might I be correct in assuming that you have undergone at least your beginning family rituals and you bear more than the single rune of power on your forehead? Ollivander asked. Harry's heart sunk and he opened his robes to show the glowing Othala and Alja's runes on his chest to match the Sowio of his curse scar. 3 runes of power. Normally a arcane arts user would not see that level of amplificity on unless he had undergone at least half a dozen dark rituals to magnify his body, mind and spirit. Those rituals have been banned since Grindelwald, and the only one ever to dabble in them since was. Ollivander broke off and turned to Harry speculatively. I wonder. He ran to the back and came out with a wand box covered in dust. Try this, Mr. Potter. This wand has a phoenix feather core, from a phoenix that has only ever given one other feather. That feather was the core of the wand of the most powerful arcane arts user I ever sold a wand to. A arcane arts user that went as far down paths forbidden to arcane arts user kind as your creature runes have left you. Ollivander smiled, a bare-toothed smile the young creature recognized as the warning it was. Taking up the wand, he felt his runes flood with power. He felt his body grow warm and his skin to burn with a golden light he associated with a closing rune array or settling enchantment. With a quiet whisper, he spoke, Lumos. The dark of the store was ravaged by a light so powerful it hurt even through closed lids and an upraised arm. The wand sang with Harry's power, and his core sang back in joy. A blunt black head slammed into his temple and a noodle hissed. SS's stop that, it hurts, and you are just showing off anyway. Harry grinned. Sure, he was again having control issues, but he had a wand that could handle all of his power and more. Bring on the academy. Diagon Alley had been crowded beneath overhanging eaves and long shadows. The press of buildings and people had been enough that Harry could ignore the strangeness of the overworld. The trip through the city with Hagrid had driven Harry into blind panic. The cavern had no roof. The clouds had made it possible to ignore the reality with the force of will. Required to ignore the rapidly degrading ward and the power to exterminate everyone within 500 meters long enough to complete the rune replacement and prevent said explosion. The clouds party. As Hagrid rambled on again about how Elder Wizard himself had requested Fluffy to help guard the you-know-what from you-know-who. Which was supposedly a secret, although with his continued mention of 3 heads and shouldn't have said that. Harry was sure Fluffy was either a Cerebus, 3-headed dog that is indeed Fluffy, or a Runnispore, 3-headed snake that is definitely not Fluffy, had Harry convinced that staying within 100 yards of Hagrid would get any Gringotts warrior danger pay, from a race that considered dying on the job to be part of the standard contract. The clouds parted, and Harry began to shake. There was no roof. The sky loomed above him worse than any abyss of the deeps because no matter how far you fell down, you would be crushed eventually on uncaring stone. The bones of the earth were always beneath you, and its hot burning blood would reduce you to the components from which you were formed faster than the gentle embrace of the Earth Mother, but just as irrevocably. The sky had no end. Harry began to stumble, heart hammering, sweat breaking out on his face. He was having trouble breathing. The sky, the endless, pitiless blue emptiness that Harry knew gave out only to airless black space where no arcane arts dwelled, no air, no wards of magnetism to keep you from the dragon's breath that was solar wind. A cold beyond cold, fire beyond flame, and emptiness beyond death opened abyss him without a single stone to protect him. Hagrid, oblivious rather than uncaring, placed a big shovel paw behind his back and shoved him into the train station of Platform 9. Pressed into the harsh and ignorant crowd of rude shoving people, with the clash and clamor of sounds and the looming roofs of a busy train station, Harry could feel himself begin to relax. No creature child had been outside a cavern since the 1700 and the Lost Third Creature Rebellion. They told stories in the caverns of creature villages, mixed villages of goblins and wizards before. The statue of secrecy enshrined the rise of the most ancient and noble houses, and the concentration of wealth and power that entailed. It hadn't been real. They had the Star Cavern, which young creature lovers would stroll beneath to talk of things beyond blood and gold, contract and feud, but on some level you knew the arcane arts was projected on stone. Goblins lived and died under tons of stone. Deep within the earth our mother and her arcane arts. Father Sky was a half-remembered and forgotten relative, sung of on most ancient saga, but you never expected to meet him on the way to a ruddy train station. No one told him how vast was the sky, and how small a creature. Hagrid didn't notice. Half-giant and all oblivious, he probably didn't care. Hagrid wandered off to see a fella about a bird, leaving Harry on the platform with no real idea how to get to Platform 9 3/4. I mean sure, go 3/4 of the way past Platform 9 towards 10 and you should be near, but it had arcane arts user wards. Not comfortable creature ones. How was he supposed to tell? Noodle. I need your eyes, Harry hissed in Parselmouth, causing his rock viper to slither out his left sleeve and taste the air. Half blind, all stupid creature boy, you were lucky you were warm and useful for moving upstairs without making me scrape things. You were lucky I hate you less than slithering home in the rain. Noodle hissed, being the well-behaved and adoring familiar that he was. Noodle tasted the air with his tongue and tugged him farther left. It was more accurately described as platform 9 2/3. Either that represented a degree of security consciousness that Hagrid being sent for secret things tended to deny, or a level of mathematic sloppiness that explained Gringotts' monopoly on arcane arts user banking. This being his way to school, Harry was beginning to fear for his educational future. Passing through the gate onto the platform, he saw Emily Grantham observing a stoop-shouldered boy being lectured by a rather formidable ancient arcane arts user wearing a stuffed buzzard as a hat. The buzzard was eyeing Hermione with deep suspicion, and in turn Hermione was eyeing something in the boy's hands with equal suspicion. Witches and wizards, and child version of the same were greeting each other with the styled disinterested formality of the pure blood elite, and the happy Ove. Our expressive chaos of muggle-born and raised children. Hermione of course was entirely too much Hermione to be bothered with either, or really notice why she should. Harry, that boy isn't wearing gloves, Hermione said, going so far as to point her wand at him, causing two oars to draw and point at her in the sort of reflex that sprayed bits of girl all over a train station. Noodle struck like lightning and disarmed Hermione, holding her wand under its fangs and hissing at her as she frowned at Noodle and every adult head turned to her. The jagged lighting surrounding the lecturing ancient arcane arts user with the boy argued she was not planning on stunning Hermione for her faux pas. Morgana's tasty tits Hermione, a wand as a weapon. You point it at people in a crowd and you will be lucky if they find enough to bury you. If Noodle hadn't taken your wand away, that arcane arts user with the ugly hat would have left nothing but bushy hair and a smoking pile of cremated Granger. Ha! RRY said as two oars a steaming mad arcane arts user and confused boy with a toad converged on them. Explain yourself this instant, said the old arcane arts user, wand still sparkling but held in a duelist offline position 30 degrees off target and low, ready to snap and release in one motion. The oars, on some signal known only to them, had now positioned to face the confronting groups just offline of each other so they could observe, evade, and if need be, fire on either at need. I am Emily Grantham, Muggle-born arcane arts user, and I was pointing out to my creature friend that I was observing a young boy working with a dangerous animal without gloves. He could be poisoned, in fact he most probably is poisoned, but I haven't covered any medical textbooks so I can't really tell how serious it is. Hermione charged ahead with total obliviousness to the hand of the Auror that clamped down on her shoulder, intent on arresting her. Now see here, you are as clearly mistaken that this animal is dangerous as that boy is a creature. While I admit he lacks the noble bearing of the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom that my Neville has, he isn't creature ugly. Now you will explain why you have drawn your wand on the heir of an ancient and noble house, or I will see your wand broken and your expulsion before you even reach the academy. Augusta Longbottom, arcane arts user of witches, boomed angrily. Harry learned diplomacy from his father at the same time he learned assassination from his mother, and was reasonably certain Hermione knew neither. For that reason, he decided to be the token creature of sense in this escalating drama. Taking Lady Longbottom's wand holding right hand in his own, he bent down and brushed his lips over her scarred knuckles with the arcane arts user courtesies his mother had beaten into him. If her son was both arcane arts user and creature, he would not bring shame to her hearth in either world. Heir Potter, son of Griphook of Gringotts, greets Dowager Longbottom. As a young warrior apprentice of the clan Hematite, it has been my pleasure to clean the heads of the 100. I have many times cleaned the head of Gorm Longbottom, who came to raid England and the creature village of Clume in 893. Harry said, looking up into the burning eyes of Augusta Longbottom, easily as fierce as his own mother. Neville's eyes grew wide. The Auror said a really dirty thing Harry promised himself to look up later, because it sounded too foul not to use at some point, and Hermione looked shocked. You boast of being an enemy of my house, and a creature. Even though you also claim to be young Harry, heir presumptive of House Potter. Augusta claimed, not reclaiming her hand. The heads of the 100 are the center of the clan temple, where the ashes of our fallen lie in state before being returned to the earth. Only 100 heads, the 100 greatest enemies the clan has ever fought, rest in this temple. In over 1,000 years, there have never been even 100 warriors the equal of Gorm Longbottom, and 1,000 years worth of creature warriors have heard the glory song of his final battle. My father would be pleased to hear that the blood of the Longbottoms runs swift and hot as in ancient days. Harry said, for goblins didn't just nurse grudges, they petted them, fed and watered them, and sung them to sleep every night. Enemies like that didn't come around every century, they must be cherished. That was reasonably well spoken, for a creature. What is this nonsense about gloves and wand waving? Augusta said, relaxing out of execution and expulsion mode, and into mother's best mode of talk fast enough and it might be chores not lashes. Harry resolved to talk fast. My muggle-born friend here, while ignorant of the perceived threat of a pointed wand, is both wise and concerned for the well-being of her fellow students, and noticed that the boy beside you was carrying a dangerous toxic creature in his bare hands without any form of protection. She was justly concerned for his health and well-being, and out of justifiable concern for his health, acted injudiciously and forgot her wand was in her hand when she pointed out the suppression toad. Harry said, what? Came from Neville, Augusta, and one of the two Aurors. Merlin's left saggy nut, I think it is. Came from the second Auror, releasing Hermione's shoulder in shock. Hermione, as if triggered into lecture mode, immediately initiated an info dump. Suppressor toads are raised underground by goblins in England and dwarves in Scandinavia for the magical neurotoxin produced by their skin. It is a key component in any number of potions used to neutralize magical elements or to stop the advance of curses in wounds, but the neurotoxin reduces magical conductivity in the arcane arts user or arcane arts user handling them, in some cases reducing them to virtual squibs. He really shouldn't be handling one without dragonhide gloves. And even then only trained magical zoologists, master potioners, or certified master healers should be handling them at all. Not children. Hermione concluded her lecture with a smug smile that made Harry grin. She was at least as oblivious as Hagrid to personal consequences, but in her it was actually funny. The swearing Auror was busy producing a magical bubble from his wand, surrounding the toxic toad Trevor, while Augusta scourgified Neville's hands with teary-eyed intensity. Neville was heartbroken as his toad was taken away. He looked at the toad being removed by the two Aurors and began to cry. I wanted a pet, but Gran wouldn't allow it. Said with my accidents I would just get it killed, but Uncle Algie got me Trevor and he was the first pet I ever had. Algie told me if I care for it every day, handled it all the time and proved I could bond with it, then he would get me an owl. Now I lost Trevor too. Lady Longbottom was engaged in an intense argument with one of the Aurors under a privacy charm and seemed to be missing Neville's distress. Harry was at a loss what to do, knowing that if someone tried to take Noodle just because he was slowly poisoning him into squibhood he still wouldn't want to let go. Noodle was Noodle. Hagrid finally arrived with a large cage in hand. A huge snowy owl of fierce and intelligent demeanor scowled back from the cage. Here you go, Harry. Got you a bit of a gift. This here is a post owl. Dead useful critters, your postal owl. This here is from Elder Wizard himself. A bit of a welcome to the wizarding world. Hagrid boomed, and Harry was instantly torn. Elder Wizard was not an ally. He had delivered him, curse and all, to Muggle relatives who, if the Gringotts investigatory services were to be trusted, hated magical beings the sort of depth that used to end in arcane arts user burnings. He could not accept a gift from an enemy and enter into debt. Magically debts were strings a powerful arcane arts user or arcane arts user could use to manipulate or bind you. Elder Wizard was in the top 2 for powerful and the unquestioned top in manipulative in the wizarding world. He could not accept it. He could not reject it. Harry remembered the sayings of Sharptooth the Wise. He who has one problem, must solve it. He who has 2 problems, if he is wise, will trick them into solving each other, then clean up whatever is left. Taking the cage in one hand, he strode to Neville Longbottom and using his public proclamation voice began to speak. He noticed Madame Longbottom banishing her silencing charm to hear, and oot his full force into projection so that everyone on the platform could Here, Heir Longbottom, though our actions were undertaken with the hope of protecting your health and power, Emily Grantham, and I, young Harry, Heir Potter, have cost you the companionship and use of a devoted companion and magical ally. This cannot be allowed to stand. Please allow me to offer this magical post owl, selected by Albus Elder Wizard himself, as a gift to balance the offense and wrong offered by myself and Miss Granger to Heir Longbottom and the House of Longbottom. Neville gripped the cage not by the top handle, but by the bars. This left a small boy and large owl staring unblinking into each other's eyes at a range of about 2 inches. The stare went on some time, before the owl decided that they might indeed get on, and butted nose to beak with the boy, before finally blinking. Harry noted that while young Longbottom looked soft, that cage was ruddy heavy, and the boy seemed to not notice its weight at all. Definitely more there than his old Gran noticed. "Can I keep him, Gran?" Neville asked, his eyes no longer crying, but the signs of his tears still visible on his face. The elder Longbottom gripped Neville's shoulder and replied to Harry stiffly, "House Longbottom accepts your gift, and deems itself well satisfied with this Weregild. House Longbottom is pleased to see that House Potter continues to breed heirs of honor and strength, as caused our houses to lie in ancient times," Augusta offered, nodding regally to the gathered children before stalking off with one oar in tow. Hermione, while socially challenged, was not actually stupid, read the tension on the platform and took the temporary distraction as the opportunity it was and grabbed both boys firmly. "This is getting political, and I am only 300 pages into the politics of Wizarding Britain, and that is about 1,500 pages from well-grounded and at least 2,500 from totally caught up. We should get on the train before something socially awkward happens." Harry and Neville shared a grin as the young arcane arts user pried her wand from a venomous magical reptile, and proceeded to headbutt the dangerous snake in what Neville greatly feared was true unconcern. Hermione was not a normal arcane arts user. Somehow, her presence made Harry being a creature almost reasonable if only in comparison. As Neville, Harry, and the newly named Hedwig the owl made their acquaintance, Hermione teased a small cage from her trunk, containing a live white mouse. "Harry, I researched rock vipers. And did you know the black coloring indicated a dietary imbalance? A properly fed rock viper's scales will have a slight purple sheen. I brewed a mineral supplement potion and have been feeding it to this mouse for a week. Please see that he eats it," Hermione said, releasing said mouse into the compartment. Seeing owl and rock viper, the mouse immediately bolted and ran for its life. Noodle slithered from Harry's sleeve and began to chase the running mouse around the compartment and eventually under the seats. When Harry drew his wand to stun the snake, Hermione slapped it down, stating firmly, "You baby Noodle too much. He doesn't just need mineral supplements, he needs practice in hunting live prey. Rats give him a lot of meal for not a lot of work. Mice require even more work, no risk at all, and are more tasty than really filling. Think of it like a workout and vitamin pill wrapped in dessert," Hermione stated as she lifted her arms and the mouse darted across her lap, and no. Odell lunged just past her flat chest to bite it. As he wrapped it in a ball of happy snake, all 3 children observed. Harry with humor, Hermione with satisfaction, and Neville with a blend of shock and awe. As the snake began to slowly devour the potion-fortified nutritional mouse supplement, the children began to talk. To Hermione and Harry, Neville's background was somewhat more exciting than the boy who lived. Harry considered himself a somewhat average creature, somewhat challenged in the sword department, but having a wand was theoretically the stronger weapon, but otherwise an above-average but not outstanding creature. Neville's stories left Hermione and Harry more than a little worried. Uncle Algy was worried I had no arcane arts, so he kept trying to make me manifest. Once he tossed me off the pier to see if it would manifest to save me. Eventually he dropped me out a 5-story window just as Gran was coming back from tea with Griselda Marchbanks, and instead of going SP lat I bounced all the way to her and Griselda, proving I wasn't a squib," Neville said, feeding Hedwig an owl treat with quiet joy. Hermione looked concerned. "That is child abuse. You could have been killed," she said. Without a display of accidental arcane arts, the whole Longbottom house was getting worried the heir had no arcane arts at all. "Uncle Algy just wanted to help," Neville said. Was the one who gave you a suppressor toad and told you to handle it every day. Unless you have more arcane arts than a cauldron full of dragon's blood, you should have been a squib by now. Hermione raged. Where is Uncle Algy in the line of succession? I mean, if you should prove to be a squib, or say fall of a dock and drown, or fall out a 5-story window head down and break your neck, who becomes the new Lord Longbottom? Harry asked. Neville froze. Hedwig hooted loudly as the owl treat had paused halfway to the bars, and Neville's hand was shaking so bad, the bird slowly and gently IED the treat from his hands rather than snapping it. Neville turned to face Harry and Hermione and whispered simply, Uncle Algy is heir after me. Neville's face was long, pale, and endlessly weary. Hermione, neither being pureblood, nor possessing anything resembling creature dignity, tackled Neville for a combat hug. Not being gifted with a wide emotional range she could express with words, she had come of huggy people, and knew when hugs were indeed the language needed. Deciding to break the ice, Neville started the traditional The Academy train question. So, what house do you think you will sort into? My father was Gryffindor like both your parents were Harry. Neville asked softly. Both Hermione and Harry answered in stereo, Hufflepuff. Neville looked confused. Gryffindor is the house of the brave. The house of warriors. Goblins are all warriors. I thought you would be one too. Gran says I have to be as well. Hermione snorted. Hufflepuffs are about hard work and loyalty. Not charging off to get killed so someone else can be lord over a little bit more land or another seat in the wizard gamut. Harry tried to put it into terms for Neville. Do you know why after a thous and years Gorm Longbottom's skull is still in the House of 100? Goblins fight all the time, but in 1,000 years, no one else has impressed them enough to take his place. Neville, embarrass. He didn't know a story about his own house. An ancestor shook his head. Gorm Longbottom lead his longships, that is where Longbottom comes from, longships with many warriors, to raid England and dared to raid a creature village for its gold and magical artifacts. He struck before the nearby clans could rally and was back to his ships before the warriors of the other villages caught them. When they were loading the ships, Longbottom took a handful of his men to hold the shore while the other 100+ got the ship out to sea. He and his chosen men held off a whole village full of goblins so the men he lead could get away. They fought in a line, defending each other until none of them were left, and by the time they fell, the ship with all the creature loot and all the men he had were out to sea and beyond creature revenge. Those 5 men followed him out of loyalty to Gorm Longbottom. Gorm Longbottom chose to lead the forlorn hope out of loyalty to all the men he lead to that shore. The primary virtue of the warrior isn't courage, it is loyalty. As a creature, we take no thing unearned, and we defend what is ours to the last drop of blood and arcane arts. We value hard work, and loyalty beyond all other virtues. Bravery without loyalty is hubris. Knowledge without loyalty is useless. Cunning without loyalty is evil. Hufflepuff is my only possible house, Harry said. Neville looked troubled. He turned to Hermione. And you? I am a Muggle-born arcane arts user. Women in your society are second-class citizens. I am a Muggle-born, every single advantage to rise in status, power, and wealth by my own abilities is given freely to those simply lucky enough to be born pureblood. The only advantage I have on my own is hard work. The only advantage I can gain is friendship. I can't become rich, well-born, or pretty simply by trying hard. I can build loyal friendships allowing us to work together, to be strong where each other is weak, and succeed together where the wizarding world would rather see us all fail as individuals. Hufflepuff is my only possible house. Plus our head of house is Madam Sprout, the best herbologist in all of wizarding Europe. House Longby. Autumn fortunes are built on their greenhouses. You could do a whole lot worse than spending your education under her. Hermione said with the sort of matter-of-fact tone she took to pointing out this way was up, that way was down. And of course I am always right. Neville was still chewing on that when the compartment door slid open and 3 sneering first-years entered. The lead was a blonde boy with slicked back hair and aristocratic features. The other 2 looked like half-trolls, but were dressed as wizards. Is it true? Is it true that young Harry is in this compartment? The young blonde sneered haughtily. Harry had a feeling he practiced that sneer for hours every night in front of the mirror. He sighed, already tired. The bank was filled with these overbred, oversensitive, overindulged lordlings on a daily basis. It was one of the reasons that Gringotts provided dueling pits for goblins to take sword and axe to each other twice a day just to get through a single shift dealing with these customers. Harry stood, brushing his hair back from his creature silver-marked Sowio scar. "Yes, I am young Harry," he said simply. The young boy strutted forward, offering his hand. "Draco Malfoy, Heir Malfoy. These are my friends Crabbe and Goyle. I see you have been slumming with squibs and mudbloods until now. Not to worry, take my hand, and I will see you introduced to the right sort of people. I can help you make the sort of connections you will need in the years ahead. Wizarding Britain is ready to change. It is better to be part of the change, not crushed under it." Draco sneered. Abraxas Malfoy was cited as a strong Grindelwald supporter and apologist, having to buy his way out of treason charges with what was then a record fine to the ministry, which due to wartime expenditures, was more desperate for cash than Anther jailed lordling. He didn't learn, and was arrested and fined again for support for the terrorist Knights of Walpurgis, who went on to become Death Eaters. His son, your father Lucius Malfoy, broke Abraxas' record with an even larger fine to get out of Azkaban with a totally unproved claim of being under the Imperious Curse when he was arrested in a Death Eater attack. Bearing the Dark Mark, Hermione smiled. Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Chapters 21 to 23, citations given to the trial testimony and the demand of prosecutors that your father received the Dementor's kiss rather than simply a fine. Hermione concluded. Draco actually spit in rage, he was so furious. "You dirty mudblood whore, Crabbe, Goyle, kick those overgrown teeth in, then throw her dirty blood body off the train," he screamed. Neville and Harry almost hit each other as they rose from opposite sides, wands in hand, and blood in their eyes. Crabbe and Goyle were larger than either boy, but neither Longbottom or Potter seemed interested in doing the math. Hermione and Draco reached for their own wands, but from beneath Hermione's hair came the fight's short and brutal ending. Noodle struck. Lunging from beneath Hermione's hair, he wrapped himself around Malfoy's neck and let his venom-dripping fangs dimple but not pierce the young Malfoy's cheek, causing Malfoy to scream like a child and fall trembling to the ground. "You will not harm Mouse Giver. You will not shout at Mouse Giver. You will not point a wand at Mouse Giver, nor allow any of your slaves to do so, or I will bite you. And the venom of my mother's line has never been resisted by any creature, arcane arts user, elf, or troll. You will die screaming, and I will watch. Tell him, speaker." Noodle hissed. Harry translated and everyone in the compartment went still. A prefect in Slytherin colors appeared in the doorway, but chose wisely not to act. The Malfoy heir saw the prefect and begged, "Pusey, the mudblood set her snake on me. Make it stop." Adrian Pusey observed with the casual unconcern that Slytherin prided itself on, but the sharp eye of the returning captain of the champion Quidditch team. "I rather think the gentleman speaking Parslotong is the snake's master. I have a feeling if I so much as raise a wand or attempt wandless arcane arts, House Malfoy will need a new heir, is that correct?" Prefect Adrian Pusey asked genially. Noodle listened to Harry's hissed translation and rose up to observe the prefect more closely. "This one isn't stupid. Ask it if it can muzzle and cage the one who threatened Mouse Giver. Or should I just kill it before it breeds further embarrassments to its line?" Noodle hissed, while Harry translated. Keeping his eyes on the snake, Pusey bowed slowly and responded firmly. "Right then. Assure your snake I will take all three of these idiots to the Slytherin prefect compartment and make sure they do not move, speak, or breathe until I can turn them over to the staff at the academy." Pusey smirked, utterly unconcerned at Malfoy's tear-filled eyes. Pusey bowed to Harry, speaker. Again to Hermione, Mouse Giver. Lastly to Neville, Heir Longbottom. Receive the greetings of Heir Secundus Pusey. Love to chat, but have to take out the garbage. Come along Malfoy and Mouth Breathers. Pusey said jauntily, dragging Malfoy and kicking Crabbe and Goyle out the door. Hermione looked confused. Was he being polite? "Harry, we are going to be in a lot of trouble for this, I just know it." Neville chose to answer both with a shrug. Of course he was being polite. We were threatening to murder someone and doing social networking at the same time. It is practically a Slytherin orgy. We are definitely in trouble, but Hermione got her own name in Parslotong. Hermione straightened up and smiled. "Mouse Giver. Noodle is such a thoughtful and intelligent snake. Harry, why couldn't you be more like Noodle? Hermione said as she stroked the serpent's own and he snuggled onto her lap for warmth and adoration while he digested his nutrient-enhanced mouse. This is why snakes only get sorted into Slytherin. No loyalty at all. Leave me for the first pretty face with a drugged mouse. I swear, I am getting a badger. Harry griped as the train steamed towards the academy in an eventful year. Sorting and fallout. First years with me, first years come along. Smartly now. Hagrid boomed happily. If something that sounded like a fond foghorn could be called happy rather than simply intimidating. He gathered the bewildered first years by sheer force of personality and decibel and herded them like robed and bewildered ducklings towards the dock, while the laughing senior years got into carriages pulled by the most alarming lizard, skeleton, Pegasus creatures. Hagrid, what are those things? Harry pointed with alarm at the nightmares pulling the carriages. What things? Asked Hermione. You mean the self-driving carriages? The academy had them long before Muggles did. Neville said smugly. Hagrid stopped and looked alarmed at Harry and responded in a much more serious tone. You can see them then, lad. I know about that night of course, but with you being so young and all. I mean we all assumed ye would not remember. Hagrid looked troubled. They aren't self-driving carriages, Mr. Longbottom. They are pulled by thestrals. Much misunderstood creatures, your thestral. Very protective of their young. Gentle with each other, but they get a bad reputation among light wizards on account of only those who have seen and accepted death of their own kind can see them. Hagrid concluded. Placing a hand very firmly behind Harry, he pushed him towards the boats. All right, first years. In you get. 4 to a boat, no shoving. The only I'd truly see the academy the first time is from the Black Lake under moonlight. Hagrid boomed, pushing the first years towards the boats. Hagrid, nothing is pushing the boats. There are no runes, no motors, no tow ropes. And I don't think goblins can even swim. None of us can steer the boats, and none of us even knows the way. Hermione said with the firm voice her mother used in explaining a proposed course of action was the way to inevitable doom and must be abandoned immediately. Are you sure it's safe? She said, throwing the well-meaning giant adult away of backing away from AP. Or life choice endangering children before she was forced to question authority openly, something both her mother and father taught her to avoid wherever possible. Hagrid laughed with the sort of oming belonging to artillery or falling buildings, and slapped his sides before waving madly at the deep water. A long orange-dotted tentacle wider at its widest than her outstretched arm and tall as a pine tree rose from the water and waved back. We aren't trusting students to drive, or even to stay in the boat. I mean, the academy has been dealing with first years since before Muggles learned to make gunpowder. And we haven't drowned one yet. This here be the giant squid. Helga Hufflepuff herself raised it when they were building the academy and they have been guiding first years across the lake ever since. Hagrid boomed happily at the waving tentacle. Some students, younger siblings or those who actually listened to their parents' stories snickered. Others who were not as clued in, the normal Muggleborns. And those who had tentacle-related issues screamed, and Hermione Granger, her safety concerns addressed in what she thought was a full and complete manner, began stomping forward firmly. Right then, 3 to a boat. Best even the weight so left and right in pairs, and best keep the sizes about even to keep it from tipping. Hermione stated firmly, remembering her lessons in aiding from the Royal Life-Saving Society summer camp. With Harry being broader and heavier than Hermione and following her to the Neville scooted behind Hermione and felt the boat lurch slightly. A rather big-boned girl with a permanent scowl came to the side of the boat and blushing in deep embarrassment asked if she could join them. Would it be possible to join you? I am Millicent Bulstrode. I was traveling with Miss Greengrass. But she has, so kindly, informed me that my cow-like half-blooded body would likely tip the boat of delicate pure-blooded girls. Millicent said with the sort of contained anger that showed what being raised half-blood in a pure-blooded house could offer. Please do, said Neville where he gripped the transom firmly, trying to stabilize the boat. Me gran saw, YS Longbottom boys were made to swing axes not wands. If we don't get a fourth with some actual substance, I think we are all going to meet the tentacles a few times on our way over. As Millicent stepped carefully into the boat, Hermione proved her mastery of the theory of female social interaction while simultaneously ruining the practice of it. Ignore them, Miss Bulstrode. My mother says that young girls target bigger girls in elementary school out of fear they will develop boobs and the skinny girls won't. It's all body-shaming nonsense anyway. We are learning to become the kind of witches boys will be terrified to even glance at. Not vapid overbred maidens who will swoon in the face of danger while some limp-wristed arcane arts user will struggle to raise a wand in our defense. Hermione said firmly. Millicent choked. Harry laughed and Neville finally burst forth. Blimey Hermione, you can't just say things like that. Gran would have my hide off in strips for even mentioning boobs and wands in the same sentence. It's not decent, Neville said in embarrassed horror. Not wrong either, Millicent muttered so quietly no one beyond the boat heard her. Harry forgot boobs and wands, blood culture and arcane arts user etiquette altogether as they slipped from the shore and trees, and for the first time in his life, he saw the stars. The sky was a cavern made of the whole universe. The moon blazed like creature silver in the sky, its great craters and mountains, stone seas and scars comforting the way the native rock of the caverns. Below Gringotts could only be to a creature. But beyond its light blazed thousands of tiny candles. Stars and planets, perhaps even comets. No living creature child had seen these in centuries since the Wars of Shame. While the creature rebellions had secured a place for goblins in Wizarding Britain, it was a place below ground, denied the sun and the stars. Denied the endless cavern of the infinite. Harry wept. Hermione looked over in terror. Harry was crying and she was panicking. She was a very sensible girl, one who prized rationality as her tool for understanding the universe, and she did not understand what had Harry looking up at the sky and shaking. Harry, she asked softly, what's wrong? The sky, Hermione. The stars. He turned to her and broke at last. My mother and sister will never see them, my brother will only see them if some high-born lord lowers himself to call him to attend him above ground some evening. They took the stars from us, Hermione. They stole the sky, and I am the only one who gets to see it. Harry was weeping at the loss of his race, his nation, and his family. A creature to the soul, the irony that he was himself a lord who could make that call was the farthest thing from his mind. He was a creature child beneath the stars his people would be forever denied, and he cried. Hermione had no answer, save to hug him tightly as her parents did when she cried and could not make them understand why. When you had no answers, you hugged. It was what her family did. Neville and Millicent looked on in the horror that those rays among the pure-blooded elite, especially if a half-blood that had to ape the standards she would always be judged by, could feel to openly expressed weakness, emotion, and affection. The long-tormented presumed squib boy and the half-tolerated half-blood saw raw wound in Harry and mutely vowed to pretend they hadn't. Their own wounds and lack of support bound them in an unspoken but no less potent vow of silence. They had recovered from the unexpected emotional display when the calls from the other boats drew their attention from the vault of the heavens down to a more earth-bound display of lights. The academy loomed by the shore of the Black Lake. But Hermione felt her sensibilities break at its sight. Mad King Ludwig of Bavaria made a castle that became the model for Disney's famous fairy tale castle that all Muggle boys and girls judged fantasy castles by. But it was a pale, timid thing beside the academy. It rose like a mountain of stone and lights. Gothic and brutal, it loomed like a mountain of man-made stone, towers thrust proudly to the sky. As if defying the howling winds of the Scottish Highlands to do their worst, for it cared not. The walls were studded with battlements and looming gargoyles that implied firmly that should they choose to wake up and fly, they could indeed do so, and it would be best for you not to be in their path when they so chose. Windows burned with flickering torchlight, more windows than strictly speaking there ought to be. As if however large the castle seemed to be from the outside, either the floors were only 4 feet high, or there was, in fact, rather more of the castle inside than it chose to show you outside. To Harry and Hermione, the greatest part was the burning aurora thrown up by the walls to the sky, painting the night in a wash of color and a song, for the energy rippling from He wards sang to anyone with magical senses at all. Oh my God, Hermione, those are the wards. The wards are so powerful they light up the sky, so powerful they make the very air sing. I never dreamed there could be any wards in all the world half as strong as Gringotts, but this is Harry trailed off. Magical, Hermione gushed. Wards so powerful, we can't make muggles notice the castle if we wanted to. Can't even get non-magical animals inside. The wards notice me not as so strong, the elves have to butcher the meat animals beyond the wards because you can't even get a non-magical animal in the place unless it's still in the egg. It's why the budget for the academy allows for a gamekeeper who lives outside the walls, otherwise we would all be trying to stay alive in a Scottish winter and nothing but oatmeal and stewed vegetables. Millicent shuddered at the thought of going vegetarian in the driving sleet of Scotland. They passed beneath the ivy arches to the docks, where Hagrid counted slowly on his fingers, comparing his answer to his parchment, to make sure he had again the same number of first-year ducklings he left with, then led them to the heavy wooden doors. Boom, boom, boom. His heavy fist struck the door like a medieval battering ram. A stern-looking arcane arts user in long dark green velvet dress with a matching broad arcane arts user's hat with a scarlet band clasped with a golden lion buckle eyed him with the hauteur of a queen. The first years, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid gushed happily. Thank you, Hagrid. The regal woman, Professor McGonagall presumably, said, ushering the children inside. They were led down a long hallway towards the growing sounds of children reunited after an excited summer and all trying to talk at once. Now if you will all form a line by last name, you will be called one by one for your sorting. You will be each sorted into one of the houses of the academy, which will be like a second family for all of your years at the academy. Each of the houses represent one of the founding four, the greatest witches and wizards in the history of wizarding Britain, and each of these houses can guide you using the tools and gifts that come easiest to you. To become the arcane arts user or arcane arts user you were meant to be. You will live as a house, take classes as a house, and you will receive, and in time provide, mentor ship to and from other members of your house. While the houses exist to teach you individual excellence, they rise and fall together, as the individual successes and failures of each member contribute to the house points and eventual house cup that only the best house at the academy receives each year. For first years, the cup is mostly about honor and glory, but from third year onward it will be our intangible privilege and access to limited resources and knowledge that provide a significant advantage to those with the wit and will to use them. McGonagall continued, managing to weave a little of the classic motivation of all of the houses into her spiel. The four houses are Gryffindor, the House of Lions, where the brave and bold carve a path to greatness through daring and will. Ravenclaw, the House of Eagles, where knowledge is hoarded like gold, and wielded like weapons upon the path to glory. Slytherin, the House of Serpents, where cunning and ambition guide the path unseen for those who dare to follow to its greatness. Hufflepuff, the House of Badgers, where those who find no glory won without comrades worth having, and who value no thing unearned will follow the hardest road of all to a victory whose price they learned full well. Professor McGonagall described the houses with a bit more poetry than the books did, but in his creature soul, Harry felt the challenge of the House of Badgers rise within him, thundering in his blood like a call to battle. Noodle slipped from his sleeve and hissed at him. "Dollar, you are being stupid and gobliny again, aren't you?" Dollar, Noodle hissed. Harry grinned. "Dollar number thing unearned. I am for House Hufflepuff." Dollar, Harry hissed in parlotong, causing most of the nearby students to move away suddenly. Dollar, in House Slytherin I would have grown fat by the fire. Every terrified pure blood-laying stunned rats before my like offerings to an uncaring and abusive god. You would have been Prince of Slytherin just because I find you mildly tolerable as perch and a better conversationalist than my idiot siblings. Dollar, Noodle hissed. Dollar, you would have gotten fat and lazy, and some post-owl would have eaten you as a treat when you lost your hunter's edge. Your mother would die of shame that a serpent of her clutch was prey to a wizard's messenger bird by accident. Dollar, Harry replied with a smirk. Noodle hissed in laughter. Dollar, if Mousebringer learns to speak, I am leaving you. Dollar, Noodle concluded without any shame, then head-butted his dim creature ward and returned to his nap. The great hall was vast, so vast that indeed Harry was aware of the fact that rooms inside the academy did not match the external dimensions, even as they appeared to retain absolute internal relative relations. He suspected the arithromancy required for such a feat would be forever beyond him. So distracted was he by the Magical mathematic implications that he almost missed when a large floopy and utterly disreputable had sitting on a stool in the middle of the grey. Hall suddenly turned and scowled at the first years. Harry froze. When magical object without a visible brain begin thinking and acting on their own without any external direction, smart goblin street. And behind someone as much stronger and more disposable as they can find. Harry yanked Hermione and Neville directly behind Professor McGonagall as the hat began to sing. The song was utterly horrid, and the voice had harmonics that Harry was terrified to notice were in his mind not his ears, but it was filled with the sort of humor his father Griphook and Arms Masters had when playing with the children. The casual humor of the truly powerful when amusing themselves with beings so far removed from being able to defend themselves that the hat or creature in question had to err on the side of softness so as to not accidentally obliterate the delicate younglings they played with. Hannah Abbott, McGonagall said firmly, and a blonde girl with pigtails wandered to the stool and sat the hat upon her head. Her eyes and ears disappeared under a hat far too large, but the hat's mouth and the girl's both turned up in mischievous grins as they chatted about something before it shouted loudly, "Hufflepuff." The next girl was rather more businesslike, but Susan Bones followed Hannah Abbott to the Hufflepuff table before Millicent Bulstrode took her place beneath the hat. The hat nodded comically on her head as her arms waved about as one does when they cannot speak without their hands, and whatever she was saying the hat seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Whatever silencing charm it used vanished. As it opened its slit mouth wide and shouted. Never really a question was there. "Slytherin," the hat shouted, and the large square girl strode to the Slytherin table like a gladiatrix too. Her next battle. Harry couldn't really bring himself to care about the other sortings, although he caught the frown on Millicent's face when Draco stalked past her to claim primacy among the first years at the far end of their table. Hermione also noted Millicent's snubbing and frowned thoughtfully. Neville noticed and tugged her arm. "Listen, Hermione, I know you want to help, but pure blood manners are a thing in our culture. And while some like Gryffindor make a show of ignoring them in public, even their pure bloods only really excuse ignoring it among those they consider friends. You can't break their society rules without painting a target on her." Neville begged her. Hermione, of course, took what she wanted from that, and proceeded to be Hermione anyway. "Right, rules," she said firmly as her name was called. "Hermione Granger," McGonagall said primly, and Hermione marched towards the hat like a sergeant major about to inspect a load of new recruits in need of a proper terrorizing. "Morgana's tits, she's going to do something," swore Neville. Harry just grinned. Hermione wasn't oblivious to social norms, she just didn't feel they in any way described the limit of her logical actions. She was his friend, and if she was going to make a play, he would back it. "Hufflepuff," shouted the sorting hat with obvious relish, and a loud chuckle. Hermione did not, in fact, move to the Hufflepuff table already beginning to cheer. But to the Slytherin table. Draco, preparing for a scene, had his sneer in place and a racial slur already queued up to release when she stopped before one of the badged Slytherin prefects. "Air secundus Pusey, I thank you for your earlier courtesy and beg leave to correct my earlier oversight and complete our introduction," Hermione said loud enough to cut through the rising chatter. "Hermione Granger of New House Granger, honored to make your acquaintance," Hermione said and dipped into the full curtsy of a lesser house acknowledging a greater for the first time. Pusey rose languidly. "Well met, Mouse Bringer. House Pusey welcomes your acquaintance and wishes the House of Granger to grow in the shadow of your grace and power." The prefect's smile made his friendliness clear, even as his formal bow made his recognition of her a matter of record. To scorn who he had thus accepted would be an implied discourtesy to his own house and position as prefect. Hermione turned and curtsied again, this time not as deeply. "An honor to see you again, Miss Bulstrode," Hermione said, meeting the eyes of her former boat mate. Millicent rose, as if being the only first year, neither heiress nor of a particularly high house, singled out for acknowledgement was the most natural thing in the whole world, and no less than she deserved. "The honor is mutual, Miss Granger. The House of Badgers knows not its fortune this night," Millicent offered wryly. "Nor the House of Serpents, I think," said Hermione, aware that she had begun a challenge to the assumed primacy within the Slytherin first years. Hermione's passage past the instructors' tables had both Professor Snape and Sprout following her passage as if observing some Strange new forest animal that had wandered into the hall unknowing. Snape had more horror, and Sprout more wonder, but there was a mix of each in both. When he heard his name called, Neville had actually not noticed that his earlier indices. Ion between the Gryffindor he had been programmed from birth to follow his maimed and martyred father into or the Hufflepuff his heart had been spending a train and boat ride beginning to yearn for, was over. No, Neville somehow internally declared for Hufflepuff as he marched towards the Sorting Hat like a warrior to the battle line. The questions in his brain were, do I try to limit the damage she has done by challenging the House of Malfoy and the pure bloods of Slytherin in general, for her own good, or do I pull something Gryffindor and double down? This is why Neville never thought he would make a good Gryffindor. The move seemed stupid. He placed the hat on his head almost without noticing. No, Hermione had done what she had done to show Millicent she was not alone. If Neville tried to protect Hermione from the backlash by softening the insult, he would be showing he didn't trust her judgment, and that friendship to both Millicent and Hermione was worth less than placating the powers that ran the school. And honestly their society. The smart move would be to soften the blow. Gran always said I was an idiot. Hermione was a friend. If she stood with Millicent, then Neville should. And have to think twice before doing the same. Gran would explode, but Neville would stand with his friends. Well, that doesn't really leave a whole lot for me to do, does it, boy? Better be Hufflepuff, the hat shouted, and Neville just about died of shock. He had forgotten he was being sorted. The hat began laughing and was almost in tears, if something that Dusty could muster tears, before he set it back on the stool. Marching firmly to the Slytherin table, he offered a regal nod to Prefect Pusey, who was deeply amused. Pusey, Neville said, the greeting of equals his aunt would have lost more than a few heartbeats to see her stuttering, nervous air offer with iron firmness. Longbottom, Pusey cheered, raising a glass in salute and grinning like he had front row seats at the goal hoops of the Quidditch World Cup. Turning slightly, he marched past both Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass, the only other two heirs from the Sacred 28, the only other names and lineages in the bouquet of gold, to stop in front of a half-blood girl whose family was only barely in the Book of Silver and bow to the millimeter the exact degree one offered in public to acknowledge a friend of your who. Say to those you wished to mark such a relationship. Miss Bulstrode, your company on the boat ride over was most agreeable. Convey my respects to your Lord Father and Lady Mother. Neville offered with a formality that had Draco seething. Because to offer such honors to a lesser house while ignoring two greater houses seated right beside them at a first formal and very much public introduction essay statement that would make the gossip columns the way such a gesture from a mudblood never could. Millicent rose again, blushing lightly, as her heart rate matched Neville's in the awareness that her entire career in the Academy and Slytherin would be a battle, but at least she would not be entirely alone. Mr. Longbottom, you are as well-mannered as you are bold. Please convey my deepest respect to Dowager Longbottom for raising such an air, Millicent said, loudly enough to cut through the rising whispers that made the Slytherin table resemble the snake pit it was so often called. Neville didn't notice the looks he got from the staff table, but the cheers he got from the Hufflepuff table made it clear that the House of Badgers had a very real appreciation for the size of the bludgers beneath your broom to make an open challenge to the whole House of Slytherin on your first day in first year. Harry simply grinned. It was almost creature. The kind of loyalty that didn't simply inspire moments of suicidal courage, but endless days of effort and nights of struggle to be worthy of the loyalty you were offered in turn. This is not Gryffindor courage or Slytherin cunning. It may indeed be such obvious foolishness as to ban you utterly from Ravenclaw's House of the Wise, but it was the heart and soul of Hufflepuff. No thing unearned. Loyalty was a debt, and debts didn't get paid by anything less than every bit of effort you had in you, and if that wasn't enough, then you simply became more until it was enough. Young Harry, Professor McGonagall said with a note of worry as she looked at the madly grinning boy beside her. That is not how you approached your sorting. Harry charged the hat like a king stag open a pretender to his herd. Taking the hat in hand, he slammed it on his head like he was crowning himself king, and ready to get on with defending the title. You could at least pretend there are other houses you know. Why am I even here? Fine, let's get this charade over with. I just hope you don't get blood all over the dessert trays before the feast is even Over. The hat said that, apparently without bothering to use the silencing charms it was required to use on its private sorting discussions. Based on the shocked and horrified looks on the staff table as the hat shouted. Hufflepuff. Placing the hat carefully down, and patting it on the head twice as if to console it. Harry turned with a smile towards the now expectant Slytherin table. Pusey was grinning widely as young Harry strode to the table. Ere secundus Pusey, I must offer my heartfelt apologies for my earlier discourtesies in not formally introducing myself when you came to settle that regrettable incident. I am young Harry, heir presumptive to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Harry said as he bowed deeply. More than their order of precedence required, but allowable in the particular case of apology. Pusey stood and bowed respectfully. Good to put a name to the speaker, Heir Potter. Think nothing of the irregularities of our earlier meetings. As prefects one expects a bit of disorder, and expediency rather than formality seemed best under the circumstances. Pusey offered casually. Noodle recognized the voice and slight red up Harry's collar and out the neck, rising almost 2 feet to taste the air and have a look. Look, it's the sensible one. Make more friends like these. I can't eat all the idiots in this place, I am not a basilisk. Noodle hissed. The Slytherin table froze, some in shock, Malfoy in fear, and half the professors had shot upright at their own table. The hall was busy exploding in reaction, but Noodle, Harry, and Pusey carried on as if this was standard light dinner conversation. Harry sighed and translated for Pusey, who took it as no more than deserved. He tossed a bit of raw chicken that he had had one of the house elves procure for him as the feast began, against the possibility of needing to bribe a rather large and extremely deadly magical snake. Good to see you again, Noodle. There are indeed too many idiots to eat them all, but if this crop of firsties fails to shape up, I just might find it in my heart to carve a bit off one now and then for certain discerning and deserving serpents. Pusey offered as the snake lashed out faster than any human reflexes to gobble down the tossed meat. Harry's hissed translation foe, our Noodle resulted in Pusey and Noodle sharing a very grave nod. As Harry turned toward the first year end of the table, Draco, Crabbe and Goyle fled to huddle at the back of the hall, while Daphne Gray Engrass went pale with the determination that she would die in place rather than shame House Greengrass by flight. Millicent simply sighed, knowing what was going to happen next. Miss Bulstrode, I'd thank you for joining us for the boat ride this evening. Without your company and thoughts, it would have been a much less delightful voyage. Harry said with a bow. Millicent stood and bowed again. Heir Potter, your company and words both honored me, then and now. Her attempt at formality ended when Noodle slid out and tasted her skin to take her scent. She giggled, which was not a sound that the rather physically intimidating girl seemed suited for, but when she began to stroke the snake and coo at it, as it closed its eyes and swayed softly at her caress, it brought a gentleness to her fitu res that made her seem shockingly pretty. The senior years were looking at her stroking Heir Potter's magical snake familiar with the sort of frown that said they were busy redoing the math that settled Ed's social precedents again in their head and beginning to think their earlier sums may have been wrong. Harry slid between Hermione and Neville at the Hufflepuff table and began a much less formal nd of instructions as his housemates visibly puffed up with pride. The snide sneers of the supposed house of castoffs were going to be harder to make this year. The Hufflepuff first years were off to a legendary start. As the feast progressed, Draco Malfoy was seen approaching Professor Snape and after several minutes of what was clearly Draco's best performances, Professor Snape marched to Profay's sore elder wizard where he held court in the center of the table like some beneficent god before his lowly worshippers. After a few muttered phrases, a very stout arcane arts user rose from her end of he table and charged the quiet conversation like a small, maternal, but nonetheless enraged badger and turned the discussion into what must be a rather loud three-way argument judging by Dumbledore's winces, but due to silencing charms. You couldn't really tell, oddly, as Harry observed this over a rather large meal of unfamiliar dishes between Neville and Hermione they were able to introduce the creature-raised boy to what passed for English and Scottish cuisine. It was Professor Quirrell in his purple turban whose eyes seemed to be boring into Harry with the focus and intent of creature drill bits. Cedric Diggory, the social center of the third years of Hufflepuff, and their star Quidditch seeker noticed and leaned over. Look Harry, Do you know Professor Quirrell already? He's looking at you like Filch would if you shaved his cat. I know why Snape is about to pop a blood vessel, but Quirrell was Ravenclaw, isn't related to any of the pure-blooded idiots you have started a feud with. And usually can't stutter his way through a sentence far enough to even think about insulting someone, but he seems to be right pissed at you. The third year asked softly, looking to see if there was anything he needed to warn Professor Sprout about ahead of time. Harry looked back at him. I was told there was a professor here that hated goblins, but that was supposed to be Binns. Harry said, trying to remember his preschool briefing. Cedric nodded. Yeah, he hates goblins so much he died about 40 years ago, and got up and went to work the next day to tell us all about creature rebellions and atrocities. My dad's about as anti-creature as you can get, nothing personal Harry, and even he thinks Binns is a racist prat. Dad says Elder Wizard only keeps him on because he's a ghost and works for free. Salary just disappears into Elder Wizard knows where until he hires a new living professor to receive it. Cedric offered. Harry shrugged. He was used to it. Goblins were hated by everyone who wasn't a creature. As a creature who was also human, he was even hated by most other goblins. Harry was used to being hated. Maybe Quirrell simply hated snakes. All kinds of bigots in the arcane arts user world. But this treacle-tart thing, that was worth putting up with a few racist prats for. Harry dug in with his spoon and forgot about angry teachers. Professor Sprout stood as the student. TS were led by their prefects to the dungeon common room and quietly pulled aside Harry, Hermione and Neville. With a smile she gave them all a welcoming nod. Good evening, students. I am Professor Sprout, you head of house. Let me start by saying that I have been quite pleased both with your sorting and with the degree of courtesy and loyalty you have demonstrated before the whole school tonight. She sighed and deflated a little bit. That being said, Professor Snape has brought to our attention what he claims is a very serious case of attempted murder that he feels compelled to bring before Professor Elder Wizard for judgment. As your head of house, I will of course be there to defend and advise you, as you cannot be expected to know your own rights, let alone see that they are respected. Hermione looked terrified. Neville looked resigned, as if this sort of thing happened to him every day, and while he wished it didn't, he didn't really expect it to stop. Harry felt the thrill of battle, and the very creature awareness of every clause and codicil that unwary wizards would offer a cunning and ruthless creature in any sort of administrative combat. Don't fight a dragon in the sky, or a banker over penalty clauses. That was one of the first things his father taught him. Time the academy learned it too. The gateway to Dumbledore's private office was guarded by a gargoyle that was carved in stone, but somehow capable of turning to glare at them anyway. Harry was beginning to suspect that so much arcane arts had soaked into the academy that its toilets might have developed sentience to contemplate suicide at the combination of student digestive tracts and the academy feasts. That was about as far along that line of thought as he wanted to go. Professor Sprout, for all that she looked like the very picture of plump maternal softness, took the stairs like she had places to be in that the stairs had best get out of her way. Harry matched her pace with a grin, but Neville and Hermione were without breath when they got to the office, which probably kept them from reacting to the sneering Draco and Snape combination, like a little blonde budgie trying to imitate the looming bat behind him. A rather smugly smiling Professor Elder Wizard showed the grace and cheer of a person who had spent the last hour looking for his glasses only to sneeze and have them fall out of his hair and back into place. Clearly his terror at misplacing the boy who lived and losing his chokehold of control as the boy's only possible source of aid was relaxed in the face of Harry's assumed predicament. Professor McGonagall was presumably present in her deputy headmistress position, and Professor Flitwick's presence was either due to all three other heads of house being there, or because he was half-creature and someone had the sense Athena gave post-owls to bring a creature expert into a clash of cultures involving a legal creature citizen. Ah, thank you, Professor Sprout. Now Harry, I think before we begin, you will have to allow me to stun and contain your snake. Rock vipers are a Class 10 magical creature, controlled by the Ministry, and not at all on the approved list of pets for the Academy students. Elder Wizard said with the voice of an elder offering guidance to a particularly stupid youth that would likely never survive potty training without at least a full-time house elf supervising. Harry smiled in a wide smile that had Professor Flitwick flinching, as it was the warning to enemies smile that goblins offered not as a threat, but to announce the war was already on. Best see about resisting a bit before dying. My father advised that you were indeed a most ancient elder, and might be forgiven what would otherwise be a deadly insult from arcane arts user of greater youth and vitality. Harry offered in a very slightly veiled insinuation that Elder Wizard was senile, and then proceeded to pull out a parchment which he offered to Professor Sprout. Not to Elder Wizard's outstretched hand. As this was submitted to both headmaster and deputy headmistress per the regulations for students with sensory support animals, I retained a certified true copy for my head of house once sorted. As clearly indicated by my clan healer, and signed off by the Academy-owned Madame Pomfrey as the Academy healer, my snake is my bonded familiar, required to deal with my visual handicap. And thus no more reasonable to ask me to remove than to strip or Moody of his artificial eye and leg. Harry said, referencing the famous Mad Eye Moody, who was the single most effective Auror in the last war, and the only living member of Elder Wizard's Order of the Phoenix that goblins were worried about. Dumbledore frowned, glaring at Harry's face, noting the lack of glasses with deep suspicion even as Professor Snape snapped out sarcastically. What handicap, Potter? The inability to murder other students with arcane arts like a real arcane arts user. Not arcane arts user enough for a spell, or creature enough for a sword either. Snape smirked, looking down a long and hooked nose at him. Flitwick burst before Sprout could do more than open her mouth to object. Mind your tongue, Severus. Young Harry is a creature, second in line for the lordship of his clan and in every legal sense as much, if not more, a creature than I am. That being said, he is not a creature born. And in any tunnel or room where there is no magical light, or where light may be taken away by his enemies or superiors in arcane arts, he is more blind than any creature infant. His snake is a rock viper. Its senses do not rely on visible light at all to see, and as long as they are paired, he is effectively sighted. To attempt to separate him from his bonded snake would be the same as taking away glasses from a student with a prescription, Flitwick said, and his hand hovered over his wand in a way that made Snape grow very still. Flitwick had been European dueling champion for decades, and he retired still holding the title. He is not a creature, Snape insisted. According to the Academy, he is. Professor Sprout insisted, pulling out her own sheaf of student medical parchments that were delivered to her by Madame Pomfrey after the sorting. Waving the parchment in front of Elder Wizard, Professor Sprout looked more like an angry badger than she had any right to fizzy. Callie as she turned and braced the acknowledged champion of the light and defeater of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Not only is he accepted by the Academy as a creature, and Noodle as his visual support familiar, but as I had a copy of this parchment since his sorting, you have had it from his acceptance. Your ignoring this to cripple the boy is not simply illegal, it is shameful. Professor Sprout's aide pushing her face far enough across the desk to force the headmaster to lean back to avoid her. Elder Wizard reset and tried another argument. A rock viper is a class 10 magical creature and a proximal threat to other students. Had this been some other sort of animal, I might be persuaded to allow some sort of compromise, but how could I face the parents of the Academy students if I allowed such a monster within our halls? Elder Wizard smiled as if he had just won re-election in the Wizigamut, not noticing the angry stare Snape now directed at him. Harry's blood was up, and he responded with fury rather than forethought. Some other animal, this is the Academy. These walls were raised by Salazar Slytherin himself, the wards are woven with parsley magic as much as the runes of Ravenclaw and the charms of Hufflepuff, and you dare say serpents are not welcome. Harry raged, and Noodle slid out of his collar looking for proximal threats, hissing and tasting the air. You dare tell a Parseltongue that he must surrender his bonded serpent because he is not welcome within the walls raised by Slytherin himself. A Parseltongue and his serpent are one being, this was written into the founding law. Harry hissed in Parseltongue, causing the serpents in the portrait frames of the Slytherin portraits to rise from their frames and hiss at Elder Wizard angrily. Ari realized his mistake and translated into English. You dare tell a Parseltongue that he must surrender his bonded serpent because he is not welcome within the walls raised by Slytherin himself. A Parseltongue and his serpent are one being, this was written into the founding law. Harry repeated, this time slowly and firmly as if repeating the exact terms of a penalty clause to a contract defaulter. You cannot expect me to be bound by some bit of historic trivia. I am headmaster, I decide what is allowable and safe here, not some third year with what everyone in Wizarding Britain knows is a suspect and most likely dark gift. Elder Wizard said, his control slipping and his hand slamming down on his desk, causing every child in the room except Harry to flinch. Elder Wizard realized Hi's kindly grandfather mask had slipped and leaned back, stroking his beard and tried to collect his thoughts. Are the traditions of my house no longer worthy of your respect then, Albus? Are the words of the founders the laws upon which your authority is based and from which your only legal power is derived then no longer in force? Shall I now pick and choose which among your orders and regulations I find worth obeying? Please tell me this is so, for I find many of your regulations. Snape allowed his voice to slip an octave deeper and his voice grow actively venomous, restricting. As Elder Wizard opened his mouth to object, McGonagall settled the issue with no small amount of anger. Give it a rest, Albus, you haven't a foot to stand on. Your own familiar is a ruddy phoenix, easily capable of burning half of the academy down. And all the students in it before any of us could stop it. The law is the law, and it bind you too. Now can we get on to the actual complaint? Some have actually spent the day working and would like to get to our beds sometime before dawn. McGonagall snapped angrily. Elder Wizard reclaimed control of the meeting and coached Draco through a very dramatic and slanted retelling of the story. To hear Draco tell it, it was Harry's stated intention of tormenting and murdering Draco Malfoy to avenge the loss of his parents. Hermione was about to explode, and only Neville physically restraining her and whispering some political analysis into her ear was keeping her from shouting at every lie. Harry on the other hand was a creature, and didn't believe in letting the enemy choose the particulars of a battle he was actually in. He turned to Professor Sprout and whispered to her. With a surprised nod, she raised her wand, and a shining silver badger leapt from her wand and shot out of the office. A round of sharp glances from inquiring to accusing bounced off the stout woman's shoulders like so much potting soil during a mandrake repotting. Hermione fared very poorly under Dumbledore's visibly partisan interrogation, as she lacked any sort of natural affinity for twisting, spinning, slanting, or outright perverting the truth, so it was unrecognizable in any sense other than, unfortunately, legal. She was reduced to silent tears before the end. Neville was well trained by his grandmother, but wilted under the scorn of Elder Wizard who wielded his authority like a whip to cow the beaten boy. While Neville was able to keep Elder Wizard from twisting his words, his testimony ended being given mostly in a whisper with his eyes cast down and fists clenched with rage. Harry was halfway through his own description, showing every inch of the training his creature family drilled into them every single evening. There was a reason why goblins ruled the arcane arts user economy. Wizards lacked the ruthlessness and attention to detail to ever get the better of a creature of Gringotts. Lily Evans was thus held to be some sort of semi-divine figure or cautionary tale to budding account managers of that institution. Albus Elder Wizard, for all his power, magical and otherwise, was not. The door to Dumbledore's office Erised open, and Slytherin prefect Adrian Pusey swept in, striding to Professor Sprout and handing her 3 vials. There you go, Professor Sprout. Happy to help. Prefect Pusey smiled, pretending only partially successfully not to ice the eyes of some of the most powerful sorcerers in the British Isles who were focused rather firmly upon him. And what, Mr. Pusey, would that be? For that matter, may I ask why a prefect of my is running errands for another head of house? Snape asked with a slow lazy drawl that showed where Pusey had learned it, and who had so influenced his education that he imitated him. That is just the thing, sir. As you briefed us when we were tasked to look after the first years upon the train. In your words, sir, the students before sorting are under the protection of all houses. As a prefect of the noble house of Slytherin, you are charged with showing every student that they will be protected, nurtured and disciplined as needed by the designated prefects of the academy regardless of their status and presumed destination. I expect as Slytherin prefects that each of you will show in your duties why the house of Slytherin is the most noble and true of all the founding four. Quote, Pusey concluded as if he had not just repeated Snape's Slytherin supremacy in front of the other heads of houses as a justification for showing up at the Hufflepuff head of house's orders. Per Professor Sprout's orders, I have the extracted memories of Crabbe, Goyle, and myself of the whole incident. Just a bit of first-year idiocy, sir. Honestly, Noodles was the designated adult of the whole thing. If we had one of him in every compartment, the prefects could nap on the whole ride in. Pusey offered with a smile that was genuine only in the sense that it was a mask very clearly labeled, mask, and wave. Clearly to the entire audience, so they were very clear that it was indeed a genuine mask and not a real expression. The gesture was so very Slytherin that Snape was forced to smile. "Very good, Mr. Pusey. You remind me how you earned that badge," Snape said icily. "Very good indeed, Mr. Pusey. 10 points to Slytherin." Professor Sprout cheered happily, then continued with a husky and dangerous undertone. "Now perhaps we could all pop these in that pensive I see behind you, Albus, and we could settle the matter and see which, if any, students require punishment," Professor Sprout said with a smile that Neville watched in open horror. Flitwick with appreciation, and Hermione with the beginnings of understanding. Elder Wizard flinched, and retreated. Perhaps young Mr. Pusey has the right of it. A bit of first-year nonsense that was blown out of proportion. No sense keeping the children up any further. I think we can end it here as a bit of unfortunate overreaction that shall not happen again, yes?" Albus offered, the mask of the kindly grandfather again in place. "A moment, sir. A matter has come to my attention that I must beg to be allowed to address with Potion Master Snape." Harry blurted, his earlier intention to address the matter privately failing in the face of the opportunity everyone's presence together offered. Professor Snape sneered as he looked upon the very image of Th. At strutting peacock that was James Potter, again strutting to arrogant life to demand recognition for his mediocre talents and monumental ego. "My housemate Neville, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom, has been discovered this day to be the victim of intentional long-term poisoning by exposure to a suppressor toad. While I have been trained by the finest creature potioners in how to make a chelating solution, my own efforts would only suffice to remove the toxin currently in his blood. I was told it would take the work of a true potions master to safely remove the build-up of suppressor toad venom and its lethal breakdown products that would have built up through long-term exposure without either killing the victim, or at best, leaving him with magical channels so badly compromised he would be little better than a squib. When I asked my own potions teacher at Gringotts where such potion masters could be found, the only name that my own professor would cite as sufficient to such an exacting potion creation was Potion Master Severus Snape. Sir, House Potter begs Potion Master Snape to attempt such a therapy, with the understanding that the success of such a therapy cannot be guaranteed, even with perfect mastery." Professor Sprout gasped in horror, and her wand began waving over Neville in a series of long and complicated motions as she chanted softly. Professor Flitwick joined her and the two of them muttered together before looking over at Professor Snape and nodding gravely. Snape, for his part, looked down his nose at young Harry, his eyes focused like a striking serpent upon the hated vision of his rival reborn. His eyes locked upon those of blazing green, so like those of his mother, the woman who had shown similar loyalty to him that her son showed to his friends today. A loyalty he had, only twice, and most irrevocably, failed. Young Harry stared back at him, resolute in placing himself in life debt to one who was a sworn Death Eater, in fact if not in allegiance, and who had been no small part in his parents' death. The boy did not know. The boy did not know that Snape already owed House Potter a life debt for saving him from Sirius Black's prank that nearly saw him killed by the werewolf Lupin. He further did not know of the second, less grudging life debt Severus swore when his unknowing sharing of the Trelawney prophecy resulted in Lily's death at the Wand of Dark One. "There is no debt to assume, Heir Potter. I stood in the debt of your house already, though you knew it not." "You were correct, there are none living in Wizarding Britain, and indeed no more than 3 in all of Europe who are capable of such a treatment. Of them all, I am, without boasting, the most skilled," Snape said slowly and firmly. Professor Snape turned to the Longbottom boy. "Mr. Longbottom, you will owl your grandmother this night with a complete accounting of how you came to be poisoned, the fact that such long-term poisoning and its effects on your core have been confirmed by your head of house, and ask her written permission for me to begin the potion therapy required to clear your tissues and magical channels of the toxin itself, and the potentially lethal breakdown products." He sighed. "Mr. Longbottom, please be advised, as you have most likely been unable to perform any arcane arts without putting an almost inhuman degree of focus, intent, and brute force to get any effect at all. When your magical channels begin to clear, I expect you will be somewhat of a danger to yourself and others. Kindly strive to be at least somewhat aware. Snape finished, rubbing his temples at the thought of the cauldrons this would cost him. It is safe to say that all 4 heads of houses left that office with much to think about. The H.D. master that remained looked upon the wreckage of his plans for the boy who lived, and sighed. Still, Elder Wizard mused, if he is not alone and without any support or guidance than me, he has delivered to me other hostages to fortune that can, should circumstances require it, be used to motivate him to make the required sacrifice. Elder Wizard sighed regretfully, for the greater good. At this point, he had sacrificed so much upon that altar that 3 more dead children were hardly noticed. The cost of being the light's champion was too high for any but himself to pay. That is why no one but himself would be allowed to know, or to shape his vision of the necessary future. Cauldrons and bludgers. Harry and Hermione were beside Neville in the infirmary as a very serious Madame Pomfrey worked to infuse the potion that Professor Snape administered to Neville into all of Neville's tissues, while Madame Pomfrey hummed happily and forced various magical fluids to ignore various laws of biology, chemistry, physics and good sense through the power of advanced medwitchery. Professor Snape explained the new reality Neville Longbottom would be living for the next 6 months. Mr. Longbottom, for the next 6 months your tissues are going to be liberating a neutralized suppressor toad toxin suspended in enhanced regenerative matrix through your pores. To enable this to be safely excreted from your body, you must use the body's existing structure for tissue purging, with the resultant effluvia that your fellow students will require you to purge before you attend class. Professor Snape intoned seriously. Harry grinned and translated. Professor Snape's potion essentially gives you troll regeneration coupled with a potion that locks onto every bit of toxin in your body and draws it into your sweat glands. Either you work until you sweat it all out, and take a good long shower, or you will be a half-sized troll in a very tight classroom. Hermione looked concerned. Can't he just apply some sort of deodorant? Miss Granger, while I am a certified potions master and a pioneer in the field, I could not even conceive of a way to mask the smell of a troll in confined spaces. The traditional answer is to burn the property to bare earth with fiend fire and build somewhere else, preferably upwind. Snape sneered. Neville looked crushed. What am I going to do, Harry? Harry grinned. Congratulations, Neville, you just enlisted in the creature army. If there is one thing I can guarantee about creature basic training, it is that you will sweat out every bit of vital fluid your 6 generations of ancestors have ever had. You might die, but you will be certified toxin clean and fit for the cover of Arcane Arts User Weekly's Warlock Swimsuit Edition. Harry chimed. Neville looked at Hermione pleading. You will be coming too, right? Noodles slid seamlessly from Harry's sleeve to Hermione's and coiled around her protectively. Hermione raised her head and said quite firmly, Noodle and I will be doing revision by the fireplace, away from sleet, sweat, and the smell of fresh troll. Why is it the only one with any brains, isn't the speaker? Mouse Giver is clearly the sensible one. I will stay with her. Trolls and Inferi are the only 2 things not worth biting. Noodle hissed, agreeing with Hermione, and voting by slither. Harry and Neville set to their early morning routine of run, push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups and had begun to work on sparring. They had come to know that there were in fact a small number of highly motivated and totally insular senior students who also had early morning workout routines. 2 red-headed Weasley boys, the Gryffindor Beaters, helped identify one group as the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Thus clued in, they soon spotted C.E. Dric Diggory and Adrian Pusey leading groups of the Hufflepuff and Slytherin players, but not the whole team like the long-suffering Gryffindors. The break in their workout routine came from the Ravenclaw team, who decided that Hufflepuff first years jogging at the same time they were constituted spying, and hexed them with jelly leg jinx, with warnings if spotted near their run again they would be transfigured into garden gnomes and dropped off in the herbology greenhouses as decorations. Walking off the jelly leg jinx, they came to the old Quidditch annex, out of use since the Malfoys paid for an expansion of the facility. Coincidentally the year Lucius Malfoy ran for election to the Board of Governors. The sounds of battle caused Neville and Harry to pick up their pace, and jog on wobbly legs to see who was fighting. What they saw was a very angry-looking Millicent Bulstrode with a heavy-looking one-handed club hammering what looked like a flying bowling ball against a wall. The bowling ball seemed to be enchanted and determined to kill Millicent. As they jogged after it, struggling to bring their wands up, not that they figured the knockback jinx or stinging hex which was the sum total of their defense against the dark arts attack training would stop a rogue bowling ball when Millicent shouted, "Finite," and the bowling ball fell placidly to the ground. "What are you two badgers doing out and about before class?" Millicent asked. Harry pointed his wand at the currently inoffensive bowling ball and said firmly, "We heard you fighting and came to help you out." "Who enchanted that to attack you?" "Was it Draco?" Harry guessed, naming the only Slytherin he knew who would randomly attack his own housemate. Neville, who was leaning on Harry and trying to catch his breath, wheezed out, "It's a bludger, Harry. They always attack players. That's the whole point of a bludger." Millicent was probably just doing beating practice, right? Neville gasped, getting his breath back and wiping slimy gray sweat off his brow. Harry blinked. He knew the theory of Quidditch, but it seemed like just another silly thing wizards did for reasons probably having to do with too much time inhaling street range fumes and wand twiddling and not enough time doing productive work. While hitting balls at each other sounded foolish and faintly wizardy, flying through the air at high speeds while enchanted owling balls were actively trying to kill you, then smashing the little balls of random homicide at your enemy with your own weapons. That sounded like war. Goblins loved war. "Can you teach us?" Harry asked. "Harry, I am out here every day doing whatever beater drill I can to get better because Marcus Flint, the head beater of Slytherin, keeps reminding Captain Pusey that Slytherin alone has never had a female player. If a dragon wanted to swat bludgers at me with its tail, I would buy it a damned cow for breakfast." Neville looked concerned. "Harry, me gran won't let me play Quidditch. She won't even let me own a broom." Harry looked at him firmly. "This isn't Quidditch, this is medically mandated therapy. You have two choices. We just do push-ups and sit-ups while you stink up close and personal, or we fight like warriors. With clubs, fighting enchanted cannon balls." Harry cheered. "Bludgers!" Millicent and Neville shouted, their Quidditch Puritan hearts shocked to hear their beloved sport compared to the muggle practice of lofting vaguely aimed bits of iron at each other instead of dueling like sensible people. "Whatever," cheered Harry. Goblins knew wizards were silly, and knew their sports must be even sillier. The idea that they had a hidden form of war, not simply tossing spells at each other, but proper war with weapons that depended on strength and skill, not even on the ground, but in a loose chaotic madness in the sky. Harry's heart fell to his first boyhood love, Quidditch. For the first 2 weeks, they played beater in the middle with Millicent on the ground between the two. Then gradually worked their way up to brooms in hover mode. It was in this hover mode they were spotted by a pair of Gryffindor gingers, ever so curious as to why they kept hearing the sounds of bludger and bat at 5 in the morning in the rain when they already knew where all the house teams were playing. "I say, Fred, do you see what I see?" said George. "Baby beaters, George. 2 badgers and a snake," said Fred. "It's like watching," started Fred. "A baby bird flapping its wings in the nest," concluded George. They looked at each other and nodded. "Never learned to fly that way, Fred," said Fred. "Best way is to kick them out of the nest, George," said George. "Either they grow wings," offered Fred piously, "or they pretty much bury themselves," concluded George practically. Lou, King firmly at each other then nodded again. "This calls for a prank then," they said in stereo. "Definitely," they responded to each other, then trotted back to the castle, with mischief, mayhem and a certain intent to do their bit to aid their Quidditch juniors along their path to death or glory, frequently both, in the holy halls of the Academy beaters. Neville noted, when the time came to explain to his gran how it was, exactly, that he hadn't seen it coming in time to show the slightest bit of good sense, care for his own life and limb, or the heart condition of his beloved gran, that it was mostly Snape's fault. And thus not something Neville could really have controlled. It began, as did many disasters, with the potions rotation. Potions class was a mixed class of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. This traditionally had been an easy class for Snape, as it was only the Gryffindor boldness and general academic laxness, the bright were bold enough to be risks, and the dim were lazy enough to be another kind of risk. So Snape had a decade's worth of experience teaching him that it was the Gryffindor students that would be the source of his problems. In fact, Neville and Harry found potions to be both a joy and a terror for them. Neville's greatest love was herbology, and at the lowest level, potions were more about ingredient knowledge than magical power, meaning that Neville was something of an expert in ingredient nature and preparation. His problem was his healing magical channels were giving him about a dozen times more magical power than he had ever handled, and his system was still healing. How much it delivered changed in random surges. Harry was getting used to his wand. No creature was allowed to use a wand. As a power focus, it was exclusive to arcane arts user kind. And had finally settled the question of dominance of the surface world. He had the runes of power, the key to amplifying creature arcane arts to nearly a match to human arcane arts user. Only Professor Flitwick and Harry had ever had both. Flitwick of course didn't have his mother's arcane arts wrapped in a shard of dark one's own power added to the mix, so even Flitwick didn't have quite the control issue that Harry had. What Harry did have was extensive experience making creature potions. While he had no experience imbuing power with his wand, he had been doing potion preparation and cooking for half his life. In order to neutralize the Gryffindorish tendencies of half his class, Snape had his students in a rotation so each Gryffindor would work with each Hufflepuff. This hopefully spread the burden of the Gryffindors, while exposing them to actual work habits. For both Harry and Neville, this had worked fine. They could do all the preparation and follow the brewing instructions, only requiring their Gryffindor partners to add power with their wands at the required points. Enter Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan. Ron was working with a broken wand, and the redhead was refusing to look Neville in the eye as he blushed and muttered almost too low to hear. "I can't do that bit." "You do it," Ron muttered. Neville, who had spent over 40 minutes of non-stop prep work on everything from the acromantula web gland milking, because spiders man, I can't even, to the gentle flaying of the stranger fig roots, because the membranes are required for the potion, but become ineffective if the sap from any of the root veins becomes mixed in, looked at Ron in horror. "But I have done everything else," Neville hissed, aware his own power was finally starting to return under Snape's potion and the daily exercises. But with no real consistency from moment to moment, let alone day to day, and how much came when he called, his control was problematic. Ron showed his wand, broken in places and held together with spell o tape. "Look Neville, I had it in my back pocket when I got in a fight with that prat Malfoy. I hit the little get good, but then that great walrus he calls Crab tackled me and it kind of got like this. Every time I try arcane arts, something pretty bad happens." Neville looked at the wand, and Ron honestly wasn't the sharpest fang in the lion's maw. If Ron, who was honestly pants at potions, tried to gently infuse his arcane arts to blend the strangler vine essence and acromantula silk base, he wasn't sure what would happen. With a nervous hand, he took his own wand and began to infuse his arcane arts, pushing just enough to feel it in his wand, all the while chanting softly to himself, "Please don't blow up, please don't blow up, please don't blow up." Seamus was arguing with Harry. "Look mate, I know it says to slowly infuse for 20 minutes, but I have to hang a wicked piss. If we really give it a good blast, we could be done in like 2 and I can go drain the cauldron." "What do you say?" Seamus said, pointing his wand at the secure bind potion that Harry had worked so hard to keep from disaster. Seamus had been non-stop trying to toss in half-chopped ingredients, or toss in 2 steps together to help it get a move on, and Harry was at the end of his rope. The potion took 20 minutes of arcane arts infusion to cure because there were 3 separate plant ingredients whose task was to keep the binding agents solvent, and to give them explosive dispersion once the potion vial was given an activating arcane arts pulse and tossed at a target. If you didn't bind each agent to the other in the potion, it was liable to simply blow up now, at some unknown state of binding. Anything from a dangerous explosion, fire, to being webbed in artificial acromantula silk that proceeded to strangle you without the force limitation programmed by proper curing, could occur. "Listen Finnegan, you point that wand at this cauldron and I will feed it to you." It says take 20 minutes because it takes 20 minutes. Harry hissed. Potions required discipline and care. They were like dragons, useful and necessary beasts that perform perfectly right up until the second you stopped paying attention and they ate you alive. Taking out his wand, he began to channel the arcane arts through it. This potion goblins could not make say it required far more magical power than a creature could channel without draining themselves totally. A wand was a power focus, a massive amplifier. For a wand-wielding arcane arts user the amount of power was negligible. For a rune-enhanced creature, already amplified, using a second amplifier they were only beginning to understand, it was like trying to walk a curious baby dragon through a in a shop with narrow aisles to the meal it could see but not reach yet. For 10 minutes, Harry and Neville managed to cage the twin beasts of their powers, before Seamus Finnegan crossed his legs and decided he needed to pee more than he needed a good mark on this potion, and it was pretty close to the light pink they were aiming for. Sliding his wand out under his robes, he poked it against the edge of the cauldron and just gave it a bit of help. Harry was meditating, balancing the flood of power against a counter flood of control, letting the slow gentle draw from the potion passively draw pee over from his wand as its slow and gentle eddy lapped at the edge of his awareness with quiet hunger. Then a brutal wave of power landed in the gentle whirling pool like a drunken teenager doing a cannonball, an indefensive reflex. Harry's power lashed out in a jagged bolt 100 times greater than the trickle he had been allowing. Harry's potion exploded. Neville had been sweating as he orked his body to produce enough power to keep the reaction going, while using his will and intent to strangle it down to what he guessed was the right flow for the potion, based on the speed it swirled. And the change in aroma to the light peppermint the text promised for a completed potion. Then Harry's cauldron exploded, and Neville, without really thinking about it, rammed his power through the cauldron to Harry's in a reflexive attempt to take control of what was about to blow his friend up. Neville's cauldron, for the record, did not actually explode. It did achieve an instantaneous acceleration equal to a Muggle blunderbuss, before ramming into Harry's cauldron and blasting it into the wall, where Harry's cauldron did indeed explode. Where Mr. Longbottom's actions arguable saved the lives of young Harry and Seamus Finnegan. At the cost of 2 rather cherished school cauldrons, it must be noted that the contents of both cauldrons failed to make the journey, and the entire potions laboratory, its students, and professor, were indeed blasted with acromantula silk that indeed had bonded with the stranger fig membrane which it demonstrated by attempting to strangle said students and teachers. While the class was released to the medical wing and then to lunch, Harry and Neville got to sweat out more of Neville's potion and much of Harry's acromantula silk strand coverings, by scrubbing the walls, desks, floors and ceiling of Snape's beloved potion dungeon. It was thus that Harry and Neville arrived at the afternoon flying lesson with Slytherin exhausted, distracted, smelling like trolls, and, most critically, with their problematic arcane arts surging with awakened power. Adrian Pusey and Cedric Diggory looked on in confusion as they both came to the field where the first years were about to undertake their flying lessons. The note from the Weasley Beater twins could well be a prank. They were famous for them, but among the Quidditch teams it was generally accepted to the one thing the Weasley twins took seriously was Quidditch, at least the Beater portion of the game. What the dreaded Gryffindor duo meant for the Slytherin and Hufflepuff's captains was unclear, but the two decided to wait. After all, while not everything the Weasley twins thought was funny was in fact funny, it was always exciting. Madame Hooch took the field and told the students to stand by the brooms set out by their names. Hermione was quite nervous, as while Neville and Harry had been doing beater drills on the school's ancient Comet 260s, a child training broom with the very helpful hover setting the two boys had been training on with Millicent that disabled the arcane arts user or witch's own control of elevation. Today they would be rising up under their own power. Hermione was of two minds on the whole witches and broomstick thing, thinking it a patriarchal negative stereotype used to demonize female power. This warred with the very real excitement that came from learning both brooms and flying carpets had been exclusive arcane arts user inventions, only later copied by wizards, and represented very real testimonies to female magical empowerment. Added to Hermione's fear not of heights, but of lack of personal control, and the broom flying lesson had her up the whole night before learning and drilling herself in the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. If someone were to fall, she could save them. If she were to fall, well, it was her quiet commitment that she will think about that, and maybe have a good panic attack on the subject immediately after class. Harry and Neville were too shell-shocked from potions to realize their brooms were Clean Sweep 7s, the Quidditch team's competitive brooms, not the Comet 260 student training broom with all the extra safety features. Millicent Bulstrode was not shell-shocked, and was deeply curious as to why her broom was a Clean Sweep 7, something her house would never let a first year, let alone a girl, touch, and why there was a bludger bat in the below broom clip where it rested. Glancing over, she saw every other Slytherin around her had a Comet 260, and no bludger bat, but a glance at the Hufflepuff's S. How'd the slightly flared forestock of Clean Sweep 7 and the suspicious bulge that hinted at a bludger bat beneath both Harry and Neville's brooms. She frowned. What in Merlin's bat-filled beard was going on? Madame Hooch in her no-nonsense way firmly instructed the students to step up to their brooms, raise their hands and give the command, up. Hermione was attempting to coax her broom like a kitten on a high shelf she would really like to come down, more slowly and carefully than it got up, pretty please. The broom rolled back and forth like it wanted to, but was at least as scared about leaving the ground as she was. Neville and Harry simply held out their hands, and while Neville said, up, firmly and clearly, Harry more or less said, blurg, but the broom seemed to think that was good enough because both boys felt the broom plow into their hands with punishing force, waking them up from their half-daze after potions. After a few minutes where Madame Hooch coaxed each of the riders to straddling their broom, she gave the next command. Your brooms are all set in hover mode, so just let your power flow into them, fill them with the intent to rise. You do not have to worry about rate or height as your broom is in hover mode. Just let your power fill the broom like you would your wand, kick off from the ground like the wand motion for a charm, and give it the intent to rise. Once we have you hovering off the ground, I will begin to teach you the broom motions and mental commands that will allow you three-dimensional control of your broom. Madame Hooch said, as the whole class, for once, seemed to be paying attention. Neville, who had enjoyed the hover mode bludger practice immensely because he could let his power off leash and not worry about things blowing up, as quite relaxed as he let his power flow free, gave a slight kick to the ground, and thought about flying. The Clean Sweep 7 was used to a fair amount of power, as competitive Quidditch players tended to be a magically potent lot. But the young Lord Longbottom had been magically pent up for so long his core was swollen to bursting with power, and the mental machinery controlling that power had been so used to forcing through largely blocked channels, that they used quite a bit more force than necessary when the time came to let that power flow. Neville shot into the sky like a screaming dragon. Except a dragon screamed as it took to the air as a warning to others that they were going to die. Neville was screaming in the sure and certain knowledge that he was going to die. Harry didn't really think. On any other day, he most probably would have. He may still have hopped onto a broom and charged after his friend, but he would insist until his dying day that it would not have been his first thought. He did not, in fact, think. Harry kicked off from the ground and tore after Neville in the sort of howling charge that his arms masters would recognize as a creature berserker charging towards a death he already accepted. Millicent Bulstrode had a moment to think. Two in fact, one she spent thinking, and the second she spent swearing. By Morgana's saggy left tit, if you live I will wear your balls as earrings. Millicent swore as she tore into the sky at the best pace the best broom she had ever ridden in her life could reach. Madame Hooch, long experienced with first years, thought she was ready for anything. When the students topped 50 meters in less time than it took her to scream at the other students to step off their brooms, she decided to revisit her worst-case scenarios. It took her precious seconds as she tore her own Comet 260 into the sky to disable the hover mode and the student basic training elevation limiter on her broom so she could reach the insane heights her students had already achieved with no signs of slowing down. It was for this reason that she missed hearing twin gingers pop up from the end of the field and shout in stereo. Bludgers up, they shouted, releasing 2 bludger. Bludgers up, they shouted again, releasing 2 more bludgers. Bludgers up, they shouted a third time, before high-fiving and jogging over to the waiting Adrian Pusey and Cedric Diggory. Cedric blanched. He knew neither of his Hufflepuffs had actually flown a broom before. Creatures don't have them, and Neville Longbottom's grants restrictions on her deli. Kate baby boy's life were something of a light faction running joke. They are going to kill our first years, Cedric said, ready to charge the pitch and take a broom to initiate rescue. Adrian grabbed his arm and stopped him. Give it a second, Diggory. The Weasleys have never actually harmed another student, especially a first year. They watched a very large bush of brown hair that seemingly had an arcane arts user under it someplace march out to the center of the field and point her wand at the sky, like she was planning on blasting the flyers, or bludgers, out of it. What a first-year wit. Wand thought she was doing was anyone's guess, but what was clear is that 3 of the 4 flyers had noticed the bludgers soaring at them like the broadside of a British man-o'-war, and the one who hadn't was Madam Hooch. The bludger hit her clean in the back, blasting her off her broom. As she tumbled through the air, she tried to draw her wand, only to be clipped in passing by a second bludger that snapped her arm cleanly and sent her wand spiraling towards the soft green grass she was plunging towards at a velocity that might well not be survivable. Hermione Granger had a firm grip on her wand, and on her emotions. With a swish and flick, she gave the charm with all the practice a solid night and lunch break could give, and the blind panic she was suppressing gave her arcane arts, if not wings, then at least several hundred legs intent to scamper as quickly as possible. The last words Madam Hooch expected to hear this life were, oddly enough, given in a very serious alto that sounded less like a spell, and more like some sort of dog training command given to an underperforming Labrador. Wingardium Leviosa, the little first year said, and Madam Hooch found her upside-down eyes staring into the very intent expression of a fierce-looking Hermione Granger. With a firm and controlled downward motion, Madam Hooch found herself lowered to the turf, and then read as Hermione pointed wand and eyes back to the sky, dismissing her teacher as no longer relevant. Adrian Pusey slid his own wand away, his arresto momentum only on his lips with the little fuzzy La Puff girl already caught her falling teacher. He turned to face Diggory and smirked. Quite the batch of firsties you badgers have this year. Might be interesting to see how they grow. Pusey drawled. Diggory was staring up in something between wonder and horror, answering Pusey's comment with his own. Bloody hell, Pusey, what do you feed your snakes? Diggory said in something like awe as he watched the battle in the sky unfold. Millicent had been last in the sky, and that put her first in the line of fire as no less than 6 bludgers charged towards her. Freeing the bat beneath her broom, she turned to face them head-on, as no beater wanted to face bludgers from the back if they could help it. Watching with concern as the bludgers blasted Madam Hooch from the sky, Millicent recalled Cr. Ying into her pillow, swearing she would become a beater this year or die. Turns out, both. With a snarl, she dove into the charging bludgers and swung her bat at the lead bludger with the focus in WILL to actually nail the lead bludger from the second wave and buy her a critical second or two to deal with the first 2 waves separately. The second bludger howled into her with her bat out of position. So she tucked her leg around the broom and spun around its axis, allowing the bludger to pass above her as she ducked beneath the broom. As she came up from the roll, she blasted the incoming illing bludger from the second wave from underneath, driving it straight up where its momentum would carry it safely past her. The 2 from the third wave wove around each other in a deadly spiral, and she knew she would only be able to block one. Tensing her stomach and neck, clamping her jaws tight, she prepared to take the second hit and try to stay on her broom. A fall from this height could be fatal, as her bat came down in a pear-splitter cut, designed to blast the bludger low and force it to trade acceleration for height before it could come round again. She braced for the impact of the second bludger. The crack when it came was loud, as was the scream. Neville Longbottom screamed as he dove his broom down and blocked the bludger with a classic line drive, blasting it about 30 meters away before it could even come to a stop and begin building momentum towards them. Millicent had one moment to process the fact that she was alive and unhit before a second crack from above and behind her caused her to spin and see young Harry pivoting his broom as he blocked the bludger she had hit first as it came around to hit her again from behind. Millicent knew that with 6 bludgers and rebeaters they were stuck on the defensive, but they had trained together for weeks now and had actually drilled something like this. Granted, it was with 2 bludgers and 3 beaters. No one fought bludger outnumbered. That was suicide. Quidditch sighed. Stupid anyway. Form a wheel. The Slytherin girl shouted, and Millicent began to spin sunwise as she and the 2 Hufflepuffs began the 3B. Eater war against a horde of 6 angry and increasingly frustrated bludgers. For 5 long painful minutes, 3 first years beat 6 rampaging cannonballs in a musical duel of death far above the ground, as 2 ginger Gryffindor beaters. An amused Slytherin and amazed Hufflepuff Quidditch captains observed the most extreme bludger drill of their young lives. Madame Hooch finally spotted her wand, and with a shouted, "Accio wand," caused it to fly to her hands. Turning to the sky, with her unbroken hand, she pointed to the sky and shouted, "Finite," and began blasting the deactivation commands T.O. the bludgers with rather more force than was necessary. The bludgers fell from the sky, and rolled sulkily towards their boxes to be put away. Turning to the group of senior Quidditch players, she potted the Weasley twins and fired 2 full-body beams that left them mummified in rusty chains right to their sparkling blue eyes, before turning a very disapproving gaze on the 2 watching Quidditch captains. "Secure those bludgers, and if I find out you had anything to do with this, I will have you scrubbing dragon intestines with your own toothbrushes from inside the dragon." Madame Hooch hissed angrily. Cedric Diggory and Adrian Pusey observed the 2 Weasley twins being levitated towards the school and inevitable detentions, noting how many times they, accidentally, fell and bounced off the ground. "I think Madame Hooch must be feeling the broken wrist, or maybe she just can't cast well left-handed," Cedric offered as he watched the first years trailing after the bound twins and their teacher towards the school. Pusey chuckled as he watched Madame Hooch flick her and dip the Weasleys in a mud puddle, and he quipped, "Yeah, that must be it. Still, the twins have a point. That was some impressive beater work for first years." Cedric stroked his chin. "Honestly, my pair from last year are doing their newts this year. They told me they are available a little bit to train, but they aren't returning to the team. I was kind of unimpressed with the others who tried out for it last year." Pusey nodded. "Shane Bulstrode is a girl. Marcus Flint is my senior returning beater, and he is as bad as our first captain was about the whole Slytherin knows Quidditch is a man's game thing." Diggory turned and looked at Pusey in shock. "You are not going to try her out? She stopped a 5 bludger strike on her own." The Hufflepuff said in shock, "No, it's a shame because I am going to have to listen to Marcus whine all damned year, and his voice is like listening to a troll fart in slow motion. I am a Slytherin. We do what it takes to win. Bulstrode may be a good beater this year, but she is a firstie. That means if I train her up, I can pass a beater just as good as those Weasley morons to the captain who takes over from me in 2 years." Adrian Pusey said smugly. Cedric Diggory grinned. "True, but I will have 2. Also, I am only 3rd year to your 5th. I get them longer." The 2 captains grinned at each other, looking forward to close-fought season. They were in school to learn the skills and powers of their future trades, and to make the social and political connect ions for their personal and family fortunes. Quidditch, on the other hand, was theirs. Their own struggle, their own glory, their own personal war, and the Weasley twins had just found 3 little warriors to join it. Needles and Noodles. Harry, Hermione and Neville strode into Transfiguration class somewhat early to find no teacher, and a half-filled classroom. Since it was Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, he assumed no one would be late. And the 3 of them moved to take spots together in the second row, Ravenclaws having staked out the front row as the Eagles were prone to do. Hermione stopped to pet the pretty tabby cat sitting on the teacher's desk, cooing to it gently as she scratched its ears. "Such a pretty kitty," Hermione cooed softly. Harry felt Noodle slither out of his robes and down beside Hermione. Noodle began to hiss. "Dollar speaker. Tell Mouse Bringer that is not a cat. Tell Mouse Bringer to back behind me slowly." Dollar Noodle hissed excitedly. Harry translated for Hermione, who began to back away in confusion. The class began to whisper, the cat to purr, tail lashing as it eyed the rock viper with amusement. "Noodle, what is wrong with the cat? She looks lovely," Hermione asked, and Harry translated hissing. Noodle swayed hypnotically back and forth, trying to catch the cat's attention away from Hermione. "Dollar Mouse Giver, That cat is the greatest predator in the room. If she decides to eat you, I cannot stop her. I authorize you to take out one of my treat mice, and offer it to the most terrifying not cat. Dollar. Noodle hissed. Harry translated, and now the class was visible. Why pulling back in their desks from the approaching drama? Hermione, looking confused, pulled one of the potion-enhanced vitamin mice from her stasis pouch by the tail. As it squeaked in protest, Noodle struck. His fangs not extended, he struck to stun the mouse. Mouse in its jaws, he slithered to the desk, rose to place the twitching mouse beside the cat, who extended one paw, claws extended, to pin it in place. Noodle drew back before the first row of student desks and bowed deeply. Dollar speaker, please tell the most terrifying not cat that we offer this mouse, that she not kill or eat any of the students. Dollar. Noodle hissed. Harry translated, and while the class who had been seated remained silent, the group piled up at the door, led by the Ravenclaw. Anthony Goldstein laughed. What is with all the drama? It's just a cat. Now get your snake out of the way before McGonagall comes and catches us being late. Goldstein said, making a shooing motion with his hands. The cat pounced, moving Betwee. Being a cute tabby cat and a stern-looking Professor McGonagall so seamlessly the moment of transition was impossible to truly note. Stunning the mouse with her wand, she bowed slightly to Noodle. Then whirled on the Ravenclaw boy and said somewhat acerbically, "That is Professor McGonagall, and in the event you are late, you would do well to note you were not in the class when I made the bargain. In not to kill and eat any of the students," she said sternly, gesturing the latecomers to their seat. With a non-verbal levitation charm, she sent rows of wooden matches to deposit one on each desk. For the next 20 minutes she explained the theory of transfiguration, using arcane arts to turn one thing into the seeming of another. It was not a true transformation, as the material was no longer in its true form. That change would be known as alchemy, and involved changing the true nature of the thing. Transfiguration was a major tool of combat and utility wizardry, as it allowed you to transform one thing into another to make it easier to transport, or more useful for attack, defense, or structural need. Intent was key, for it formed the mold into which you poured the energy of the thing you transformed. Your magical power took the energy that was bound into matter as you found it, and shifted it into a state between being and non-being where its actual nature was now undefined. While it was busy being undefined, you spent some more energy pouring it into the mold of your intent and then let it snap back into being, hopefully in the new form. In essence, the wand movement and incantation made a two-dimensional rune matrix, the wand forming a rune in the air from the empowered inscription of the wand tip and the verbal incantation providing a second rune chain based in sound. Both bound by the same intent as poured into the mold of your desired end form. It was complex and power-intensive arcane arts, but could do what Muggle science could not, and could take the transformation farther than any potion. And with more substance than any charm. It was similar to the work goblins did laying down their creature silver. The spell was the same, no matter what you transfigured. The change between states cost different levels of focus and power, depending on how dissimilar the beginning and end states were. The laws of consumption of mass and energy seemed to be violated most terribly by the entire practice. But nothing was free. Arcane arts was paid to make up the difference, and because entropy was a thing even for wizards, much was lost in transformation. While in why first year could learn transfiguration, how much they could transfigure, and how long it persisted scaled up painfully slowly, as reality truly did not like to be reshaped at will. Harry tried hard to force his matchstick into the form of a needle. A steel needle. Harry had never actually seen or touched a steel needle. His mother had their needle, made of creature silver by Griphook when he determined to win her as his mate. He had forged the creature silver from his soul, and with that needle she had wrought the marriage runes of their wedding, and worked the runes of power into the flesh of all three of their children, including Harry. That needle had woven the charms in his clothes, the charms in his trunk, and the runes of his home. Harry could not make the spell work. He could not imagine a steel needle at all. He could not imagine even owning a steel needle. Needles were creature silver, and they were made once and only once for the hearth mistress. "Well done, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said, as a beaming. If sweating Hermione had transformed her matchstick into a somewhat crude but functional needle. That wasn't right. Hermione deserved better. Hermione's needle should be perfect. Intent snapped into place and power howled from his core in a maelstrom. The runes of his forehead and chest began to burn, and even his flesh began to burn as power flooded his wand. Like a tsunami trying to squeeze into a tight river mouth, with all the sea pressing behind it. Power flowed into the matchstick and Professor McGonagall was shouting somewhere in the distance. Mr. Potter, let the power go. That it too much power for any spell. McGonagall's voice was unbearably distant. All there was room for in his mind was Hermione. Hermione and the needle, her needle. His muscles shook, he felt and tasted the blood coming from his mouth, and his breath came in gasps as he struggled to fill the howling dead as his entire body processed energy at a rate far beyond any sprint or weightlifting. In the end, the form snapped into being, woven from a piece of his soul, and nearly all the energy in his body. He slumped to his chair, conscious, but unable to move or speak. He noted Professor McGonagall had put a strong shield up around him to protect the class from any explosion. His lips twitched slightly as Hermione's needle punched through the shield like eye. Chi was so much cloth and shot over to Hermione where it orbited her hand like a happy electron around its nucleus. Professor Flitwick had crashed through the door, wand in hand, at the feeling of Crete. Your arcane arts at a scale that should have indicated a rather large formation of goblins working war arcane arts together. His face watching the needle fly to Hermione to orbit her hand was a shock. Oh, complete! The dueling master dropped his wand. That isn't steel, that is creature silver, Mr. Potter. That cannot be transfigured at all, it is a completely unworkable magical substance. That was not transfiguration, Mr. Potter. That was alchemy, McGonagall whispered in shock. Professor Flitwick examined the needle closely, making passes with his recovered wand and chuckling softly before offering an odd bow to Hermione. Worse than that, Minerva, it wasn't alchemy at all, it was engagement. A creature only makes one needle in his life, and that is for his hearth mistress. A creature silver, nay, Edel will only come to one hand in all the world, it comes to the hand and call only of the mistress of that clan or hearth. Congratulations, Miss Granger. You are now numbered among the mothers of the creature nation. I should expect several owls and more than one discussion are probably called for. Professor Flitwick said, walking to Harry and shaking his hand in chuckling congratulations. Somehow, Flitwick was less worried about how the goblins of Gringotts would take the news, and more worried about how a certain headmaster would react. Neville looked at the totally gobsmacked looks Harry and Hermione were exchanging, and decided he had better head to the Ollery right after class. He was the only one of them that was going to be able to communicate anything that wasn't a stammer or blush, an odd fact for Neville when he thought about it, so he thought it best to owl both sets of parents, and his gran, before Elder Wizard tried to get his long and ever so authoritative beak involved. As it turns out, the castle was remarkably scandal-free at the moment, and no one seemed to have anything better to do but gossip. Professor Sprout was given strict, non-discretionary orders to keep Harry and Hermione from being alone together at any time. The phrase, broom closet, was not specifically mentioned by Elder Wizard, but the entire staff seems to have somehow decided that youth Tota Y are somehow more advanced than 12-year-olds were in their own school years, especially those with the combined dating skills of the planet Pluto, who was so far distant from other planets that it hadn't even known it had been booted from the Planet Club because it never got close enough to one to find it had once been a member. Professor Sprout was busy planting some very odd bulbs that look a bit like baby heads in freshly potioned potting soil in greenhouse number 3. Greenhouse number 3 was where the quietly magical things the headmaster didn't need to concern himself with were grown, as opposed to greenhouse number 7, which held very flashy and obviously dangerous magical plants. Elder Wizard had quietly inserted his own runic spycraft inside her greenhouse wards to monitor, in secret. Working for Albus Elder Wizard, champion of light, supreme mugwump of the Wizigamut, head international know-it-all of the ICC, and interfering git of legend required a certain amount of handling. Professor Sprout had been handling men since before Elder Wizard ever found his way into a broom closet, and knew that as long as you made it easy for them to know they were outsmarting you, you barely had to exert any effort at all to hide things from them. Professor Sprout put the effort in anyway, because while Albus believed his own press enough to play the fool more often than his terrifying intelligence and magical power should allow, Minerva McGonagall had at least 3 witches' worth of wits about her, and dear Minnie could be tiresomely about following dear Elder Wizard's little temper tantrums aboo. What arcane arts other people should be allowed to practice. Honestly, he defeated Grindelwald in 1945, a good 10 years too late if you asked her, or knew the true story. He didn't discover the wand, found the academy, establish the Wittengemot, or even stop Dark One when he knew he was gearing up to be the next, and most damaging, Dark Lord yet. Whatever Elder Wizard thought about the greater good, arcane arts was a lot older than him. And a lot wilder than the tepid light arcane arts he openly swore by. Arcane arts wasn't good or evil, neither were light and dark arcane arts. There is no light that does not cast a shadow. And there is not a single element that cannot be used to heal or harm. Honestly, this is why Morgana locked Merlin up in the first place. When an arcane arts user's ego grew longer than his wand, they became a problem. Professor Sprout was potting mandrakes in her greenhouse on a sunny Saturday morning with 3 of her eager young Hufflepuffs in attendance. Neville Longbottom absolutely knew that mandrakes were forbidden for cultivation outside of ministry-approved beds, that honestly produced a very lackluster quality far below the legitimate needs of the healers of St. Mungo's, let alone the academy. To say less the rest of Wizarding Britain. Longbottom House held territory in South Africa where they grew their own, and she knew the greengrass also held territory in the Congo where they grew some as well for the domestic import market. Given a school budget, there is no way Madame Pomfrey would ever be able to afford true quality mandrake, nor would Professor Snape. For the many potions it was required for. As a result, the Medivtic and Potions Master quietly buried Professor Sprout's entire operating budget for Greenhouse Number 3, and received quality restricted ingredients for free. Witches' new laws were like trees, one lived best in their shadow, but you had to be prepared to walk around them at need. Happily engaged in teacher-approved felony, Hermione finally nerved herself up to ask Professor Sprout about something Harry had told her about, but which the books in the Academy library told a far different story. Professor Sprout, One asked as she used her fingers to make a little hollow for the next mandrake bulb. Yes, dear, Professor Sprout asked cheerfully, turning to face her with her best soft, non-judgmental smile. Why was telling me that his mother was part of a coven of witches that met to do old-style ritual arcane arts, and that, according to his creature family, it was one of those rituals that allowed him to survive Dark One's killing curse. Hermione said, hoping to get the criminal part out in a rush before invisible orbs fell from the sky to arrest her. Professor Sprout reached out and tousled Harry's unkempt hair, adding some soil to the bits he already put there himself. Ah yes, Lily, I was there when she was inducted. She spent weeks trying to tease around the edges. Elder Wizard led the arcane arts user hunt after Grindelwald for any of the public covens. Claimed it was all dark arcane arts and had the ministry ban it. Professor Sprout laughed, and Neville laughed too. Hermione turned on Neville and hissed at him. Neville, why are you laughing? You could go to Azkaban for joining a coven after the ministry outlawed them. Good luck with that, Neville said. My gran was part of the coven here at the academy. And her coven meets at the manor every Sabbath. I mean, Lady Malfoy, Greengrass, Abbott, Black, Bones, Marchbanks, Ogden, are all a part of it. I don't think there is a single lady of the Sacred 28 who isn't, and the number of seriously powerful half-blood and muggle-born witches that are a part of it is scary enough on its own. Neville said happily. Professor Sprout thought a bit before deciding how to dance lightly between her oaths. Hermione, Elder Wizard is a great man, and great men often feel the burden of the decisions they have had to make very strongly. So strongly in fact, that they decide that the burden is too heavy for lesser beings, that being everyone who isn't them, to bear. As a result, they decide that they are the only one who gets to decide things about light and dark, safe and dangerous, necessary and not. While they are great men, they are also greatly flawed. So flawed in fact that they will destroy anyone and anything they cannot conceive an immediate use for. They are so very great, in fact, that they cannot conceive the needs of the world, of its peoples, and of arcane arts itself stretch beyond the reach of their, admittedly great vision. Elder Wizard is a very great man, and the most powerful arcane arts user currently striding the world. When he is right, he saves the world. When he is wrong, and he is often wrong, he makes pretty speeches over graves filled with other people's loved ones, and goes back to his office with a smile on his lips and song in his heart. There are any number of things that are indeed elder wizards alone to handle, and there are at least as many things it is best for everyone concerned that he not be troubled with. Things like covens and mandrakes. Things he has no idea he could need, and thus cannot be allowed to stamp out, or when he discovers he is wrong, there will not be any left. Professor Sprout said as she carefully inserted, then tamped down her freshly planted mandrake. Harry, Hermione, and Neville stared at Professor Sprout. She was dressed in rumpled robes that wouldn't look out of place on a farm worker. Worn dragnonhide gardening gloves covered her hands, and the smear of dirt from them on her brow from when she last wiped the sweat off it made her look like a common farm wife. The wand jammed through her hair bun like a hairpin didn't exactly make her any more intimidating. Yet she just openly admitted that she, as one of Elder Wizard's own teachers and heads of house, actively conspired, if not against him, then certainly in defiance of any of the laws he had put into place in his last 50 years in office. Hermione worked herself up to ask, "So, could I?" She stammered through the question of could she join them in the La Brea King forbidden thing that somehow seemed to be the answer to questions not only absent from her precious books, but actually lied about in said books not coming gently off her tongue. Professor Sprout gave her a quick, somewhat potting soil speckled hug, and said simply, "Of course dear. Just tell your roommates Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones you will be joining us, and they will introduce you around the other girls. Professor Sinestra, Babbling and of course Poppy Pomfrey are all part of it, so feel free to sound any of them out about the theory and practice of ritual arcane arts as done by traditional arcane arts user covens. The Academy founders always knew their school must be greater than its headmasters, or every generation would be less than the one before." Hermione looked scandalized. That the semi-sacred founders of the Academy had set the school up to encourage breaking the rules of its own headmasters. Neville shrugged, as if it simply seemed obvious, and Harry grinned like Onky with stolen pie at the confirmation they could indeed learn things at the Academy even the professors didn't want them to. Dinner at the Great Hall was a fairly rowdy affair. Students were given several hours to eat, and more food than they reasonably could, so it tended to devolve into a social occasion and depressurizing event from the various mind-numbing, mind-expanding, mind-bending, and sometimes life-threatening classes at the Academy. While people began the year exclusively at their own house table, joint projects, cross-house friendships and hormone-related urges began to break that down by early October. As it was just a few days before Halloween, and Quidditch practices had been kicking Harry and Neville's collective asses, they were at the Slytherin table where they had spotted the dreaded Gryffindor Weasleys. Marcus Flint and Millicent Bulstrode arguing some point-of-beater tactics, deciding that anything they could learn from the more experienced Flint and the acknowledged kings of beaters at the Academy. The Weasleys, was worth knowing, they arrowed to the Slytherin table and took seats. Draco Malfoy was not happy with the first year end of the Slytherin table being taken over by beaters. He had bought his way onto the team when his father bought the whole Slytherin team Nimbus 2000 brooms, but Marcus Flint was a fifth-year beater, a Slytherin prefect, and FA high enough standing in both society and house to tell Draco to be a good little firstie and shut his pie hole. He had to take it from Flint, and both Flint and Pusey had made it clear Bulstrode W. as off-limits as the more valuable new addition to the Slytherin team. While Draco would not admit he was scared of the Weasley twins, he had his dignity to consider, and not even professors were IMMU. Nay to the pranking Gryffindor twins when they decided someone needed to wash down their pumpkin juice with a large helping of public humiliation. That left Potter and Longbottom as legitimate targets. Draco had a sausage on his fork, which he wasn't quite willing to put down, as Zabini was in a growth spurt, and a proximal threat to any sausage left on this end of the table. He drew his wand with his offhand and decided to spin and hex Potter with a jelly-legged jinx to make him fall on his face before the whole Slytherin table. Plan in mind, wand in hand, he spun and opened his mouth to chant. He never got the chance. While Potter was already answering a question from Bulstrode and utterly ignoring Draco, the young Malfoy only had time to scream and drop his wand as the whip of black death flashed before his face. As Draco's young life flashed before his eyes, the rock viper had struck cleanly, taking the sausage from Malfoy's fork and retracting to Potter's shoulder where it gulped down the sausage in 3 quick gulps. Turning to face Draco, it hissed something at Potter. Potter, startled from his conversation, turned and translated for the shocked Draco. Noodle says he accepts your offered tribute sausage. He says it is the wise snakelet who determines which threats are to be appeased with offerings, and which are to be opposed with fangs. He says he didn't think you this wise and compliments you on your growth. Harry said, as if delivering a simple pleasantry, not a combined insult and threat. When Draco resumed his plate, he noted Zabini had also stolen his last remaining sausage. He resolved not to cry. Malfoy, do not cry over stolen sausage. Elder Wizard watched the attempt at getting Harry involved in a duel fail, and determined that the boy who lived was entirely in danger of becoming too bound to living people and actual support networks to be properly motivated to die for the greater good, as was in fact his destiny. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Elder Wizza Rode had sacrificed the only love he had ever known on the altar of the greater good. He had sacrificed not only his hopes and dreams of the future, but any potential for happiness on that altar. He had sacrificed the boy's own parents and a line of brave and noble souls that stretched out beyond sight behind them. It could not be for nothing. It would not be for nothing. He had given the warning of the terrible danger on the 3rd floor corridor under the assumption he was getting young Harry the Gryffindor, who would charge any challenge like a bull to a red cape. Instead, he got young Harry T.E. Hufflepuff, who could ignore fame and glory, who did not in fact burn for revenge but was in danger of spending his years at the academy getting an education, rather than fighting a shadow war with Dark One. Dark One was coming. Dark One was in fact already in this school and making moves. The Black King was on the board, and the White Pawn kept refusing to move. Albus Elder Wizard was the finest chess master the world had ever seen. Dark One had been tricked into stepping onto the board here at the academy where Elder Wizard could begin to strip away his pieces, those so deadly Horcrux Dark One must never suspect he knew about. Albus had one of those Horcrux, the boy who lived. A Horcrux even Dark One did not know existed. Dark One had lost the second he stepped onto Elder Wizard's chessboard. If only his bloody pawn would move when it was told. Young Harry existed to die in the service of arcane arts user kind, the last sacrifice in a war that stretched back before his birth. He was not here to write owls or newts. He was not here to find his soul mate. He was here to die, pulling out a treasure that he had sought half his life, that he and Grindelwald had sought together before they found themselves forever enemies. James Potter had inherited it, believing somehow that a cloak of invisibility that should last less than a decade could be in the family for 300 years they knew about and not be special. One of the Tree Deathly Hallows, the Cloak of Death. James had it when he died, and Elder Wizard had quietly stolen it after Dark One and the Potters had been slain. It was effectively not much more than a very good invisibility cloak while Elder Wizard only had 2 of the 3 Hallows, but it might just be the tool required to convince a reluctant pawn that it was time to step out on the board and join the game. He penned a note to go with the cloak. Dear Harry, your father entrusted me with this cloak before he died. I think you will find it to be most useful. I know your father and his friends used it to get into no end of mischief, as it can in fact conceal you from even the most powerful wizards and witches. Your father used this to escape you know who many times, and to sneak into his most hidden meetings to learn secrets that kept a desperate and terrible war from being lost almost before it began. I am hoping that you remember your Hufflepuff caution, and do not use this to go into forbidden places. While this cloak will keep you safe, things in this school are forbidden for the students' own good. In paternal regard, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Elder Wizard. Elder Wizard gave it to one of the postal owls to deliver. He could have a house elf place it on his bed, or fox deliver it in person, but to be delivered at his house tabl. Before all his friends would make it impossible for the little suicidal tots not to use it to investigate anything older and wiser heads had taught them to avoid. That is what students did. There were times, late at night, when he feared that is why he always returned to teaching at the academy. The light was forever in need of those poor misguided children who would charge into danger with a song in their heart. and a better tomorrow in their eyes. He wept over the grave of each he lost, but always he would be searching for the next. For the greater good. He was too close now to stop. Trick or troll, Neville was on his way back for a shower. Sweating out the breakdown products of Suppressor Toad and Snape's potion gave him troll-powered and partially troll-derived body odor. Being a boy on the cusp of his teenage years, his body odor was already a force to be reckoned with, but even he allowed hexing at 20 paces was a rational response to the troll-enhanced post-workout essence of Longbottom. The thing was, the stairs were not cooperating. He wanted to go down to the dungeon to the Hufflepuff dorms and showers, but every staircase he stepped onto switched and connected upwards. 5 times he tried, and 5 times he failed. On attempt number 6 his stomach began to growl and he realized if he fought this long enough he could miss breakfast. Fine. Up first, then down we. And the staircases have had their little fun. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Neville saw Peeves the poltergeist with 2 armloads of fresh dung bombs laughing maniacally as he came down the corner. He knew those Zonko products. He had been caught more than once. If you tried to wash yourself off before they had got their full stench out, you ended up turning bright pink with yellow polka dots. Nay, Ville's legs decided he had some sprint left in them and he took off down the passage past the shiny holographic Elder Wizard icons waving a stern finger over the flashing word, forbidden. Upon reflection, that should have warranted another thought, but he was equal parts stinky and hungry, with the threat of double stinky and forever hungry rapidly approaching from behind. Charging into the long hallway, he saw only a single door. And it was locked. At the beginning of the year, Neville would have been trapped, but at this point in his therapy he had more than enough power, and his control was a work in progress. Snapping his wand from the dueling holster in his right forearm with a practiced flip, he thanked Hermione and the long years of finding it easier to appease his gran than argue with the arcane arts user with a very firm opinion on what Neville should do next, that he had been forced to practice all of the charms in the 1st and 2nd year syllabus with Harry and her until they had a firm grasp of control in both low and medium draw spells. Neville, naively, had thought that the heir Longbottom, being a Hufflepuff of law-abiding tendencies, would not actually need to perform magical break and enter. Allo Homora, Neville said firmly, casting the unlocking charm and yanking the door open in one motion. Slamming it shut, Neville didn't bother with the locking hex, that would not stop a ghost or poltergeist. He cast the 3rd-year high-powered version that was technically illegal for those not employed on the short list of ministry professions allowed to use Spells the standard Auror door breaker won't work against. The thing is, both his parents were Aurors, and his gran made them read all of their diaries, and they both took excellent notes. Colloportus. The spell coated the door in spectral chains and Peeves hit the door like a tomato tossed from the Gryffindor tower. His precious dung bombs bounced all over the hall, and Neville heard the wheezing gasps of Mr. Filch the caretaker pounding down the hall, determined to confiscate them. If Neville couldn't leave at the moment, at least he could be sure the 2 problems would remove themselves shortly. Turning to look in the room he saw a trap door in the middle of the floor, and some odd-looking runic frames, used for moving furniture between floors that was too delicate to levitate and too magically potent to apparate. There were 3 very large dog bowls. Neville made a mental effort to decide while in a medium-sized room not to think at all about the 3 giant-sized dogs that might go with those bowls. The last thing he noticed was a mirror. Clearly magical, it glowed with a soft silver radiance that made you think of moonlight on a very dark pond. Drawn forward, he heard a song. Just below the level he could make out words. It drew him forward until he was facing the mirror. He saw himself. Behind him St. Mungo's hospital was in flames, burning to the ground, and Neville's W. and was still trailing flames from burning it. Before the burning hospital, a man and woman in Auror's robes danced passionately before the fire, eyes only on each other. They were strong, vital, and so very present. They turned to look at Nigel through the glass, and he finally saw why everyone said he looked like them. He had only ever seen his parents looking like skeletons trapped in an endless scream. Tortured with the Cruciatus curse, and locked behind their own well-trained occlumency shields that would force attackers to break the mind before they ever broke it open. They were tortured until they broke, and then beyond. Trapped forever in unending torment, He had only ever seen their faces locked in that endless loop of horror. Now he saw them free and laughing. So alive, so in love. Free of St. Mungo's. Free of the torture they had been in his entire lives. He looked upon their faces and saw what he could be. Neville looked upon the mirror and reached for it. Everything he ever dreamed of could be his if he just reached out to the mirror and let it show him how. No. Neville pulled himself back, gasping. He was not the only one. Harry lost his mother and father to death, if not to endless half-life in agony. Neville would not get his salvation if Harry could not get his. He would get Harry and Hermione. They would use the mirror to find the way to their happy endings too. He cancelled his colloportus and charged the stairs. Without hesitation, they connected directly to the dungeons, growing long enough for the task to put him right at the Hufflepuff dungeon. Corridor. Neville did not note that the staircases never did that. The mirror of Erised suggestions were even subtler than they were powerful. Harry, Hermione, you have to come see this. I found something magical, something Elder Wizard has been keeping locked up on the 3rd floor corridor. Harry, it can give them back. Harry, I swear upon my arcane arts, it can give them back. Neville was in an emotional state beyond tears, rage, or hope. Hermione and Harry ran after him. Elder Wizard reacted when his wards were triggered, and had the time to walk casually down the secret passage to the room he left the mirror of Erised. He had no hope he could catch Dark One with it directly, but every hope Dark One would be fooled into using Harry as his tool, never knowing Harry was the test to see if alien souls could indeed be bound in the mirror of Erised. It had been used in ages past to free the possessed of their inhabiting souls, but after thousands of angry ghosts, demons, and monsters had been trapped in it, the mirror began to consume not simply the possessor, but the host as well. Once he had tested it on Harry, he would place the Philosopher's Stone that promised Dark One a new immortal body inside a mirror he would have to stand before with young Harry to extract. He would mourn young Harry's sacrifice, but if it spared the world from a reborn Dark One, it was for the greater good. He disillusioned himself in the corner, and awaited the show. Neville rushed into the room and charged the mirror. Elder Wizard saw the faces of Frank and Alice Longbottom as they had been when he served him in the Order of the Phoenix. His best and brightest casualties of the last war. There was no cure for them. They were trapped forever in endless and unknowing agony, but he needed them to survive. Killing is always wrong, and as long as they lived, he did not have to add them to the ghosts he hid from in his dreams each night. Harry moved to the mirror and froze in shock. A face looked back at him. His face. Green eyes. The silver Sowio rune in his forehead gleamed above green eyes that burned with intelligence and ambition. The eyes were above a hooked creature nose and a wide mouth filled with creature fangs. His fangs. He was young Harry, son of Griphook and Frithwever, creature of Gringotts. His eyes teared as he reached out to the him that should be. The mirror whispered to him. Whispered it could make it all true. Beside Neville, he reached for the mirror and wept, willing to wait forever if that is how long it took the mirror to tell him how to make it so. Hermione looked in the mirror. And she saw herself with Harry and Neville. They looked strong and happy, as did she. Noodle was around her shoulders and turned to her and hissed to her. She hissed in reply. She understood. Hermione reached out to the mirror, talking to the snake in the mirror, and it responded. She was a parcelmouth. She felt a head pound into the side of hers and turned to look at Noodle, who hissed at her. Wait, what was he saying? Why couldn't she understand him? She turned to the mirror and the snake in the mirror hissed at her, and she understood. She turned to Noodle, who ned his head to one side and flicked his tongue the way he did when people made hissing noises at him, and thought that was somehow actual Parseltongue. She looked at the mirror. That wasn't Parseltongue. That was an illusion making hissing noises at another illusion. You could not learn Parseltongue. It was a bloodline ability. Hermione would never have it. The mirror was a lie. The mirror was a lie and a trap. Pulling out her wand, she pointed it at the mirror and screamed, Lumus Maximus. A blast of light so powerful it caused everyone in the room, including the hidden Elder Wizard, to cry out in agony, flared back from the mirror of Erised, shocking Harry and Neville from its spell. Grabbing them by their collars, she dragged them from the room. Elder Wizard rubbed his eyes. Yes, the Ear quite definitely had the power to bespell Potter, and would be a trap that would indeed be able to catch Dark One. It was quite ironic. Dark One sought the Philosopher's Stone for the same reason he created his Horcrux, immortality. When he was trapped in the mirror, he would indeed achieve it. In a sense. Elder Wizard's laughter trailed off. One troubling thing. While Elder Wizard would be able to lead young Harry to where he became both bait and trap to Dark One using his friends, he would have to make sure young Harry stood alone at the end, lest his friends lead him away from the path of necessary sacrifice. Too much had been lost already for him to allow it all to be for nothing. One more child, 3 possibly, his soul could bear that much. No one else could be trusted to do what was necessary. In the Hufflepuff dormitories, 3 first years took long punishing showers. No one could spot tears in the shower, and none of them were ready to face anyone with the wounds the mirror of Erised had opened laid bare. Charms class the next day was with Ravenclaws, and the 3 friends were counting on the mercurial half-creature Professor Flitwick to break their lingering bad mood. This was Samhain, Halloween. And while Hermione was slated to sneak off with the coven for a midnight celebration they boys would never be allowed to hear about, Harry and Neville pretty much had the feast and back to the dorm rooms to look forward to. Harry and Neville were engaged in the arcane arts intensive and relatively simple work of turning the magical candles into glowing jack-o'-lanterns for the great feast. Hermione was working with Professor Flitwick and the Ravenclaw Helen Dawlish in teaching the spectral glamour, a charm that would give the students the same sort of glowing translucence as the house ghosts for the duration of the Feast of Samhain, the Feast of the Dead. Not all the students were able to grasp the subtleties of the illusion charm. It was a delicate spell. While having some structural similarities to both the disillusionment charm and the illumination charm, it also borrowed fairly heavily on some of the notice me not charms, as what it wove wasn't real. The illusion of a ghost so much as the failure to see color and depth in the image of the student, effectively making them seem as ghostly, without burning the huge amount of energy required to make them truly partially invisible or floating. Duncan Ingleby, a Ravenclaw beater, was hardly a fan of the Longbottom Potter Hufflepuff beater duo since their drubbing at the hands of the Hufflepuff team 240-70, and being lectured by the rather large mass of hair purporting to be a mudblood arcane arts user was more than his pure-blooded teenage ego could stand. I don't know why you are botherin'. Gee, with the spectral charm at all mudblood. With that swollen mass of hair burying your head you look like a pumpkin head all year. Maybe if you lie down, you will look like an acromantula. Your head makes a better spider's ass anyway. Duncan snarled, as his 4th attempt at the charm failed, as he had put more, rather than less power as Hermione had instructed him. Mr. Ingleby, that is not the behavior Rowena Ravenclaw expects and demands from her house. The House of the Wise gives humble thanks to those who offer correction and instruction, for we prize no thing beyond knowledge. 10 points from Ravenclaw, and we will see if you are done with detention before the next Quidditch game, or you will spend that game with Mr. Hagrid cleaning the chicken coops, Professor Flitwick said, arguing his Ravenclaw with the fury of the creature warrior his mother's blood passed to him. Harry and Neville had exchanged nods with Professor Flitwick as they followed a furious Hermione as she fled the classroom. She fled at a pace that argued spiral dancing in the fields with witches had at least similar exercise benefits to beater training, as the boys could not catch her before she ran into the girls' lavatory and slammed one of the cubicles closed. They could hear her crying, but as it was a girls' bathroom, they couldn't exactly follow. Not sure what to do, they paused, and while they trying to come up with an answer from the teenage boy's book of emotional wisdom on dealing with wounded girls, a third figure slid from Harry's robes and slithered to the door. Useless one, you may redeem yourself to become almost useless one by opening this door so that I may enter to soothe Mouse Giver. Noodle hissed as he reared at the door, gesturing to the handle with his head. Harry glared at Noodle. How are you supposed to comfort her? You can't even talk to her. She isn't the speaker, I am. Harry hissed. Noodle turned away, as if he could not be bothered to face Harry for the rest of this conversation. She does not need to be a speaker to understand me, nor do I need to make those horrible grunts that pass for human to soothe Mouse Giver. I am who she needs right now. You exist to run down hallways and to open doors, so open the door. Hissed Noodle angrily. Harry was angry, frustrated and helpless. Being lectured by a snake was not helping. Dollar if you can't even talk to her. How are you supposed to help, you slithering idiot? Dollar. Harry hissed. Noodle turned and bared his fangs in open threat. Dollar, I listen. Now. Open the door. Dollar. Noodle hissed as the bro. Ken's sobs sounded from inside the bathroom. Neville did not speak Parseltongue, but he wasn't nearly the idiot his family had convinced themselves he was. He broke the impasse by pulling open the door. Noodle bowed as he shot through the gap like someone scaled up a racing black mamba to rock viper size. In seconds, they heard a much more soothing hissing, and the sobs became less broken and began to slow. Wordlessly, they turned back to class to find young Mr. Ingleby and his desk surrounded in a rather large bubble, which from the way it looked, seemed to be a one-way mirror that allowed sight and sound to pass out. But trapped Mr. Ingleby in a complete isolation bubble, it would seem Professor Flitwick was giving his errant Ravenclaw a sensory deprivation time-out. They made a mental note, quite independently, not to get on the wrong side of the Ravenclaw housemaster. Hermione still hadn't joined them when the Halloween feast started, and they were beginning to become concerned. The doors to the Great Hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell burst in shouting at the top of his lungs. "Troll, in the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons!" he said dramatically, then paused, threw up a limb. P risked to his forehead like a stage actress swooning, then gasped, "Thought you should know." He then passed out into a thoroughly useless puddle where the defense of the dark arts professor really ought to be standing. "Isn't that the sort of thing we have a defense against the dark arts professor for?" griped Neville, who hated having to take notes from the stuttering idiot. He wasn't a natural note-taker, and quills were not good at correcting when you mistook a stutter for a true syllable. Harry's heart froze. "Neville, Hermione is still in the bathroom. She doesn't know about the troll," he gasped. Elder Wizard was instructing the prefects to gather the students and take them to their common rooms, which was stupid as the Hufflepuffs and the Slytherin common rooms were in the dungeons where the troll was supposed to be. The rest of the professors were forming into squads to presumably hunt the troll. Well, the prefects and 7th years should be able to at least block a troll from getting to us, so we will be okay. Hermione will be okay if she stays put and the troll is really in the dungeon, not the 3rd floor, Neville said. Harry turned to his friend and rolled his eyes. "And whose word do we have the troll in the dungeons?" Neville looked at the drama queen Quirrell passed out uselessly on the floor and shuddered. Neville completed the thought with the sort of resignation a life of bitter disappointments and cruel fate had more or less beaten into him. "And we do know of the terribly secret thing that is being protected from you know who just happens to be on th. 3rd floor 2 corridors from the girls' lavatory. With the professors running to the dungeon, the students headed to the dungeon or towers. This would be a great time to set a troll loose on the 3rd floor and make a quick grab at the terribly secret thing. I mean, it isn't like Hermione will be killed on purpose. No one actually controls a troll, they just sort of point and hope for the best." Neville sighed, eyeing the Hufflepuff prefects who were sorting out the older students' responsibilities and clustering the younger students in groups led by a senior. "How are we going to get away? Our prefects aren't Gryffindor. They can count, and they aren't Slytherin. We can't just bribe them to look the other way," Neville asked, before Harry threw something silvery around them and the world went a bit blurry. "This is my dad's invisibility cloak. Elder Wizard said it can beat any arcane arts user, or ward. I say we sneak out of the Great Hall, then sprint for the lava. Tory to let Hermione know we need to get back to the common room. Then we sneak back to the rest of Hufflepuff somewhere en route and pretend we were always there," said Harry, awash with a brilliant plan. Neville shrugged. "They would end up caught by the troll or Filch. Hopefully the troll. The troll wouldn't hand you over to Professor Sprout for the 'I am not mad, I am disappointed' speech." That one made Neville feel like someone ripped out his heart and dipped it in one of Snape's cauldron-eating potion disasters. Still, it was a plan. They made it out of the hall as they heard Cedric Diggory calling their names in tones of rising urgency. The choice to do the stairs under the cloak proved wise as they noted Quirrell then Snape both go up the stairs just before them, but turn down the forbidden corridor, not the ladies' loo. They got to the girls' lavatory in a dead sprint and Harry opened the door to Neville with a cough. "Blimey Neville, I thought you showered after class. You smell Or like a troll now than after your morning run. Harry joked as they spotted Hermione at the bathroom mirror, trying to fix her face while Noodle hissed soothingly from the next sink. Neville had me to give himself the sniff test in confusion, having had the shower, and smelling less like a troll as most of the toxins were already sweated out. He had just turned to complain to Harry when the shadow of something moving fast towards them from above activated Neville's finely honed beater reflexes and he grabbed Harry, throwing them both to the ground. The shattering of wall and door prefaced the entrance of a 12-foot gray-skinned and more or less invulnerable mountain troll into the third-floor lavatory. Hermione screamed, and Neville, upon due reflection, felt that was indeed the correct response. They were indeed going to die. In a girl's lavatory, his gran would finally have that heart attack, and it would indeed be his fault. Harry drew his wand and put all his power into the stunning charm, striking the troll right in its center of mass. In return, the troll swept his club through 3 bathroom stalls, 1 heroic Hufflepuff, and 2 bathroom sinks. Harry was blasted by the debris before the club caught him, so only stunned and not killed as he witnessed the troll's skin proving exactly as invulnerable to spell fire at the level of first or even third-year students as Ir Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook had insisted. It was good to know that stuttering or not, Quirrell did indeed know his stuff. The troll raised the half-tree as used as a club, prepared to end one young Harry, creature and savior of the arcane arts user race, only to suffer repeated failures when he tried to bring it down. A trembling arcane arts user, brown eyes burning under a mass of hair that ought to have made her look less threatening than she was, felt the air around her tremble with the power as she overcharged her spell to a level dangerous to wand and arcane arts user alike. Her intent pure, her focus beyond that of a laser, she moved her hand with a casual swish and flick that was very close to perfect within both time and space to the runic construct, even as her incantation rang with the harmonic power to manifest her will upon the tides of arcane arts. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione incanted, pitting all of her will and arcane arts against not the arcane arts resistant troll, but the tree it was wielding as a club. It held against one tug, then a second, as the troll gathered its second hand to double the power and bring the club down on the offending arcane arts user. A black whip struck from one of the 2 remaining sinks and latched its fangs into the meaty flesh just above the troll's knee. Rock Viper Venom is an arcane arts user killer, it is a beast killer. It is the equivalent of a very strong potion, growing in power as the snake matures. As a bonded familiar to a Parslotong, Noodle's venom was already several times stronger than his fully adult mother's. It acted to force the blood to clot, turning to sludge in the troll's veins and arteries. It paralyzed the nerves, blocking transmitters at every junction, causing weakness and paralysis. It was enough to kill a man in a single bite, to stop a lion, tiger, or bear in a single strike. Noodle continued to pump venom into the troll, enough for half a dozen strikes. Noodle pumped until he had nothing left, but the troll's magical regeneration and unbelievable mass made it beyond any snake less than a basilisk to kill. The troll roared, letting go of its club as it slapped Noodle off his leg, leaving the snake to flop brokenly against the wall. Noodle, Harry cried, as he was sure he just saw his familiar die, yet his cry was lost in the roar of the troll as his bitten leg failed, and he crashed to all fours on the bathroom floor. Neville knew he was balls at fine control, but as he was fully panicking right now, he had all the magical power he could ever want. He stuck his wand right into the eye of the troll and screamed out, Lumos Maximus. If Hermione's maximum light was enough to blind a room full of wizards, the young Lord Longbottom's full power was enough to sear eyes of even a fully grown mountain troll. It would heal, but for the moment, it reared back away from the burning light. Hermione, who could do no more than hold the heavy tree she had snatched from the troll, saw its head beneath the hovering club. With the last of her magical power, she stopped holding it up, and, with a wild downward slash of her wand and will, pulled it down like a guillotine onto the troll's head. Stunned, the troll fell unconscious to the ground, head right at Hermione's trembling feet. Harry was no creature warrior. He could never make a blade longer than his dagger, but it was a creature fighting knife, the size of a Viking Sikh's or American Bowie knife. Charging it with all of his magical power, he climbed the shoulders of the fallen troll and rammed the blade into the neck of the troll. cutting between the third and fourth cervical vertebra in a desperate attempt to sever the spinal cord and kill the troll. The troll went still, his spinal cord severed, but troll regeneration is literally inhuman. No other living creature heals as quickly and completely as a mountain troll. It began to heal. "It's not enough," shouted Harry. Neville had a moment. He only really learned one dueling jinx. The knock-back jink. The jinx that cast your magical power not at your enemy, but between them and the ground. The jinx was useful because many shields only covered the arcane arts user, not the ground. It was powerful enough at normal strength to toss a grown man back a dozen yards. Harry was desperately sawing with his magical creature blade at the spinal cord. Neville took his father's wand. His only inheritance. His gran always swore he would never be half the arcane arts user needed to wield it, but he was bloody well going to be good enough for this. He aimed it beside Harry's creature sliver blade inside the troll's spine, between the heavy spinal bones. "Harry, overcharge Flipendo with everything you have. On 3. 1, 2, Neville shouted, hoping Harry was listening. And he remembered right that Harry could cast any contact-type spell through his knife. Flipendo wasn't supposed to be, but needs must when Morgana's casting. "Flipendo!" the two young wizards shouted, each of them pouring all their little overcharged cores had to offer into a very small space made of flesh that did not like allowing arcane arts to pass. It was like setting off Muggle dynamite inside someone's spine. 3 professors charged over the shattered wall to the girls' lavatory to hear 2 voices shouting the knock-back jinx that could not possibly stop a standing troll. No textbook had ever recorded the effects of 2 massively overcharged spells being detonated inside a troll's spinal column. Perhaps this would make a new entry. The effects were somewhat noteworthy. Miss Granger had one leg shattered as the troll head was cut entirely off and blasted into her. Young Harry had his right hand and forearm shattered when the explosion threw him backwards. And his knife ended up wedged hilt first in the stone of the ceiling. Neville Longbottom would no longer have to worry about being worthy of his father's wand, as the wand itself exploded in kind of white, silver fire that comes from unicorn hair giving up all of its arcane arts in a single burst. Not that Neville would be needing a wand until both of his broken arms were at least to the point they could be recognized as human limbs. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall looked on in something between shock and horror as Hermione Granger, in a degree of focus that ought to be beyond her, demonstrated her resolve and preparation for daily life at the academy as she dragged a leg not facing the right way behind her across the floor. She pulled out the one healing potion that she had, and poured it into the open mouth of a limp and possibly lifeless black rock viper. Samhain had passed, and while Hermione may not have danced with her coven on the Feast of the Dead, it was her and her 2 companions upon whom the ritual was focused, 2 companions, and one not quite dead snake. They did not wake until dawn on the second day. Upon waking, they faced something somewhat more intimidating than a mountain troll. In a ladies' loo, there were goblins and grandmothers, and no small number of questions. Reasonable questions, and as everyone knows, those are almost always the most dangerous ones at the academy. Elementary, my dear Noodle. It was long after curfew, but the recovering foursome had been ordered to eat whenever they woke up from their potion and spell-enhanced healing trances. Hermione had coaxed some of her bluebell flames, the odd blue-colored fire she had been using unconsciously since about grade 3 to live in 2 bedpans Millicent had set up like Br. Azirs on either side of Neville's bed and his right flank Harry and left flank Hermione. First fanged rule of Slytherin girls Hermione. You don't go to the bathroom alone. I know you badgers are all about group hugs and that rubbish, but the world is full of predators, and every one of them lives to catch you alone and not at your best. Girls do not ever go to the bathroom alone. Harry was translating in soft hisses for Noodle, who rose painfully and bopped Hermione in the forehead with his own head. $water arcane arts user is wise speaker. Maybe I should entrust Mouse Giver to her and not you. Noodle hissed. Hermione and Harry both winced, and Hermione nodded to Millicent, clasping her hands in front of her and giving a short bow used in pureblood society as an acknowledgement of error. Millicent gave the hair flip used at all levels of female society to indicate, whatever, or, I have heard your apology but accept you will continue to be more yourself than is wise or survivable be you. Choose to be the bigger person and pretend you have learned. Hair flips are surprisingly communicative, if you have enough wit to read them. Millicent was spoon-feeding Neville, while Harry was looking down on his large white bib on which fat badgers magically cavorted, descending on whatever bit of food his less-than-perfect spoon control with his offhand landed on the large white bib. The badgers seemed to be getting rather more of the lamb in his stew than he was. I am not a baby, I don't need a bib. Young Harry snarled, the pain from his regrowing arm bones making him cranky. I am a creature warrior. Harry replied haughtily, then swore as a good lamb bit fell off the side of his spoon, leaving a delectable taste on the lips it brushed then fell to his bib where the badger's stitch head into it descended on it in happy grumbling content. Harry eyed the smug bit of turnip and broth left on the spoon and with a reluctant sigh, shoveled it in awkwardly. Hermione very carefully ed the wound salve onto Noodle's long form. Lines from her own pain and bags under her eyes showed the cost of her own leg, but her gentleness with Noodle showed she had at least as much control of her pain as Harry had. I read that creature warriors were feared for being universally ambidextrous, among other things. Hermione lectured sternly, whining about having to eat left-handed as very goblin-y, not very heroic. Millicent fed Neville another spoonful of stew, and he closed his lips upon it carefully. While both his arms had been shattered, his neck had very strong opinions about his had being at ground zero for troll decapitating explosions, and he chewed with the care of someone who feared do so with too much vigor might cause his lower jaw to fall off. Now Neville was properly heroic. Getting both arms blown to minced meat, Madame Pomfrey said she didn't know whether to make a tart or a boy out of what was left. I suppose we should be thankful it was after the Halloween fee. Saint or he might be a tart on the teacher's table right now. Millicent mused. Yeah, well, I hope Snape and Quirrell both choke on me. What do you suppose they were doing sneaking down the third-floor corridor? Towards the three giant dogs in the arcane arts mirror. Neville snarked. Millicent wiped the gravy off his chin then corrected him. One dog. A Cerebos actually. Hagrid was right worried abo. Oot him when he heard there was a troll found on the third floor. Elder Wizard asked to borrow him to look after Nicholas Flamel's secret thingy, whatever that was. Millicent frowned with the moe of distaste any Slytherin had for plotting done so poorly as to put Hagrid and secret in the same sentence. Harry shot upright, then swore. Merlin's beard's bloody beard boggart. Fluffy was a Cerebos. Fluffy he was chatting with that bloke down the pub who seemed so interested he bought drinks, was a bloody Cerebos. That is what is guarding the trapdoor the mirror was beside. Hermione frowned. Probably under by now. I mean, that was pretty clearly a set of suspension runic binders. If Elder Wizard is hiding something behind a Cerebos, he probably has all sorts of other defenses lined up too. Stuff to keep dark wizards like you-know-who's followers away from. She replied firmly. Millicent shook her head. With all due respect to the Badger's token scholar, you really need to think more Slytherin about this. Elder Wizard announced at the start of year feast and at the Halloween feast to a school full of teenage witches and wizards, drunk on their first taste of actual power, that the is something secret and forbidden literally just 2 flights of stairs away, but don't go there, nudge nudge, wink bloody wink. Harry digested that while he attempted to pin a nice-looking bit of lamb he was determined to get into his mouth, not onto his bib for the badgers. So you think Elder Wizard was trying to entice students to go after the secret thing from Nicholas Flamel, whoever that is? Thinking a second he added. When he gave me my invisibility cloak which he claimed he borrowed from my birth dad before he got killed, he also warned me not to use it to explore anything forbidden. Even though its enchantments would keep me from getting caught. Millicent groaned and went to press her face against Noodle on Hermione's chest. The snake rubbed his head along the Slytherin girl's cheek in shared understanding. I swear you Badger's common room must be filled with some sort of fairy mind arcane arts mushrooms or something, because it makes you all completely mental. The Griffy, NDORSC the die a most painful death, bidden have all been madly trying to charge it since halfway through the semester. The Ravenclaws see a secret knowledge that could be won by those with the cunning and forethought to overcome the minds, if not the magics of the Academy professors, and have been in a feather-fluffing frenzy. Slytherins hear the whisper of forbidden power and are in such a State of enhanced lust that it makes you think someone has slipped love potion in the punch bowl again. You Hufflepuffs just burrow into your common room doing homework, and only sneak out to do exercise in the rain. Dance naked in the woods, or repot forbidden plants in the greenhouse. Millicent accused them of a total lack of lust for forbidden arcane arts and power that explained how in actual, Parselmouth managed not to get sorted into Slytherin's own house. Well, the forbidden thing from Nicholas Flamel obviously means the Philosopher's Stone, said Hermione, as if that was indeed obvious. For a Muggle-born arcane arts user, her knowledge of every prominent magical scholar since the burning of the Library of Alexandria was beyond scary. Neville choked, thankful he wasn't being spoon-fed at that instant. Nicholas Flamel, he's like 600 years old. Him and his wife are cited as the only currently living immortals because he made the Philosopher's Stone and can brew the elixir of life. If you know who is not all the way dead, but not alive enough to come for Harry himself, what do you think he would give for the stone that allowed you to triumph over death itself and retain your full mind and body's power forever? Harry hissed to Noodle. Snape and Quirrell were both after it. I should kill them both. Harry hissed, a very creature desire for revenge rising within him. Noodle hissed in reply. This is why you aren't allowed out without adult supervision. Stupid hot-blooded mammal idiocy. If not for boobs that are the only perfect resting place known to serpent kind, I would say bite all of you. Letting you down from the trees in the first place was clearly a waste of time. One of them is sabotaging the other. Until you know which, you wait in the shadows and watch. You lure them into facing each other, you make them show their hand, and when you know which is your enemy, and which is a disposable distraction, then you can strike. Honestly, I fear Mouse Give. Will never find any of you worthy of mating, which means my children will have no competent caretakers. Harry had been translating for his friends, but choked when he got to the word mating as his brain derailed. Millicent began laughing outright, making all three of the rest of them blush brightly. Hermione would later blame what she said on the pain potions she was on, but Millicent remained unsure she accepted it. Speaking of boobs, I swore I dreamed of you dancing in the woods on Samhain night when we were in hospital. I know I had planned on being there for the ritual, but I have never actually seen the ritual grove and it is warded so heavily we could never find it. How is it I saw you naked, which I have never seen, in a ritual circle in the woods, that I have never seen? Hermione asked, uncaring that talking about seeing classmates' boobs and said classmates dancing naked in the woods with two of her very male teenage classmates was somewhere beyond socially awkward and well into the invite Dementors to the wedding kind of wrong. Morgana's honeypot. Hermione, you don't just up and say things like that. Millicent swore, the large girl covering he fully clad chest with Cr. Ost arms as if this would prevent two teenage boys from visualizing things once the thought was in the hormone-fueled soup that passed for male brains. With a loud gushing sigh, she gathered herself. Before meeting Hermione's eyes to answer her. If you must know, I asked Madame Pomfrey if I could take your place and stand in for you in the Samhain circle, because they were planning on sending you three and Noodle energy and healing. Because you three, Noodle, and I have been hanging out all year, and do pretty much everything together, I thought I would be the natural focus for the ritual, and through me they could get more energy and healing to all of you. We are bound by choice, so what I accept can be used by you. That brought Neville to the question that had been bothering him. So, you mean when I dreamed of all the dancing naked ladies in the rain around that huge fire, that was real, and you know, actually you? Neville asked. Bloody hell Neville, you too. Harry said, admitting the part that had been making Neville blush so hard. As he had been in his coma, he could have sworn he saw the dancing circle, not much of it clear, but Millicent had been the one point of unerring focus through the whole dance. As if his consciousness had been somehow following her through the dance. Goblins not being ones for body modesty, he didn't share the nudity taboos of his friends, N.D. grasped the one practical bit that jumped out and danced in his mind. This had been the 31st of October in northern Scotland. How didn't you freeze in that rain? I mean, October in the rain is tough enough in Quidditch gear. But Starkers on Samhain, I'd have frozen my bits off. Harry said. Millicent shrugged. It doesn't bother me, not even when I play Quidditch. When I don't want it to, rain doesn't touch me. When I want to be dry, I just sort of ask it to go and it goes. Water arcane arts user I named her. Water arcane arts user she is. Noodle hissed, not bothering to look up, too tired and sore to move. Harry translated, not really seeing the seriousness of the statement. I wouldn't mind learning that charm. Harry noted, it sucks playing wet at any kind of speed. Hermione sighed, conjuring flames to dance in her hands. It isn't a charm, Harry, it's an elemental affinity. It can't be taught, any more than parleton can be taught. It is just a part of you, a connection to the wild arcane arts and the earth that is woven in your blood. That hardly seems fair, griped Harry. You are one to complain, Harry, considering the cheat you have with yours. Neville snarked. What are you talking about, Neville? Harry objected. Your air affinity, you prat. I mean, how many times have you lectured me about not seeing the bludgers coming from behind? Below, and above me. Most of us have to use their eyes to see the bloody things. Your just sense the disturbance in the air isn't really a thing. I mean, I figured out you had an air affinity months ago. Even you can't be that dim. Neville griped. Noodle hissed at Harry, demanding a translation. When he received it, he turned to Neville and hissed. The dense one, make him tell his gift. Hurry, speaker. WH. The ritual that bound you together for healing is still connecting you, make him talk. Noodle hissed in obvious agitation. Neville listened to Noodle with embarrassment. It's not much of a gift. Gran keeps telling me I have to be an Auror like Dad and Mom or I won't be living up to their destiny. It is why she was so upset about me not getting into the warrior house of Gryffindor. My gift is sort of lame. I mean, I love it. It is the only thing I used to have, back when I thought I had no arcane arts at all. The plants like me, Neville said, and gestured to the roses in the vase on the table at the end of their beds. He gestured, and the roses bent towards him. Soon the vase shattered, and the roots of the cut plants grew back and enveloped the table. Millicent drew the water from the surrounding pitchers and guided it to the floor for the roots as the roses shot out stems and leaves to grow into a very thick rose bush in the middle of the hospital wing of the academy. They bur street with flowers as the vines all waved in an unseen wind, the scent of fresh earth that was nowhere in sight mixed with the heady perfume of roses as the Slytherin girl and pair of stunned Hufflepuffs looked at Neville's gift in disbelief. Root Singer. He is Root Singer. You have bound all 4 elements in a living ritual and done nothing with it. I am surrounded by stupid humans. Root Singer of Earth. Water arcane arts user of the waves, Mouse. Giver who calls fire, and speaker who hears the wind. Noodle hissed. Millicent and Neville were the only ones who got it. We have all the towers. We are all the quarters. The guardians of the cardinal points, the elements of a ritual circle. Millicent said huskily, the hunger for a power, the detested half-blood of pure blood house. To have a LL4 elemental affinities in a single circle happens maybe once a century or so. The last time it happened was bloody Grindelwald back in the 30s, before he split with Elder Wizard. Most people say if they hadn't fallen out and he had kept his circle intact he'd have won the bloody war. Millicent said with a tremble in her voice none of them could recall ever hearing. Hermione frowned. Why is it we don't learn anything about this in class? Hermione asked. Neville rolled his eyes. Elemental affinities are one of those pure blood obsessions. I mean they bred us for it like raising racing hippogriffs or postal owls. Entire houses rise and fall on the purity of their elemental affinity. You can learn almost any arcane arts if you have the right books, and arcane arts itself throws dice about how big your magical core potential will be, but elemental affinities are in the bloodlines. You can bet that the high-born families want to keep that advantage entirely to themselves, and you can also bet that the ministry is going to do their best to suppress the knowledge about any source of power they can't regulate or control. Noodle was swaying back and forth in serpentine bliss, hissing softly to himself. Almost singing as Harry translated the conversation. We need to tell Professor Elder Wizard. Hermione said firmly. We have all 4 elements together, and with Professor Sprout's coven to train us. We have the capacity to make a full elemental coven like hasn't been seen since he and Grindelwald. Noodle rammed his head into her forehead, breaking her train of thought. Water arcane arts user. Educate Mouse Giver. I cannot protect her alone, and the males are too trusting. The phoenix lover is not to be trusted. He stinks of sacrifice, yet bears no scars himself. You are fresh from the egg, soft-scaled and weak-venomed, in a forest of ancient and half-seen foes. You must grow your power in secret until your foes are known, and strike from the shadows. N. Oodle hissed as Harry translated almost robotically. Neville looked at Noodle gravely, Harry skeptically, and Hermione looked offended. Neville finally spoke. Harry, your snake's more than a little creepy. Neville said seriously. I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. It's just like getting lectured by that Italian arcane arts user Snape always quotes. Neville said. Machiavelli. Both Hermione and Millicent said in stereo. Harry thought about the fight he got Noodle in. He won the creature silver of the goblins that were killed by Noodle's mother. A normal creature warrior would take that silv. R of conquest and forge himself a larger blade, a sword to win honor and glory for his clan. Harry could not forge a sword. He was not a creature. Harry had forged a hearth mistress needle for Hermione. The symbol and key to a creature family or clan's power, the tool that a hearth mistress used to bind her family together and amplify their power. Only a creature could do that. Young Harry, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter, was a creature. He had forged a creature silver needle for his hearth mistress. Hermione could not be the hearth mistress of a creature clan. Harry could never be a creature warrior. He could no more forge the creature sword of a warrior than he could fly a broom to the moon. Harry Potter was an arcane arts user, and would be a lord. Arcane arts was his weapon, yet he was a creature too. Harry shut his eyes. The powerful beat of the drum, the ecstatic wild arcane arts of the dance, the skyclad witches dancing in firelight, their feet striking the earth in time with the beating of his heart. This arcane arts called to him. The arcane arts of his blood. The arcane arts of his mother. His scar burned, the Sowyo rune burned with the power of creature silver. With the arcane arts of Dark One's killing curse, with the arcane arts of Dark One's own soul fragment, as he made Harry a Horcrux in the moment of his own reflective destruction from the killing curse. Arcane arts of an ancient and noble house, arcane arts of a dark lord, arcane arts of the creature nation, arcane arts of the covens and elements, all bound to his blood. He was not any of them, he was all of them, and more. Dark One was coming for him, Dark One and all his Death Eaters. Harry was a creature warrior who could never forge a sword to defend himself, yet when Frithwever Bone. Dark One and his mother's arcane arts through creature silver to Harry's own soul, she had created something new. Something stronger. He could not forge a sword of creature silver, but he could forge a weapon. A weapon neither Dark One nor Elder Wizard could understand, because neither one would ever think to give their power to another. Moving carefully, he undid his hospital robes, and bared his chest to his classmates. Neville had seen it before, but Hermione blushed and Millicent's eyes grew wide as she saw the other two runes of creature silver woven into his chest. Othala and Alges burned in bright silver of the firelight, adding to the reflected gleam of the Sowilo of his scar's sun rune. These are the runes of a clan's acceptance. I shouldn't have been given them until I was an adult. But because of my birth mother's contract with Gringotts, Griphook my creature father had no choice but to have Frithwever my mother weave them all into me as a baby. They bound the protection of my mother to my own arcane arts. And to eat Dark One's soul fragment that used to be bound to my scar. Harry said. Morgana's nipples. Harry, this is the kind of secret you cut throats to keep, you don't just go ahead and tell people. Millicent hissed, wishing not for the first time that she was advanced enough to cast the privacy charms. Harry cut her off with a wave of his good hand. No, you aren't just people, look, these runes bind a clan together and amplify our arcane arts. Creatures can't use wands, so their runes are their power amplifiers. Creature warriors can lay down their pow. And intent through a sort of alchemy to produce larger and larger blades. Until they have the creature sword they will use to channel, deflect, and cut through arcane arts all their lives. Creature maidens get a needle of creature silver made of their mate's own arcane arts that they use to weave those runes of power into the rest of their clan to bind them together so their magics can be shared. Goblins are not nearly as powerful as wizards or witches, but when they work together they can match them in their works. Harry said. Do you mean you married Hermione in Charms class? Neville blurted out. He has far to go to be worthy of Mouse Giver. I will not allow it. Ask me again when you have done something worthy. Dollar. Noodle hissed angrily. Harry blushed, shot his snake a look, and answered. No, apparently I need Noodle's permission to marry Mouse Giver, and I haven't done anything that impressive yet. Harry said sarcastically. He carried on with sincerity though. She is the only one I can think of being hearth mistress though, she is the one who weaves us together, and I want her to do that for real. Harry said. Neville hissed this time. You mean Marcus with creature runes of power like you have? That is the kind of arcane arts goblins would kill wizards for even trying to learn. Harry sneered. I am a creature of Gringotts. That silver I took from the bodies of me dead enemies. And it is to be used to forge the weapon I will use to defend my clan. My clan is Potter, the house of my mother and father who died that I might live. My house is Hematite, the creature clan that bound me in their arcane arts and their love while I was too young and too weak to defend myself, and my clan is you three idiots and our designated reptile adult. No one tells a creature rear what he may do with the spoils of his victories. That is creature law, Harry said in a voice so cold they were surprised frost didn't form on the floor. Hermione's mind was moving faster than her filter, and she spoke her thoughts out loud. As powerful as a full elemental circle is, and if what I am hearing from Neville and Millicent is true, then what I learned from Professor Sprout is really the heavily edited, don't scare the newbies, version of what a coven can do. Then I can't imagine what a full circle augmented by creature power amplifying runes could be. Runes aren't like wands, they are not passive amplifiers. Runes shape the kind of wild arcane arts that the covens raise, they don't have to run it all through you. That is the limitation to a wand, you can't put more power through it than your body can sustain, or you will burn yourself into a squib. You can't use a wand in a coven circle because the power is shared. If you brought a wand into it, you would either burn out whoever was the focus, or blow up the wand channeling more power than it could hold. If all four of us were bound by the same runes, then we could get the same sort of amplification of a wand, without having to bring the energy into ourselves to get burned out. We four could be as powerful and Grindelwald and Dumbledore would have been, if their falling out hadn't broken their circle. Hermione gushed, eyes alight with the possibilities. Harry had been hissing along in translation. $5. Hissed Noodle. It is clear you cannot be allowed out without reptilian supervision, lest you do something mammal and leave me alone with only the night pigeon for company. Hissed Noodle, choosing to remind them that if they died, he would be left looking after Hedwig, Neville's owl. Elder Wizard will lose his mind. He doesn't approve of covens, doesn't trust goblins, and has some pretty firm ideas about making sure Harry only learns what Elder Wizard thinks is for the greater good and all that. Neville muttered. While he hated politics, his gran was very firm that he would be Longbottom of Longbottom, a power that the Wizigamot was forced to listen closely to. He was never permit Ted to be innocent of the power blocks that controlled that august body. Millicent shrugged. So we don't tell him. We don't tell anyone we don't actually need. She never had figured out why the other houses had such problems with the realities of power. She was a half-blood in a pure-blooded house. She was too strong to be ignored, too impure to be approved, and too smart to let House Bulstrode decide how they would expend her for some petty gain they understood. When a grim-looking Griphook, Frithweaver, and an angry-looking Augusta Longbottom were permitted into the Medwing guided by Madame Pomfrey who had finished explaining their children's injuries extensive and prognosis read to walk out, just need to keep potioning for bone density for a week they met 4 very serious-looking children. And a very broken rock viper in need of a good molt. Gran, I broke Dad's wand. I am not going to say sorry. Hermione was trapped, and the troll would not stay dead. We are first years, and nothing we could do was going to stop it. Neville said with tears in his eyes, but the clenched and upthrust jaw Frank had whenever he stepped into a battle he did not intend to leave short of death or victory. It was very brave of you. Your parents would have been so proud. It was a very Gryffindor thing to do, and I'm sure you will be as great an Auror as he was. Augusta said, her own voice wavering with emotion her iron control of occlumency was not totally able to overcome. Neville winced as if struck. That is just it, Gran. I am not Gryffindor. I didn't go there to be a hero, I didn't stay there to be brave. Hermione is mine. Like Harry or Millicent, I wouldn't leave them, they wouldn't leave me. If we could have all got out and run away, we would have run so fast a snitch couldn't catch us. Augusta opened her mouth to object, but Griphook nodded and smiled a tooth-bare grin. Fight for blood, fight for profit. Fighting for glory is for paupers, wizards, and fools. I approve, Harry. This one is ruthless and wise enough almost to be a creature. Griphook said. Harry was the one who flinched that time. Almost a creature, that is the thing. That is what I am. All I am, Harry said. Frithwever came forward as Griphook flinched this time. She laid her clawed hand on his curse scar and its rune. No, Harry, I wove that into you with my own needle, with silver from my own marriage knife. You are my child, as much as Fangborn or Glitterbright, Frithwever said, her smile softer than any who had never seen goblins at home behind their house wards would know. It makes me family, and part of the clan. But to the nation I will always be an outsider. I am a creature, and you are as much my parents as James and Lily Potter, but I can never be a creature warrior like Fangborn. Harry said, trying hard not to be hurt as both his parents flinched a little at his saying outright what they took such pains not to bring up. Father, I ask for my silver. I ask for that which I won in blood. That I forge for myself the weapon I will use to fill my vaults with gold, and my name with glory. I wish to take up the silver taken from the dead to forge the weapon I will wash in the blood of Dark One. Murderer of my first parents. Harry asked, and while Poppy and Augusta stopped knowing something important had just been said, and Griphook's reaction was simply surprise, it was Frithwever whose eyes darted to the other children in the hospital beds in growing alarm and awareness. You cannot mean them. Frithwever shouted in gobbledygook, pointing at Hermione, Neville and Millicent. I have made my needle. Mother, Hermione will be hearth mistress, and I ask that you teach her the weavings of my clan, that she may mark the brothers and sisters that have chosen to stand with me against fire and fang. Spell and sword, Harry answered in gobbledygook, the only language that weighed blood and gold. Honor and vengeance on the same scales, and understood that no means were forbidden to balance those scales. Frithwever looked over at Hermione and watched her raise her hand, to show the creature silver needle that orbited it like a happy moon around its chosen planet. Griphook and Frithwever froze, but it was Griphook who broke the silence with the sort of rasping laugh that belonged somewhere deep in hell where things that the light shouldn't disturb were kept. Turning to Augusta Longbottom, he bowed. Clan Hematite greets Clan Longbottom. My son has decided that the silver he has won from his first death battle shall be used to mark your son, and these two witches, as part of his clan. It seems, at age 12, he has chosen his hearth mistress, and decided to set his clan of 4 against the whole of the wizarding world, and the creature nation, to get revenge for his parents' death. Augusta snapped reflexively, he will do no such thing. My Neville, that is so far as she got before Neville stepped in. I bloody well will. Harry's parents died, but he grew up with Griphook and Frithwever to guide him, Fangborn and Glitterbright as his siblings. I grew up being terrified to be dragged into St. Mungo's to see Dad and Mum writhing in agony and not being allowed to die. I grew up waiting for Uncle Algy to accidentally kill me and remove the stain of a bloody squib on the Longbottom name. Probably for the best because I was never going to be the Auror grandson to replace my dad. I'm just Neville. I talk to plants, and want to make things grow, but when my friends need my help I bloody well want to be strong enough to do it. I don't think my soul could take having to visit Millicent or Hermione beside Mum and Dad because some Death Eater got to them and I was too weak to stop it. This time, Gran, this time I will bloody well be strong enough to stop it. Neville shouted, and as he had been shouting the roses had climbed around his bed and a wall of writhing thorns surrounded him like a moving cloak of floral serpents. Hermione called fire into her hands, drawing attention to her. We are stronger together. We found out what we were when the school's coven bound us together in a healing ritual. Neville is meant to be a part of us, and us a part of him. Hermione said, letting the fire dance in her hand, drawing every eye. Harry called up a tornado that spun fast enough to be visible, as Millicent opened her own hand, and summoned water from the pitchers around to form a serpent of water that hissed and swayed before them. Merlin's beard. Augusta swore. A full elemental circle. She turned and looked around her in alarm. Poppy Pomfrey stepped forward and raised her hands in a calming gesture. Relax, Augusta. You are safe behind the Medwitch wards of the Academy. Not even the headmaster can scry here. The Academy has known many headmasters, but only 4 founders, and they wove their protections into this place knowing how fickle politics can be. Only Professor Sprout and those of us in the coven leadership know, and we have sealed it to the circle magically. You couldn't Imperious it out of us and I could bathe in Veritas serum and not whisper a word. Poppy Pomfrey said simply, as if Albus Elder Wizard could be dismissed so easily. Except this time perhaps he could. Griphook and Frithwever looked at the witches with suspicion, then Griphook asked. This elemental thing, it is powerful. Powerful enough to risk drawing the ire of the Ministry and Elder Wizard? Griphook asked. Augusta nodded slowly. A proper elemental coven, one with all 4 elements together, can do ritual arcane arts of unbelievable power. It was a full 12 of elementals, witches and wizards both, who gave their lives to enact the statute of secrecy and separate the worlds of arcane arts and muggle. With 4, and young as they are, they won't be reshaping the world anytime soon, but together, with training, they could perhaps be a threat to Dark One himself. Frithwever's eyes grew wide, and she demanded, why was this not done already? Why was Dark One not stopped by one before he slaughtered half a generation? Poppy Pomfrey sighed. 2 reasons. First, because they are so rare. The last time a circle was found with 4 compatible elementalists, it was Cassiopeia Black, Perenelle Flammel, Albus Elder Wizard and Gellert Grindwald. Griphook, sensing the problem, begged the question. And the second reason? Because, say Albus Elder Wizard knows that if he hadn't broken the circle before, Grindwald would have conquered the world. There is no knowing what he would do to stop another from rising. Madame Pomfrey sighed, with the grave expression that allowed the leader of the light, the headmaster of her school, may indeed be one of the dangers she must protect her charges from. Frithwever looked to Augusta Longbow, Tom and Hermione Granger and said softly, I do not know this coven arcane arts, but I know the blood and rune arcane arts of Goblin clan weaving. I will need your assistance, Madam Longbottom, in training Hermione to bind them properly. Frithwever said, I will need an oath that you will never share this arcane arts or use it on another. This is taught hearth mistress to hearth mistress, and as a creature secret. Augusta nodded. I will need an oath from all to make sure that no word of this is to be shared beyond those bound together. To make an alliance with an outside power, to use the arcane arts of the covens, and to ally to ancient and noble houses outside the bonds of the wizard gamut is tantamount to rebellion. Millicent chose to ask the question delicately. So you oppose us all being bound because it is treason? Augusta flared. My son and his wife lie suffering in torment. Harry's parents lie in forgotten graves in Godric's Hollow, and I have to exchange pleasantries with marked Death Eaters upon the Wizargamot floor because to do otherwise is to be the one the law will punish. I piss on treason, and fart on the wishes of the supreme mugwump Albus Bloody Elder Wizard. I will lend my blood, my arcane arts, and my silence to your binding. So mote it be. Augusta snapped, her wand raised and her power flaring in a magical oath that washed over all in the infirmary. Frithwever drew her marriage knife and cut open her palm, speaking her own oath. I will lend my blood, my arcane arts, and my silence to this binding. So mote it be. With a flash, the cut on her palm healed, and the falling blood was consumed by fire, marking both oaths sealed. You will bind 5 of us, not 4. I keep telling you foolish mammals, you are too emotional to be allowed off leash. I cannot properly care for the 4 that I have if I am not bound so that I can always find them. Noodle hissed. When Harry translated, Augusta looked shocked, Frithwever looked horrified, and Poppy looked intrigued. The ritual began at midnight, and lasted until dawn. In his bed that night, Elder Wizard was tormented by visions of snakes and badgers. They snarled and snapped at him from every vision as he used his own limited gifts of precognition to map how to best guide the children around young Harry so he could be set on the path to his destiny. Harry's battle with the troll had taken all of Elder Wizard's brute force to make happen, and even then, they had not been chased by the troll into the forbidden corridor in the confrontation with Dark One, but had instead fought the thing. Elder Wizard needed his limited precognition to map out how to manipulate the children, lest they fail to point Harry to his prophesied battle. He was no seer himself, he could not see more than a few paces beyond the veil of time. And his dreams were the vehicles. Now there were snakes and badgers blocking his path. He knew Tom had been heir of Slytherin, but even he had never used parcel magic to block his dreams. The inclusion of badgers was unexpected. It was known that all four of the Academy founders had the gift of prophecy, Helga Hufflepuff being no exception. He could not understand who had the power to invoke her to block his sight. Certainly Professor Sprout had no touch of the gift, nor had she ever been able to invoke Helga Hufflepuff's secrets buried in the castle itself. As headmaster he knew the founders all had their gifts locked within the Academy. Godric Gryffindor's hat sat on chair in his office, gossiping with his phoenix in a language neither would teach him. Well, if he was denied prophecy, he still had pawns. After all, Severus had made several mistakes in his earlier life and was quite reliant on Albus' intervention for his continued health and position. He would have to make more use of this tool. Children were given him for guidance after all, it was for the greater good. Quidditch, dragons and debts. November was a month where Scotland enjoyed being Scotland rather more than normal people enjoyed it doing so. Quidditch players were not, in fact, normal people. For Quidditch fans, cold frosty air was considered to be excellent flying weather, and cold driving sleet meant a rather hard time for seekers trying to find the elusive golden snitch, so it gave fans a rather good chance of a nice long game filled with close-range battles for quaffle and in some cases lives. As players found themselves surprised by enemies both closer and faster than was strictly speaking safe. No one had died in the Academy Quidditch since 1903, and Opinio N was divided between that being a good thing, and missing the good old days. Today was a big day for everyone, as Hufflepuff was playing Slytherin. Slytherin were in a race with Gryffindor for most championships in a row. Gryffindor having set the record when James Potter and Sirius Black led the squad, and Slytherin under Pusey and Flint looking to bring that title back to the green and silver where all the Academy glory belonged. In the way was Hufflepuff, who had a very strong seeker in Cedric Diggory, frankly average chasers led by Zacharias Smith, a pair of first-year beaters in young Harry and Neville Longbottom, and a rather resigned prefect Gabriel Truman who had been part of two succeeding last-place Hufflepuff teams. Harry and Neville's first game had been against Gryffindor, and the loss had been one of the most exciting things they had ever experienced. Fred and George had put their pupils through a real grinder as they showed how a truly in-sync beater team could control the airspace. While Harry and Neville had managed to disrupt dozens of plays, the Gryffindor chaser girls were such a well-oiled machine that nearly every time a chaser was forced to pull up short, or give up the quaffle, it was another teammate that picked it up. Meanwhile Fred and George reduced Zachariah Smith to a frenzy of frustration that cost Hufflepuff a penalty shot when he made a suggestion of what George should do with his beater bat, which was both anatomically challenging, and actually directed at Fred, who was willing to let George have a go as long as the bat was washed thoroughly before it was returned. Cedric managed to catch the snitch to stop the bleeding with a 170 Hufflepuff to 210 Gryffindor thrashing on the books for Game 1 of the season. Slytherin had played a very aggressive game against Ravenclaw, resulting in several personal fouls and Marcus Flint twice catching the Ravenclaw seeker with a bludger. Draco Malfoy caught the snitch to seal the win, as his father's gifts of new Nimbus 2000 for the whole team had given him a serious speed advantage, while Flint and Bulstrode's continued targeting of the Ravenclaw seeker had him too busy looking for bludgers to be fast as he needed to be on the snitch. The Slytherin victory 250 to 200 showed the risk and the benefit of leaving the chasers untouched to target the enemy seeker, but it had paid off handsomely. Cedric was confident of a Hufflepuff victory, noting that if Slytherin focused their beaters on him, then the Hufflepuff chasers would have the chance they never got against Gryffindor to actually put some plays together. Look, Cedric, nothing against Potter and Longbottom, I mean we all know they won the tryout, but let's face it, they are first years. Marcus Flint is a beast, only the Weasleys are stronger. So even if he's saddled with that thuggy first-year bird, their beaters are going to be better at breaking up plays than our two bloody babies. Zacharias Smith sneered in a very un-Hufflepuff manner. Cedric winced. Zach, we talked about this. No down talk in the locker room or field. We fly together, we fight together, we win together. There is no way to get experience in competitive play except to face top teams in the air with everything on the line. You weren't exactly stellar your first season either. Or the second, come to think of it. Diggory said. Neville winced, his self-confidence already on shaky ground. When Harry stepped up and chimed in. Look, Cedric, Zacharias is right. We can't match the Weasleys even a bit at controlling play. We have only a few practices under our belt even trying. From what Millicent says, Flint is entirely attack-oriented and probably as good an attack beater as the twins are. Harry said, you see, even the firstie knows he has no place here. Zacharias Smith exclaimed, stow it, Zach, I will not tell you again. Diggory snapped, out of patience with his argumentative chaser lead. Harry pressed on. What I was saying is that Neville and I have done nothing but defensive training all year. In fact, we spend about an hour on defensive training against multiple bludgers every day. We don't have regular practice. We may be pants at attacking, but we can defend. Neville turned and shot Cedric a bright smile. Yeah, Harry's right. I lost track of the quaffle a half dozen times last game, and never had the sense for who to attack. To break the pattern until they were pretty much past me, but nobody I tried to defend got hit. Not even once, Cedric mused. So you want to go full defensive, even though their entire team is on N. Imbus 2000 thanks to Malfoy's buying his son onto the team, and have about a quarter more top-end speed and better acceleration. Harry shrugged. Sucking faster is still sucking. I mean, if we keep the bludgers off our chasers, I think they are at least as good as Slytherins. Can you beat Draco even if he's on a Nimbus 2000? Harry asked. Cedric blushed and his chin came up. Harry, I could beat Draco if he was riding a dragon and I was on a duck. Just keep Flint from breaking anyone, and leave the rest to your seniors. Marcus Flint was having a very frustrating game. His home life was the sort of trauma that created monsters, and while he wasn't actively a monster, it was safe to say he had significant anger issues and humiliating arrogant enemy Quidditch players with delusions of competence was how he kept his internal beasts at bay. To Marcus's mind, the only way to be a beater was to step on your broom with the intent to seriously maim as many enemy players as possible, and to inspire such fear that they would shy away from quaffle, snitch or goalpost at the shadow of your broom out of learned terror of the pain your arrival so frequently portended. Millicent was weak. She was a girl. Granted, she was a physical beast for a first year, with shoulders like crab or goyle, but all muscle and none of their fat. Worse, she had speed and the sort of instinct for weakness that old have made her someone he could mold into simply another weapon to wield. Instead, she bought into that Weasley bullshit about defending being as important as attack. Frankly, if some of his teammates got broken or fell out of the sky, they should have been paying more attention and could be replaced with someone more worthy. This was Slytherin, not a bloody daycare. Then there was Malfoy. DDY bought him on the team with Nimbus 2000. Granted, they flew rings around Ravenclaw and the speed bonus offset the skill gap and gave Flint the chance to really draw some blood with his bludgers. His broom already gave him the edge on speed, but after a few close calls and one injury, that bonus doubled as the so-called Ravenclaw Eagles proved they were just fat pigeons waiting to be snake food. They hesitated out of fear, and the advantage shifted totally to Marcus. Honestly, a decent seeker would have used the Nimbus advantage over the old clean sweep 7 to win early, but Flint was happy with the long drawn-out game and the havoc he was allowed to wreak if only that little idiot Millicent didn't spend half her time keeping Malfoy alive when the little git missed that seekers were bloody targets in the sky and you had to watch for more than just the little glory seeker snitch. If she let the little git get murdered, he would have his broom, and they could get a real seeker. No, Marcus Flint was not happy, and he could neither pound Bulstrode nor Malfoy or face the wrath of Adrian Pusey. He didn't have enemies. Don't ask where they went. He could take it out on the little baby beaters of Hufflepuff. And on that pretty boy Diggory. Heroic chin and blonde hair, Bugger had half the Slytherin girls taking pictures of him, making very odd remarks about what it would be like to ride his broom. Today there would be payback. Plus, crush Hufflepuff and they were on their way to another Quidditch Cup, and the stupid Gryffindor record. Hermione and Noodle were sitting in the stands. Hermione was cheering, and Noodle was attempting to make Quidditch fit into his understanding of the universe. The Hufflepuff chasers got the quaffle and headed downfield towards the Slytherin goals. The Slytherin chaser dove to block Zacharias Smith, forcing the Hufflepuff chaser to pop up to avoid him, only to find Marcus Flint ready, blasting a bludger in a line drive to intersect Smith's rise. In a blind panic, Smith dropped the quaffle and pulled his broom into a pure vertical which would not have got him clear of the bludger strike. He heard the sharp crack of a bludger impact, but didn't feel the pain. He opened his closed eyes to see the back of Potter's head as the boy blasted the bludger back towards the Hufflepuff end, where Neville in turn redirected it at the Slytherin. Heather, who had picked up the quaffle he had dropped in panic and was halfway to the Hufflepuff goals. Millicent blocked the bludger strike at her chaser's back with a matching grin, only to see two urging Hufflepuff chasers perform a classic pop and go, as one drove into the Slytherin chaser, punching the ball free with a lunging arm, right into the arms of the Hufflepuff seeker on a converging course. Hufflepuff scored as the play caught all the Slytherin chasers and beaters going the wrong way. As the game progressed, control of the bludgers was more and more taken up by only 3 beaters, but in Hufflepuff's favor. They owned 2 of them. Marcus Flint was experienced, aggressive, strong, and fast, but it seemed like the 3 first years shared a single brain, and it worked faster than anyone else. Marcus saw the Gryffindor game before Halloween, and Potter and Longbottom were decent but not great. Not as fast and nowhere near as strong as the Weasleys. Flint was older, heavier, and should have been stronger. He was on a broom a lot newer and faster than theirs. By any metric, they should not be able to keep up with him. Since Samhain, something had changed. He took a line drive from Longbottom and rather than slamming it back down the little punk's throat, it was all he could do to fend the damn thing off. It hit like a charging bull, with power he would have expect. From someone twice Longbottom's mass and age. Potter seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and could place the bludgers like he was controlling them with a wand. Bulstrode was a girl, he outweighed her by at least 20 pounds. And yet when she hit the bludger at Diggory, it was moving so fast Flint couldn't even see it, yet Potter not only saw it, the skinny little git blocked it stray. Up so he had all the time in the world to pick a target to direct it at when it came down. This was not possible, they were too fast, too strong. Worse, they were grinning like this was all a great game and not a dominance demonstration. A struggle of blood, pain and fear where the most brutal beat the lesser into submission and obedience. Longbottom took Flint's power strike at Smith, who once again had the quaffle, and casually backhanded it into the path of the diving Slytherin chaser, causing him to pull up and miss his block, allowing the Hufflepuff chaser to draw out the keeper, and Saw's ally tossed the quaffle to the Hufflepuff chaser following for an unopposed goal. Flint chased bludgers across the sky, only to find Bulstrode, Potter, and Longbottom there first. Hufflepuffs were pulling ahead slowly. As their chasers learned to trust that the bludgers would never reach them, they got more aggressive and their teamwork was everything. The Badgers were known for free of concern for the Slytherin bludgers. They swarmed the quaffle and control of the game switched inexorably to the Hufflepuffs. Hermione gave a running commentary of the game to Noodle, in cheerful unconcern. The snake could not speak English. She thought he looked adorable in his knit Hufflepuff sock, as his head stuck out from the neck of her robes to watch the game in the sky. So, if this is one of your mammal herd dominance rituals, I take it that water arcane arts user is battling root singer and speaker for the right to care for you. I do not think it is fair speaker and root singer are battling water arcane arts user together. If it needs 2 of them to beat her, neither deserves you. Noodle hissed. Hermione stopped talking in shock. She had understood. Noodle, can you understand me now? Hermione hissed in confusion, unaware that she had not, in fact, been speaking English the entire game. Mouse giver, I have always understood proper speech. It is that only speaker could understand it. He bound me to your blood, just like Slytherin bound the king of snakes to his blood, so that all his heirs could speak like true beings, not chittering monkeys. Noodle concluded. Now, the little sneering prey creature has spotted the little golden wing thing that I would very much like to eat, but the bigger one that water arcane arts user says has a nice ass, is in better position. Whichever one catches the little ball with wings get to eat it. Otherwise, I don't see the point. Water arcane arts user, speaker and root singer are clearly fighting for you, so the golden win Jeed treat must be the consolation prize speaker often jokes about. Is it worth eating? Should I bite the winner and take it for myself? Dollar. Noodle asked, moving on to important matters. Hermione clutched Noodle in her hands, hugging him in her excitement. Dollar Noodle, you can't teach Parseltongue, it's a magical language. There is no way I can speak it. Dollar. Hermione objected. Dollar pay attention mouse giver. The bonding put me in your head. You do not have to speak true language. I speak it. You no longer have to chitter like a monkey, unless you are ordering me food, in which case you should continue to speak it. As I cannot make other monkeys understand. Now, that little golden thing, I think one of the monkeys on brooms is about to catch it. Is it tasty? Should I bite him for it? If it isn't that tasty, I could always leave it for Night Pigeon. That would make Root Singer happy. Dollar. Noodle brought the subject back to the main point. Was the golden snitch edible? Hermione decided that the large number of very serious questions that had just arisen should be deferred before Noodle murdered Draco Malfoy or Cedric Diggory in front of a stadium of Quidditch fans just to find out the golden snitch was made of metal. Dollar. The golden ball is called the golden snitch, and when it is caught the game is over. It is made of real gold and a lot of serious enchantments. It is not edible, so please, do not kill the heir of the chief of the Academy Board of Governors in front of the students and staff of the Academy. Also, don't kill Cedric Diggory, that is the one with the nice bum, because we like him and he a good person. Dollar. Dollar. For the record, they are not battling for my hand, they are fighting for the Quidditch Cup, which you also can't eat. Dollar. Hermione stated, needing to clear at least that misunderstanding up right away. Noodle turned and looked at her in shock and horror. Dollar. Hunting so far from the ground, in the cold, for something you can't even eat. You were right, Mouse Giver. You cannot mate with any of them. They are clearly more defective than I thought. Have no fear. Mother had to bite at least a dozen suitors before she found Father amusing enough to let live. You should not settle for anyone silly enough to leave you alone to play with each other's balls. Dollar. Noodle intoned seriously, and Hermione dissolved into giggles. Marcus Flint saw Diggory dive for the snitch. He was far out of position, as the snitch went right past Draco Malfoy, but Diggory was racing for it and building up speed before Malfoy was even aware. Diggory blasted past Malfoy, causing the overburst. Idiot to at least remember he was a seeker and chase after him. Diggory was focused on the snitch, but Millicent Bulstrode was closing on a bludger with her head snapping between it and Diggory and Lear calculation for a strike that would either hit or at least force Diggory to pull up short. He put his all into climbing straight up, knowing Potter would have to block upwards from the angle he was closing to protect Diggory. What Potter could not see was that the remaining bludger was closing on Diggory from the other side, and Cedric would be forced to pop up on his own to avoid the second left-hand bludger even if Potter got the one coming from the right. Marcus would be able to hammer it straight down onto Diggory, and if Malfoy couldn't win the race without any opposition, Flint would ram his Nimbus 2000 where even Malfoy couldn't pay someone to pull it out. Neville saw the second bludger and raced to close as quickly as he could, but he would not be in time to stop it. Neville was charging from in front. The snitch was headed almost directly towards him, with Cedric, Malfoy, Harry, and Flint converging on various angles behind. There wasn't anything he could do from up front. Harry saw Neville charging in from the front, and he let his sense of the air fill him. He could feel it. Everything that moved in the air was part of the song. He saw the moves that each player would make, like a dozen games of Wizard's chess being played side by side before him. He saw Marcus move, and knew it would hit Cedric. Not good enough. He saw Malfoy's move. He would dive through the space Diggory dodged and be ahead. On a broom with better acceleration, in a straight line. Draco. Snitch. Longbottom. Longbottom. Neville's move was clear. He was charging straight at the snitch, bat raised, looking not at Malfoy. But the snitch itself. That was impossible. Harry let his sense of the air fill him. For Neville to hit the bludger to hit the snitch to send it here, I need the bludger to be there. Harry twisted off his broom, leaving it in mid-flight. He twisted his body through almost a full circle, striking the bludger not straight up, but directly at Neville Longbottom with all the force his charging broom and twisting body could muster. Neville could never have reacted in time, but he didn't have to. They had been running these bludger drills every day for months. He was ALR. 80 in his swing when the bludger blasted towards him at a combined speed that would have replaced 1903 as the last Quidditch death at the Academy if it hit his flesh and not his bat. The bat shattered, and Neville took a splinter through the cheek, but the bludger blasted backwards like a billiard ball, chipping the golden snitch backwards in an out-of-control tumble directly past Draco Malfoy, who cried out in fright and ducked. Cedric Diggory saw the tumbling snitch arc up from the bludger impact, past Malfoy's head, and he urged his clean sweep into a tight turn and rise, his outstretched H. And bruising even through heavy dragon hide gloves as the snitch hit his palm like a muggle bullet. The force nearly ripped him from his broom, but years of seeker training had his whole body clamping to the broom, and letting his back and shoulders absorb the massive shock of his arm attempting to accelerate away in the opposite direction of his body's travel. Harry was in freefall, his broom was going rather the wrong way. And without a rider beginning a controlled fall on its own, Harry understood that he should be able to use wind arcane arts to slow his fall, and rather thought spending some time figuring out how to do so should be something he worked on in future. At present, he was moving towards the ground at speeds that were becoming alarming. He just got out of the medical wing. If Madame Pomfrey sent another message home to Gringotts telling his father and mother that he jumped off his broom 50 meters in the air because he wanted to hit a ball at Neville really hard, he isn't sure he would object to their bringing him home as too stupid to be allowed above ground without his mother's supervision. The impact, when it came, was both as violent as he expected, and not at all from the direction he expected. Millicent Bulstrode had time to decide that Hufflepuffs were bad for the brain. She had time to see Harry pull something absolutely Gryffindorishly stupid, jumping off his broom to make the shot. She even had time to appreciate, on a pure aesthetic level, that Neville's bludger deflection of the snitch was quite the most beautiful bit of beating she had ever seen. But she was already in the middle of the dive toward Harry Bloody Potter the Great Diving Idiot when Diggory caught the snitch and ended the game. She was about 5 feet away when her body decided to raise the issue with her brain that in order to catch Potter short of the ground, she was moving approximately bludger speed and about to impact a falling and rather solid Potter. Letting her bat trail from her wrist straps, she leaned forward and tackled the falling Potter with an impact that stole her breath, his breath, and any attempt at control. Luckily the Nimbus 2000 had some of the best automated landing systems, because while she was able to get them down to about 10 meters from the ground before the tumbling spin finally tossed the imbalanced pair off the broom, their speed had calmed down from wildly insane to moderately stupid, and they tumbled across the ground in loose-limbed dance that looked rather worse than it was. He broke a leg and her 2 ribs and an arm, only the left arm from the landing. But since everyone who saw them impact mid-air and tumble to earth assumed they were dead, it was a remarkably good result. Harry checked his teeth with his tongue. Yes, I have teeth. I have tongue. I am not dead. I can breathe. How remarkably unexpected. Hey Millicent, thanks for the save. Harry gasped out, forcing his lungs to do the breath in and out thing against significant protest. Fuck you, Potter. I will have to explain this to Snape, and even I can't think of a lie that doesn't sound stupid. How did you get into Hufflepuff with Gryffindorish stupidity like that in you? Millicent cursed as Madame Pomfrey reached them from the side of the field and began clucking at them both disapprovingly. Yeah well, that was a pretty Hufflepuff save there, Mills. Thanks, Potter said, trying a laugh, and quickly regretting it. Bulstrode was fumbling at her wrist. Madame Pomfrey grabbed her broken left hand and made her stop aggravating it by moving. What do you need, dear? Tell me and I will get it for you. It is very important you keep your left still until I reset the bone. Madame Pomfrey asked. The 2 Quidditch teams had settled onto the pitch beside the down Ed players as Millicent Bulstrode uttered the line that would go around the school until the Yule break. Give me my bat, Madame Pomfrey. I am going to beat the stupid out of that Hufflepuff. If he dies, he dies. Millicent Bulstrode shouted. Adrian Pusey, who had been arguing with Marcus Flint about the un-Slytherin action of Bulstrode, broke into a laugh and settled the issue for his house. I don't know, Flinty. She sounds pretty Slytherin to me. Pusey smirked. Heal up, Bulstrode. Decent beating out there. If Malfoy would have been as willing to take a hit, he would have caught the damned snitch and not dodged it. Loss isn't on you, he said, turning to face Draco to make sure he got the message. Draco's humiliation was public, and for a Malfoy, that was a fate worse than death. Malfoys could die, but it should be to poison. Spell or blade, not embarrassment. Some things were certainly not to be tolerated. He would have his revenge. Harry, Hermione, Neville and Bulstrode sat at the Slytherin table, watching Noodle and Hedwig spar for bits of chicken. Between the magical rock viper that had 3 creature silver runes woven into its flesh in what was clearly some form of forbidden dark ritual, and 3 chatty Hufflepuffs, the entire rest of the Slytherin house was gathered at the senior year end of the table, granting them their privacy out of something like horror. I still don't see why we couldn't do this at the Hufflepuff table. There are 3 of us, and no one is going to treat us like we have the dragon pox just because we are having dinner together on a Saturday. Hermione said, as she watched Neville and Millicent having a battle to see who could consume the most food without breaking perfect pure blood table manners. $4 of us are from Hufflepuff. I know speak. May not be bright enough to stay on his broom, but he is still one of us. Hissed Noodle, alarmed that someone was excluding his speaker, even if the boy was proving less sensible than the average mammal. I think she was only counting the student Hufflepuffs, not the adult supervisory reptile, Noodle. Millicent hissed, then switched back to English. See, now this is why we can't eat at Hufflepuff. I shouldn't be able to speak Parletongue, and Noodle shouldn't understand English. That is not how any of this works. My Slytherins are all sensibly off at the other end of the table prayin'. Gee, you don't get badger fur in the canopies, whereas if we were at the Hufflepuff table, someone would have tried to hug me by now and everyone would have noticed that all 4 of us seem to speak Parse. Latong, and nobody needs to translate English for Noodle anymore. Are we ready to talk about the changes since Halloween? Millicent asked quietly. Harry started. It's not a big thing, but my air sense is even better. And I'm starting to find that when I do any transfiguration or charms based on air, they all kind of just work better. When we got bonded, I got Anzus as my new rune, and I think it's making me think a little differently. Like, when we play Quidditch, it is kind of like I see all the moves everyone has to make, and get to play out in my head how each of the tactics go and sort of pick my own accordingly. Quote, Neville sighed, then said softly, I got Jera, which Professor Babbling says is the harvest rune, but it's like cycles. I see how things are supposed to grow, decay, die. I mean, I used to be terrible at potions. But now it is like I don't just see how things come together or judge when to add stuff, or take it off the heat, I can kind of nudge it a bit. Then there is the other thing, Neville said, breaking off in a whisper. Harry piped up, yeah, we were doing a run in the Forbidden Forest just to get out of the wind, and we got jumped by an acromantula. Bit of a shock actually. Neville here just kind of waved his wand and this great bloody scythe appeared, and suddenly we had 2 half acromantula, which, while deeply disturbing, is a lot less threatening. Millicent shrugged. Also harvesting. And I hate spiders, so no big deal. Maybe don't duel anyone until you figure out what makes that happen, but good to know you have it in a pinch, right? Hermione turned to her and asked, what about you, Millicent? You got Issa, which is the ice rune, not Laga's, which is the flow rune. I would have expected for someone Noodle's cold water arcane arts user. Millicent smiled. Snape has actually started talking to me about my development as a potioner. Issa is ice, all right, but it is more than that. Issa is stasis, stillness, mental clarity. I can slow and stop changes in things. In a potion, I'm kind of like the opposite of Neville. I can delay things happening, or keep them from happening too strongly. It lets me take all kinds of risks because I can either keep things from getting out of control at all, or slow the release down so it isn't dangerous. She smiled. It's a good thing I am honest, because it turns out I can also slow down the flow of energy in rune constructs. I was able to shut off the alarm on Filch's office and steal back the romance novel he took away when he caught me reading by the greenhouse. Hermione frowned. That can't be all you can do though, I mean. It is the ice rune. Millicent ran her fingers through her hair and looked down at the table. All right, fine. Part of the reason that the other Slytherins are sitting at that end of the table and leaving us alone is that Pansy Parkinson got a little bent out of shape that I saved Harry after he and Neville made Draco look like a wimp and loser in the Quidditch match. She, PHNE Greengrass and Tracy Davis cornered me in the girls' shower when I didn't have my wand. They brought theirs into the shower and I kind of panicked. Hermione, remembering the first rule of Slytherin girls about never going to the bathroom alone, grabbed her arm and cried out. "Oh my God, were you okay? What happened?" Millicent grinned. Let's just say Daphne came very close to being the true Ice Queen of Slytherin. Pansy Parkinson almost froze her nipples off, and Tracy Davis had to beg Snape for a hair growth potion after her frozen hair cracked and fell off. "I was able to make sure nobody was seriously harmed," Millicent said, but her eyes grew haunted. "For a few seconds though, I was afraid I killed them." She grimaced. That is it. You will be bringing me to shower every day. I cannot allow you to be around these uncivilized beings when you do not have your wand." Noodle hissed angrily. Thank you Noodle, but it would be a problem trying to smuggle you in the common room every day. And I can't have Hufflepuffs bringing you in. Millicent said softly, trying not to get misty-eyed about an overprotective Snake. Don't be silly. I can let myself in and out. You have Ot noticed all the doors in Slytherin open to his tongue. Not even the Death-Eating Crow can seal his office against you if you tell it to open in Salazar Slytherin's tongue. Noodle said smugly. Ask any snake on the Slytherin common room wall, they will tell you the same. Hermione sighed. Wonderful, we have the key to every lock in Slytherin, but 3 out of 4 of us who are not snakes are stuck locked up in Hufflepuff whenever something goes wrong. We really have to do something about that. Millicent got her back on topic. All right Hermione, you were the first one to figure out you were an elemental. You had your fire under control before you even got here. Now that you have gotten your Knaz rune, what can you actually do with it? Hermione blushed. Professor Babbling gave me a huge book about it. Runes are so much more than people give them credit for. I mean, no wonder everyone gives their gold to the goblins to guard. They may not have much arcane arts beyond runes, but they put literally all their scholarship into them. Wizards just can't be bothered to do things the hard way with runes when you can just wave a wand and get similar results. All the humans and one snake sighed. Hermione would never understand lesser being who thought that anything you gained through hours of laborious study was better than something you could just half-ass with a flick of the wand and do something almost as good. The fact that she was right just made the rest of them more exasperated, not less. Knaz means the torch. It is the rune of fire, but also the rune of communication and vitality. Fire is in everything. Fire is in our blood, literally. Our whole breathing and digesting thing is just fire slowed down and made to stay controlled. Fire is the flow of arcane arts in everything. Fire is what connects all arcane arts in life. Hermione gushed. When everyone looked back at her with a total lack of understanding, she sighed and dumbed it down. I can make enchantments that are conditional, forget their conditions and just get on with happening. I can make things that used to share either life or fire remember they were connected and share what happens to them. Plus, I decide when fire will burn me. And if I really want to, if fire will burn anyone else. If I want it to badly enough, my fire can't be stopped from burning at all. Harry shuddered. Only you would spend forever telling us 10,000 obscure things you can make fire do, then casually end with, oh, and I can burn the world down if I'm seriously miffed. Mouse Giver wouldn't burn the parts of the world I was in. So if you stay nice to me, you will most probably still live. Noodle offered by way of sympathy. Millicent burst out laughing, then stopped at everyone else's horrified looks. She shrugged, snagged a bun and buttered it. I suppose you have to either be a Slytherin or snake to get the joke. Seriously though, until we have a handle on it, we should probably limit any of the dueling to Hermione or Harry. Neville and I might do something a bit permanent if we got seriously surprised. Harry thought that through for a second. Yeah, that's fair. Why would we be dueling anyway? Oh, Draco has decided you humiliated him on purpose. Snape has made it clear that since I have become a budding Slytherin potions prodigy, no one is to attack me. That leaves the rest of you as direct targets, but being Slytherin. If he can maneuver me into a position where I just happen to get hurt while he is going after legitimate Hufflepuff targets, then I become a regrettable incident and reason for him to kiss ass a little harder for a few months. Millicent said seriously. Neville smirked. Malfoy is so good at kissing ass he might just attack you to see if he can raise his ass kiss. Ing skills any higher is a personal challenge. That is fine. We only have to avoid him until we go home at Yule. Hermione frowned. We can't go home at Yule. I missed Samhain, and Yule is our first chance to do real ritual arcane arts together. Besides, we still haven't figured out if Snape or Quirrell is the one going after the Philosopher's Stone for Dark One. Millicent slammed her hand down on the table. You cannot be thinking about going home for Yule. For Merlin's sake, Longbottom, will dear old Uncle Algy be there at Yule too? Neville winced and looked down at his plate. Yeah, Gran says the whole family. Harry's eyes went wide. Morgana's tits. Neville, this guy poisoned you for years, tried to drown you, then dropped you head first out a bloody window. You can't go home alone, and your family didn't invite us. Hermione grabbed Neville's hand gently. I know you love your family and you don't like confrontations, but your Uncle Algy is an enemy. He is really good at making it look like he isn't attacking you. And you are pretty easy to manipulate in social situations. He is going to be able to let him close enough to threaten you again, and he works for the department of mysteries, so there is no telling exactly what arcane arts he has available to use against you. You just aren't ready to be home alone with him. Neville sighed and looked at his friends. All right, so I guess it's all of us here for Yule. That means we have to stay out of Draco's way, and find out who is trying to steal the stone for Dark One. How tough can it be? Draco eyed the group at the end of the Slytherin bench. His moment of triumph had been ruined by the dirty little mudblood bitch Bulstrode, that blood traitor Longbottom, and that mudblood embarrassment to the ancient and noble house of Potter. They had protection for now, but he was a Malfoy. He had months to work out their downfall, and anticipation would only make it sweeter. Albus Elder Wizard was quite happy. Young Ari was finally showing the sort of Gryffindor courage that was required. With his friends to protect, surely it would be possible to convince him to be Hufflepuff enough to put their lives first. If Harry could not be convinced to be the champion his father's blood should have made him yearn to be, he could at least be convinced to sacrifice himself for those he loved like his mother did. What he needed was a little insight into what motivated the boy. Perhaps a chat over Christmas. Now that the pure-blooded pagan Yule rituals were forbidden and the Muggle Christmas celebrated instead, the Christmas break was pretty empty of activity. Since young Harry had put in a request along with his friends to stay for Christmas, he should be able to find time to catch him alone for a good chat, and a little quiet legerdemain. To get a better handle on how to motivate him. Dark One was close, knowing he had deceived Elder Wizard, knowing all he faced for opposition was a lone first-year boy, not even raised as an arcane arts user. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the Dark Lord, Dark One, would never credit a child as being a threat to his plans. He had seen Harry bleeding and broken several times already this year. Surely, any fears of Harry being somehow invulnerable should be dispelled. Tom would drag Harry before the mirror, and both fractured souls would be claimed by the mirror of Erised. No one would ever know that Dark One fell to the superior strategy of Elder Wizard, Champion of the Light. No, let the people believe in the prophesy, in the miracle of love and the boy who lived. If Harry had to die, let him at least be remembered as the savior of Wizarding Britain. Harry, Neville, and Millicent finished their usual somewhat punishing basic beater workout and joined Hermione and Noodle They relaxed in Hagrid's hut where it was warm and nothing was willing to risk Noodle to try and eat you. I still think we should pick a different route, those Acromantula keep going for Neville. Millicent complained, opening the door to Hagrid's hut. I don't think you are fully accepting the training potential of jumping Acromantula as a training aid. They are much less predictable than bludgers. Good training that is, argued Harry. Too right. Bludgers don't drop down from the shadows above your head, spring from trapdoors hidden in the ground, shoot webs 50 meters to try to catch you. Or jump like someone shot a carnivorous 8-legged cow from a catapult in a mad attempt to eat you. Neville argued. Now, Aragog's kids can be a little playful, but they ne'er ate anyone. Hagrid argued. That is true, Millicent mused. They don't actually eat you at all. Just paralyze you, drag you up into the tree and wrap you like a cabbage roll. Then they inject their venom into you, and you slowly dissolve inside over a period of weeks. They tap you like box wine at a stitch. And bitch until you run dry and they bin you with the recycling. Not sure what in this forest eats what's left. But you sure don't see anything left behind. Avid recycler, your forbidden forest. Millicent said in a very Slytherin sort of satisfaction. Hagrid puffed out his chest and defended his friend. I've known Aragog since I could hold him in my hand. He won't never hurt no one. I've met his kids 1,000 times and none of them ever really seriously bit me. Maybe nip a time or two, but nobody meant nothing by it. Hagrid insisted. Hermione rolled her eyes, knowing sweet gentle Hagrid could never conceive of the fact the Acromantula were terrified of Hagrid because their best paralyzing bites were utterly ignored. And he brushed aside their strongest trap webs the same way he did leaves, without even noticing that they were intended to trap and hold anything arcane arts user, centaur, or stag, stupid enough to touch it. Hagrid saw the best in people, even when it wasn't there. Harry saw a cauldron sitting on the fire and froze in panic. Hagrid, you aren't making us breakfast, are you? Harry said, every ounce of willpower keeping the rising fear from his voice. I'm sorry, Harry. I can put on some rock cakes if you need a kip, or we could head out to the Great Hall. I'm sure the House Elves Avenue some scones are such out for early birds like you. I am not cooking per se, I just Avenue an egg on the fire. Health reasons, Hagrid said sadly, as if ashamed he couldn't feed his visitors properly. Harry looked relieved that Hagrid was not going to pass what he called food onto them again. As a half-giant, what he could enjoy digesting strayed so far from what anything mammalian could digest that most trolls would think twice before consuming. Hermione kicked him and eyed the pot with an arched eyebrow, but Harry was content to let sleeping Hagrid food lie. She was their designated scholar, but as Muggle-raised was sometimes alarmed by things arcane arts user and creature-raised folk knew were at least normal adjacent. They passed through the heavy woods between Hagrid's tea and the academy, continuing their discussion, pausing only for Harry to turn and wave at a perfectly normal bush that was refusing to move with the wind, and seemed to breathe normally until spoken to. Morning, Draco, Harry said cheerfully, noting that Draco was hiding under the illusion of a bush in the light November rain, spying on their morning workout. If he wanted Quidditch secrets, he would think about doing a workout rather than watching it, but Draco was Draco. Nice bush, Malfoy, Millicent sneered in Slytherin. Glad to see you aren't manscaping. The way you always seem to be Stu. CK between Crabbe and Goyle had a lot of the Slytherin girls if you weren't thinking of flying for the other team. The bush that totally was not admitting it was Draco Malfoy began to swear at Millis. NT and suggest any number of anatomical acts which were highly improbable without extensive yoga and some space-enhancing magics. It did sound suspiciously like Draco Malfoy more than a random talking bush would. Even this close to the Forbidden Forest. Hermione glared at Millicent, as she was stuck trying to give a PG-rated explanation to the various expressions of male sexuality, not helped by Millicent tossing in words like twink, bear, and spit roast, which Hermione felt were unhelpful and which Harry just had to know how they applied to Malfoy. It is thus largely Draco's fault that Hermione never got around to telling the three beaters of her fears that the egg in Hagrid's cauldron was a real problem. The four of them were ensconced in the library, doing research on Snape and Quirrell, trying to determine which of them was more likely to be Dark One's pawn and which Elder Wizard's. Snape clearly had the tie into being a Death Eater, if you read between the lines of the heavily redacted Ministry trial transcripts available to Newt-level students in history and law, which had Harry and Hermione arguing he was the bad guy. Highly placed members of the ICW and Wizengamot had insist. Snape was working on their behalf, and whoever the unnamed source was, the Ministry simply rolled over and accepted it. For Neville and Millicent, this screamed Elder Wizard at the top of its silent lungs. And argued Snape was Elder Wizard's pawn. Quirrell's record was clean. He was a well-thought-of student and Ravenclaw prefect at the academy. Good but not outstanding owls. And Newt's, including defense against the dark arts. But honestly more heavily in ancient runes and magical theory. He came back from a trip to Romania suddenly driven to apply for a post as the Dada instructor, and with a TTER of recommendation from no lesser a person than Lucius Malfoy, head of the Academy Board of Governors. Quirrell had been a student during the war, and not even a Slytherin, so no ties to Noda. years prior to Lucius Malfoy, totally reformed, and the Imperius made me do it, former Death Eater. Harry and Neville thought he was clean, Hermione and Millicent both thought he was obviously Voldemort's agent. Harry was growing bored with the discussion when he looked up to note a small elephant trying to squeeze its way between the Academy library shelves sneakily. Since sneaky elephants in the library have got to be more interesting than another round of Spot the Dark Lord, Harry got up to investigate. Hagrid, Harry said in honest surprise as the elephant-sized shadow squeezed out from between the shelves of the Care of Magical Creatures section. I wouldn't have thought there was a lot you didn't already know about Care of Magical Creatures. Harry noted, then glanced again at the title of the book he was trying to hide. Care and Feeding of Newborn Dragons, Harry read. Yeah, that's a good one. The Creature Dragon Keepers have that one in the original English and their gobbledygook translation is required reading for all the keepers. Harry said, not unduly alarmed. Hermione slammed her textbook down, an act so outrageous for Hermione that even Hagrid froze in shock. Dragon. Hagrid, please tell me you haven't got a dragon egg on the boil in your cauldron in your entirely wooden hut in the entirely flammable forest. Hermione demanded. No, Hagrid offered, a denial no one believed. What's the big deal? Gringotts keeps goblins. Fred and George Weasley has a brother Charlie who works at a dragon shelter in Romania. Harry said, flopping back down into his chair. Millicent hit Harry with her own textbook, as Neville sputtered into outrage. The big deal, Harry, since the statute of secrecy keeping dragons is a felony punishable by 10 years at Azkaban. Dragons can wipe out whole villages, and Muggle cities are kind of hard to make them ignore when one of them goes up in flames to a giant bulletproof lizard. The Japanese ministry had to make a whole series of movies to conceal when their Hiroshima sanctuary wards kept having problems even decades after some Muggle thingy in the Grindelwald War. Damn things kept trying to eat Tokyo between 1954–56. And the Muggles really were upset. Neville was in a full rant now, because his creature friend seemed to be ignorant of the fact he was in fact a arcane arts user, and that the ministry really would punish him as one if he got caught aiding and abetting illegal dragon breeding. Hermione blinked. Godzilla. Godzilla was real. Neville blinked in return. How did you know the name of the Japanese dragon sanctuary? Millicent could sense the danger of conversation derailment and got them back on track. Focus, people, Millicent snapped. Hagrid, my fuzzy trusting friend. Am I correct in assuming that you somehow managed to get a hold of the second most magically controlled magical reptile in all of Europe through some sort of utterly innocent, but at the same time utterly dodgy way? I don't know what you are talking about, Hagrid said, eyes shifting uncomfortably. Millicent massaged her forehead, feeling a Gryffindor headache coming on. Please tell me at least this is a dragon, not a bloody basilisk. Millicent pleaded. Hagrid looked offended. Well, of course it's a dragon. I have it on the fire, don't I? Basilisk egg needs cool, dark and damp. And I shouldn't have said that. Not the basilisk part, I don't have one of those. Dangerous things basilisks. Hermione sighed and sank into her chair in despair. But you do have a dragon. Hagrid, those things are more illegal than human body parts. You don't just happen to come across them as an Easter giveaway at Flourish and Blots. How did you get it? Won it off this fella down the pub. We was playing cards after dinner. On him it was, the drinks too. He were a terrible gambler. Why, I don't think he won a hand all night, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Just laughed and talked about the trade. Right interested in Fluffy he was. Harry was growing alarming now, sensing the trap Hagrid had fallen into, again. He was interested in Fluffy? Harry asked. Hagrid puffed angrily. Of course he were interested in Fluffy. How often do you encounter a three-headed dog, even in the trade? He was right interested, of course. He was very big on how dangerous and uncontrollable they are. And they do have that reputation. I told him though, Fluffy's a good boy. You play him a tune, and he goes right to sleep like the big baby he is. Hagrid beamed, happy to again have overcome the prejudice against perfectly innocent beasts just because the ministry calls them dangerous. Hagrid, the four students shouted. Millicent began to bang her head slowly against the table. Gryffindors. Bloody Gryffindors. Hagrid. The Cerebos, The great three-headed magical guardian dog that Elder Wizard had you prepare to guard the you-know-what, from you-know-who, you just blurted so. Me bloke in the bar how to put it to sleep and open the pathway for you-know-who, to you-know-what. Millicent said, banging her head in time with each layer of stupid she described. Hagrid's eyes went wide. I shouldn't have said that. Quote, Hermione had already skipped from the future end of the world to imminent end of Elder Wizard and the Academy ability to keep Dark One's agent from doing whatever he wanted. So the presumed agent of Dark One, Hermione spoke, quite enjoying Hagrid's wince as it showed she had his undivided attention. Just happens to buy you drinks all night, pump you for everything you know about all the defenses Elder Wizard has put on Nicholas Flamel's hot potato, then manages to lose a dragon egg to you at cards. Hermione said, checking her facts. Yes, but it sounds all bad when you say it like that. Hagrid protested. Play a lot of cards do you? Harry asked, smiling sweetly. I guess. Hagrid asked. Win usually, do you? Harry asked. Hagrid blushed and mumbled softly in his beard. Not usually, no. So the agent of the Dark Lord buys you drinks all night, gets all your secrets from you without any struggle at all, and just happens to lose an automatic sentence to Azkaban dragon egg to Dumbledore's known agent, and you think it is because he thought you would be able to keep a 60-foot fire-breathing lizard safe in a log cabin to hunt red meters from a school full of bored and nosy children? Millicent asked, also smiling sweetly. Maybe not, asked Hagrid, beginning to sweat as memories of his last Azkaban stay from the 1950s. After his expulsion during the Chamber of Secrets debacle began to rear their ugly heads in his usually untroubled mind. Bingo! Give the Gryffindor a wand! Millicent cheered, glad Hagrid finally realized exactly the trouble he, and by extension Elder Wizard and the Academy was currently in. She did not notice Hagrid wincing at the reference to the wand he had broken after his expulsion. The children could not know. But the fact that he was in danger of the same fate a second time made the giant feel suddenly very small, and very vulnerable. Hermione patted his hand, and told Hagrid, Leave it with us Hagrid. Talk to no one else. Do nothing else. Do not leave your hut unless you are working or headed into the forest. I will have elves take you your meals. You or one, shouldn't have said that, from Azkaban and you know who wants to bring Elder Wizard down in the same stroke. You will let us deal with this, or the next people knocking on your door will be ours. Hermione said, Dollar Mouse Giver is wise. If he wasn't too big to eat, I would bite him myself to keep him from getting stupider, but his hut is warm when the rest of you are practicing for the stupid hunt you can't eat anything Dollar, Noodles said. Rearing up and staring into Hagrid's eyes so he understood these were not requests, they were orders. Hagrid did not speak snake, but he did understand direct threats to his life. From all manner of non-human sentient creatures. Those actually capable of killing him he truly did listen to. Hagrid nodded mutely to Noodle, left his book on the desk, and fled. It was after dinner, the next day that Fred and George were ambushed on the way to the Gryffindor Tower. Millicent grabbed Fred's left, and Hermione grabbed George's right and they marched the Weasley twins into and through the Hufflepuff common room. Into the testing room for Hufflepuffs who wanted to test arcane arts that might blow up a little bit, or a lot. Safe behind some really excellent wards, they presented the intrigued but unintimidated Weasley twins to Harry and Neville who were waiting in the room already. Fred, George, Harry said nodding at each of them. How would you like to work off the rather large debt you owe us for 6 bloody bloogers and a half-broken Madam Hooch during our first flying lesson? Harry asked smiling kindly. He's Fred, said George, making the reflexive correction. And he's George, but he can't really help it so I let it slide, offered Fred helpfully. I don't care, said Millicent, already feeling a Gryffindor headache coming on. How would you like to balance the scales for assaulting all 3 of us? Scaring Hermione as she had to try a spell on a moving target for the first time to save Madam Hooch's life, and keeping bloody Hagrid out of bloody Azkaban you 2 ginger gits. Millicent snarled. Fred and George both winced, a bit guilty in retrospect. They never intended anyone to actually get hurt, and admitted that was a broomstick over the line. 2 blinks later, the latter part of the sentence kicked in, and something resembling a thinking adult arcane arts user seemed to wake up from deep inside the recesses of a woefully underused shared Weasley brain. Wait, what's this about? Fred began. Hagrid going to Azkaban, finished George. Harry smiled and put an arm on each twin's shoulder. Now, what you should be asking yourself now is how can two sneaky ginger gits who have unknown and probably illicit ways to get everywhere in the castle without Filch, Snape, or Elder Wizard himself catching you, and whose brother Charlie happens to work with dragons in Romania possibly help Hagrid, who loves all things absolutely too dangerous to be allowed near a school, stay out of Azkaban? Harry asked. Merlin's Harry, swore George, ball sack. Finished Fred. The big hairy idiots got a dragon. They said in stereo. The very real fear washing over their faces and the way their bodies slumped made it clear they understood everything that would happen should, and with Hagrid, when he got caught. Currently he has an egg, and he was given it by an agent of you-know-who wants to use catching Hagrid as a way to get Elder Wizard out of the way. Hermione said, preferring to put all the cards on the table when making a deal. The bloody third floor, said Fred. Got past the door and the dog, but some bloody plants tried to eat me. Wah,'s planning on giving it another shot over Yule, said George. Either Snape or Quirrell is working for Dark One and using this as a trap. The other one is working for Elder Wizard and using this as a trap, offered Harry helpfully. And that little git Malfoy is stalking both us and Hagrid, I think just because he's a whiny little ponce, said Neville, but his dad was a Death Eater, and he's got zero impulse control. So it's possible he is working for either of them on purpose or just because he's an idiot. Finished Neville. Harry looked at them both seriously. So, knowing that getting involved in this could land you in Azkaban, are dead by a Death Eater, that is not counting expulsion, detention and defenestration from the top of Gryffindor's tower, will you help us? Harry asked. They grinned, looked at each other. Little puffs, began Fred. And not so little snakies, continued George. The idea that school rules, law enforcement, painful death, listed Fred. Imprisonment, dementors, howlers from mom, expulsion, execution, fear, listed George. Or good sense, they continued in stereo. Could ever stop us is just silly. The continued forever. We're all in. Give us a day or two to owl Charlie. We will be stalking you to see who else is stalking you and find a way to get the egg to Romania, Hagrid out of Hawk, and make everyone chasing you look like right amateur idiots. They said together, each shaking one of Harry's hands. Hermione tried being the voice of reason, wanting their help, but not wanting them killed. This isn't Filch, we are talking about going up against Dark One. Or at least his chosen agents. Hermione spoke very sternly in her best attempt at an adult voice from a 12-year-old who was mostly curls and cute by volume. Fred rose up and did his best Snape impression. Dark One, he doesn't even have a cat. Fred said, turning to George and sharing a nod, as if this made total sense. Millicent just massaged her head and muttered, Gryffindors. Noodle hissed laughter as the Weasley twins linked arms and danced out of the warded room, through the Hufflepuff common room, and off to the Gryffindor tower singing, Pour oh pour the pirate sherry, from Pirates of Penzance. And there goes our best plan, whispered Millicent in horror. Yeah, cheered Harry as he and Neville exchanged a high five. That old shell game. Neville and Harry sweated as EY carried the heavy cauldron through the forest to Hagrid's hut, made more awkward by the fact the cauldron was suspended between two long carry poles for a stretcher-style carry, and covered with an illusion cloak. Blimey Neville, this is ruddy heavy. Why do you have to be so damn tall? It shifts all the weight to me. Harry complained. Don't complain, Potter. The astronomy tower is 17 floors high, and the short guy goes first. I will have the heavy end up every flight and around every corner. Neville complained. Harry hissed. Shish, louder than was strictly speaking necessary. You shouldn't have said that. Malfoy might be listening. Neville felt a mosquito land and bite him on the end of the nose. Cersei's tits Harry, if he was within a mile we would be able to smell the grease he uses to slick his hair back. I swear he milks Snape's greasy locks for it. Neville swore, and pretended hard not to notice that a nearby holly bush was shaking and sputtering in rage. Oi! Secret thingy coming through. Open the ruddy door, Harry yelled, kicking Hagrid's closed door. Millicent opened it with a disapproving frown. What part of the secret, and stealthy, part of the plan did you find required you to shout at the top of your lungs? The Slytherin asked coldly. Harry and Neville blanched, exchanged a look, shrugged, and chorused, "Sorry," in two-part harmony before disappearing inside Hagrid's hut. Hermione was clearly lecturing Hagrid, who was twisting an iron fire poker into something like a clover and staring at the ground, looking like a 9-foot 600-pound D5-year-old getting scolded by his babysitter. "Honestly, Hagrid, why did you have to tell Draco of all people?" Hermione was asking. "It weren't my fault," Hagrid gushed. "I owe Professor Elder W.I. Zard everything and Draco said he would get him fired. He peeked in the window and heard the egg banging on the sides of the cauldron and he swore he caught me hiding something dark like a Dementor, tormenting it until it was mad. Then getting ready to release it in the school to attack students. He said he knew Elder Wizard was just using me as an excuse to attack the pure-blooded families that oppose him. I can't let myself get used against Elder Wizard. I told Malfoy that dragons aren't dark, and this one hasn't even hatched yet," Hagrid said defensively. "Hagrid," Hermione shouted. "Gryffindors." Millicent cursed. "Wicked." George cheered happily, as if this was a wonderful development. "Telling him it's a dragon really isn't helping," Hermione said. "Besides, you can't cook Dementors in a stew pot of we just would have baked their problem away instead of sacrificing prisoners to them in Azkaban for the last few centuries. Now Draco knows to bring Snape here to catch you and the dragon." "Oh, you sweet summer Hufflepuff," sighed Fred. "Sad really," agreed George. "Almost see why they need a seeing eye Slytherin." Millicent massaged her forehead, the Gryffindor headache fully in force. She sighed and translated for her innocent Hufflepuffian friends. "Draco won't lead Snape here, that would only get rid of Hagrid. Elder Wizard isn't involved unless he gets caught smuggling it inside the school," Millicent said. Then she frowned, turning to glare at the two Gryffindors. "Plus, it's so much easier to catch us on the frigging stairs to the astronomy tower with a freaking cauldron on full of hot coals and an egg on a 7-foot-long stretcher going up 17 floors of stairs since we announced to Draco what our plan was." Fred grinned and cheered, "Without an audience, my dear Slytherin. There just ain't no show," concluded George happily. Neville and Potter struggled out the door with a stretcher holding something invisible, but supposedly heavy, underneath. They moved slowly and furtively, their steps muffled by arcane arts cast upon their shoes. Draco sprinted to the hall, the unfamiliar sweat making his hair uncomfortably sticky, and a stitch in his side arguing that Pusey had a point about needing to stop skipping the Quidditch cardio routine just because he's a seeker. He would tell Professor Snape, they would catch the blood traitor and the mudblood. Elder Wizard's involvement, real or implied, would be enough for Draco's father to either oust him completely, or force serious concessions. They were on the 3rd flight of stairs when a black smoke flowed past them and resolved into the form of the black-clad potions. "Master." Harry's blood went cold, because he knew from fragments of Dark One's memories that particular spell was a Death Eater exclusive. A limited form of apparition that worked even under anti-apparition wards. "Mr. Potter, I should have known this kind of lawlessness was to be expected. Your father also thought he was above the law. Dealing in restricted magical creatures like dragons is enough to get you a stint in Azkaban, unless you choose to buy your freedom by sacrificing someone more important." Snape sneered, reaching out to rip the invisibility cloak off to reveal a solid gold enchanted cauldron marked with intricate Viking engravings and runes, the sigil of the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom being most prominently displayed. It was Neville that answered. "Sorry, Professor, but while there are lots of dragons carved on it, there are 8-legged horses, snakes, giant wolves, ships and a fair number of ladies in states of undress. It isn't actually a dragon, just my family's cauldron. Could you maybe move? It's a great heavy beast of a thing, solid gold and all, and we have 14 more flights of stairs to the astronomy tower." Snape peered inside. The cauldron was empty, heavily enchanted, one of the most potent and pure cauldrons he had even seen, in fact, but it was in the end, simply an empty cauldron. "And why, Mr. Longbottom, did you feel the need to conceal it under an invisibility cloak?" Snape sneered. "Solid gold, in it," Harry grunted, settling his end on the ground. "All kinds of dodgy people creeping about. Sneaking and following people, half of them are probably thieves," Harry said piously. Snape snapped his head back as if slapped. "Being accused of thievery by a stew. Dent was not where he expected this conversation to go. Still, he had experience with Potter's father and his so-called pranks. He would not be distracted. And why, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom, could you not use a school cauldron? And for that matter, why are you taking it up to the astronomy tower and not the potions dungeon? Snape said, ready to catch them in their lies, his legerdemain outpass. Ively to catch the first hint of deception. Harry grinned. Well, Nev and I blew up 4 cauldrons so far this year. 5, corrected Neville. 4, countered Harry. That last one had a crack in eye. From some idiot casting an ice enchantment on it in the class before ours instead of just letting it cool down on its own and wait to start brewing. I am not taking the blame for that, Harry argued. Either way, no one is going to let us borrow the golden cauldrons the potions lab reserves for Newt students. Snape winced at the memory of the 2 children's toll on his precious cauldrons. While not intentionally destructive, the 2 had both struggled with control until just lately and had indeed proved dangerous on the more potent brews. He was sure he would rather resign than let these be util badgers around the golden cauldrons that represented 10 years of scrimping and saving in his potions budget. Why do you need a golden cauldron, and why in the astronomy tower? Potter, stop dodging the issue. Snape snapped. You need the star sightings based on your birth month, and Harry and I share the same birthday, so it makes sense that we make the Animagus Insight potion together. It doesn't make sense to have the potion brewing 19 floors away from where you have to make the measurements to time each step. Neville said. Plus it stinks. Harry put in. Plus it stinks. Agreed Neville. Snape remembered James Potter's little band of Animagus idiots and sneered again. That was so like Potter. He opened his mouth to tell them it was an illegal potion without signed permission. On from a head of house before Harry reached back and pulled Neville's out from his pocket, and handed both over. Neville sweating heavily, as he still had to hold up his end of the cauldron and didn't have his hands free. Snape knew he was being played. There is no way they didn't know about the dragon being smuggled up to the tower, but if Potter didn't have it, who did? A voice came from down the stairs. Professor Snape, Granger and Bulstrode have another cauldron, and they are sprinting up the 6th floor stairs. Draco shouted. Snape's eyes flew wide. There was a secret passage on the CXTH floor that exited on the 9th floor of the astronomy tower. Potter and Longbottom were delaying him. Snape turned and charged up the stairs, ready to trap the girls foolish enough to think they could get the best of Severus Snape. He had played Elder Wizard and Dark One off against each other and lived. No first years were going to make a fool of him. Hup 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 hup. The girls chanted, as they trotted like show ponies up the stairs with a cauldron between them. Stop right there. Drop the stretcher right now, growled Snape, almost out of breath as he came up behind them. That WOULDB, said Hermione, and that was true. Unwise, said Millicent. Also true. Inside the common iron cauldron, and Egg rocked violently back and forth. Snape had enough of being told what to do. Child. Ren played games and thought there were no consequences. Foolish children played games unaware that the prices for those games were sometimes not simply a laugh, but innocent blood. Memories of his brush with death from a marauder prank flashed up in Snape, and something ugly flowered inside him. Snape drew his wand and prepared to put the illegal dragon out of the realm of living problem and into the realm of material evidence and potential potion ingredient. I really wouldn't, said Hermione, and that was true. Do that, completed Millicent in all seriousness. Also true. Sectum sempra. Snape roared as his cutting curse slashed into the egg, cutting it in half and making the cauldron ring. Here he is, Professor, said Hermione. A lie. Just like you ordered, said Millicent. Another lie. From the egg burst a really aggravated Peeves the poltergeist. Angry at being trapped at the orders of Professor Snape, Peeves decided to waive the no prank the professors rule the Bloody Baron made him follow. Snappy locked up Peeves, then Pants to Snappy, cheered Peeves as he tore Snape's pants and undergarments down around his ankles, and then pulled his robes up over his head. Peeves then began to spin Professor Snape around in circles while the professor began to shoot curses wildly from his wand until he finally bellowed aloud, Expecto Patronum, and a large silver doe chased Peeves down the stairs. Past Longbottom and Potter where they still struggled up the stairs with their heavy burden. Snape pulled up his pants as the two first-year girls exchanged a grin and said. That was, said Hermione, true. Brilliant, said Millicent, also true. Pointing his wand at the pair, he cast coldly. Finite incantum, and the illusions covering Fred and George Weasley fell away, showing the pair that had been imitating the first-year girls. Weasleys, Snape hissed. What were you doing, and why were you glamored as first-year girls? His eyes flashed with dark power and his legitimacy pushed against them. We were going to take PVC, said Fred, true, to the top of the tower. Said George, true, then toss him off. Said both, also true. Snape ignored the fact you could not drop a poltergeist to its death, as it was already a spirit, and moved on to the key point involving dragon smuggling. Why, intoned Snape with the seriousness of a hanging judge, were you disguised as Miss Granger and Miss Bulstrode? Fred and George shared a grin. It's because if anyone saw us, said George, truly, they would assume we were playing some sort of prank. Concluded Fred in outrage, but truthfully. Which we were, admitted George. Truthfully, almost always. Fred agreed. Outside of the astronomy tower, about 50 yards north of it, a strange sight awaited Charlie Weasley. As he sailed his broom towards the tower for his dragon collection. He had a heavy firepot under his best featherlight charm suspended under his broom, and the figure he was approaching had no such cauldron. Although, considering what he saw, he supposed she didn't need one. Hermione was warm, which she thought was to be expected considering she was on fire. She wasn't the biggest fan of flying brooms, but they were beginning to grow on her. Why would anyone walk up 17 flights of stairs lugging a cauldron when they could just hold the egg in one hand, sit on one's broom, and ask your fire nicely not to burn the broom? Noodle was wrapped around the broom like a medical cardigan, supposedly for Hermione's security, but probably because it was warm. Charlie pulled up beside the burning arcane arts user and smiled politely. Nice night for a bonfire, Charlie said, never being gifted with small talk like Bill was. Honestly, burning witches riding snake-wrapped brooms offering free dragons 100 of meter into the air was not covered at all in his etiquette lessons, and that is a deficiency he was really feeling right now. Every night is a good night for a bonfire if fire likes you enough. Mused Hermione. I suppose we should have asked for some sort of super secret identity thing, but you kind of look like someone hit Ron Weasley against a rock enough times to give his cheekbones some definition. And get the Neanderthal brow ridge under control, Hermione said, holding out the egg bare-handed. Charlie took it quickly, his dragonhide glove stopping the very hot fire from searing his fingers off. He dropped the egg carefully into the firepot, then saluted the little arcane arts user jauntily. Well, I don't suppose there can be two witches hanging out mid-air on fire giving away dragon eggs. So we probably don't need code words or secret handshakes, said Charlie. You can tell Hagrid thanks for the dragon, and stop picking up strange magical creatures in dodgy card games in the pub. Charlie said seriously. Hermione frowned. He has done this before. Charlie grinned. All the time. Keep me in mind if he brings home a hydra, Charlie said as he flew off into the night, wrapping himself in some serious invisibility charms. Hermione drifted down the outside of the astronomy tower, seeing the flashes of spellfire and catching the mad laughter of other Slees, and wondered if Snape was going to keep them in detention all through Yule, or would he be so sick of students he would retreat to his own home for some therapeutic cauldron alone time. She cool. D faintly feel Harry and Neville through their bond, and they seemed deeply amused and only slightly scared, so while Snape was most probably shooting at them, he was not shooting anything too serious. She and Noodle would wait for them in Hagrid's hut where it was warm and no one was hexing them. The day had been saved, the dragon was homed, and it didn't feel like anything permanent was done to her Hufflepuff boys. Mischief managed. Detention is a crime. Draco Malfoy was in hell. Far from his long-cherished revenge against the Hufflepuff beaters and their Slytherin traitor for his Quidditch humiliation. He was suffering the ultimate indignity. He was suffering a potions detention, with Gryffindors. Harry and Neville were being interrogated by Professor Snape under Professor Sinestra's watch. TCHFULI as the two required Professor Snape's sign-off on their Animagus Insight potion before she would allow her beloved tower to be put at risk of a Longbottomian cauldron calamity. Normally the Y would have hated being interrogated by Snape in the dungeons outside of class, but Fred, George, and Draco were busy serving detention cleaning cauldrons, also under Snape's watchful eye, and more importantly, ear. Tears streamed down Malfoy's face, his soft hands chafed red and bloody from the scrubbing his soft hands had never known, but his throat, his traitorous throat sang loud and proud T. Huff his soul writhed in agony under the magical compulsion of the Weasleys. In days of yore, from Britain's shore, Godric the dauntless hero came and planted firm the Founder's flag on Hogwarts' fair domain. Here may it wave, our boast, our pride, and joined in love together, the serpent, eagle, and badger entwined, and Gryffindor forever. Fred and George scrubbed cauldrons with every evidence of transcendent joy as they belted out the chorus of Gryffindor forever, and Malfoy, his Slytherin soul aflame, was forced to follow along. Hermione and Millicent were theoretically paying close attention onto the Animagus Insight Potion discussion for their own post-Yule attempts at the same brew, but Noodle was cheerfully curled up on Snape's desk, swaying his long neck as if conducting the concert. Malfoy was finally able to muster enough will to break the weak Gryffindor compulsion and stop singing, only to see Professor Snape flash out his wand and land a stinging hex on his pure-blooded godson's over-pampered posterior. "Scrub, Mr. Malfoy, and sing." Snape hissed. "That is oppression. I am being oppressed," cried Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy and the House Malfoy, or, bad faith, in the mother tongue. Was not one that usually experienced oppression, consequence, or justice. Professor Sinestra, her onyx skin shining in the light, looked upon the blonde noble scion and smiled cruelly. "You will find song is often the only solace or escape for the oppressed. You will cover that in your Muggle studies all year, if you chose that elective." The former Slytherin professor smiled, less than fond memories of being in House Slytherin when Lucius Malfoy was prefect. Harry and Neville had to admit that Snape was indeed being extremely hard on them, but considering his lengthily explanations about the physical and magical consequences that came from the dozens of possible errors in this particularly dangerous potion, it was hard to see Snape's actions as being anything but professional. Even though he clearly loathed having to permit the risk at all. Worse, he never used the close proximity to attempt any legitimacy to probe Harry's thoughts, nor to implant suggestions about the third floor. Snape's actions failed to settle the question of whether the former Death Eater was Dark One's current agent in any positive way. Death-eating crow hates every student. He only hates yellow-haired prey and water arcane arts user slightly less. Yellow-haired prey because he feels he's some sort of nest mate, and water arcane arts user because she is gifted with potions. Noodle hissed, dancing to the tune of suffering Slytherins and singing Gryffindors. Root singer is good at potions too. Piously defended Millicent, noting Neville had become almost as good a potioner as once he mastered his own Jera rune-linked gifts. Noodle laughs, pressing into her hands for more petting. Death-eating crow treats his cauldrons like a brood mother treats her eggs. Root singer and speaker are egg breakers. He would forgive them killing yellow-haired prey before he would forgive a cauldron breaker. Noodle laughed in Parslotong, making Draco shiver as he sang. The day before Yule, Scotland decided that it being Yule mattered more than being solidly in the ocean biome, and decided that snow not sleet was the order of the day, and given that most of the students and staff had gone home for the holidays, those children that remained determined that snowball fights and irresponsible use of arcane arts were indeed the order of the day. One could not blame the Weasley twins, for the actual war began when Adrian Pusey caught fellow prefect Perfect Percy Weasley crossing the main courtyard, and animated the rather improbably boobed snow arcane arts user he had been making, pinning the screaming Percy between the huge snow cones of the animated snow golem in a sprightly dance about the main courtyard. Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect, who for the record was not Percy's girlfriend. Whatever anyone who has seen them sneaking out of various broom cupboards on the fourth floor may have whispered, responded by animating several eagles out of snow who flew after and attacked the Slytherin prefect. Seeing Gryffindor and Ravenclaw raid against Slytherin, Harry's Hufflepuff soul cried out to even the match, and if one Hufflepuff first year was not the equal of dueling fifth-year prefects, then he could drag a Slytherin cohort into even the odds. To arms Bulstrode, Slytherin is assailed. Harry cheered happily, grabbing Millicent and dragging her out the door and into the fray. "Don't start what you can't finish." It is literally engraved on the Slytherin common room wall, right beside, "Open battle is the sign of failed strategy," Millicent said. Our beat her instincts to get stuck in warring with her Slytherin nature that looked on frontal assaults and meeting engagements the same way they looked at luxury taxes and baggage inspections. "Percy, we." Astley settled the issue by raising his wand and screaming, "Reducto!" and blasting the sloping roof, freeing several hundred pounds of snow and ice to attempt to bury her and Harry. A panicked and reflexive use of her ice arcane arts to transform the dangerous incoming load into a dome of ice covering Harry and Millicent. Harry looked at Millicent, wand and eyebrow raised. Millicent tied back her hair and rolled up her sleeves. "Oh, it is bloody on now," she insisted, waving her wand and muttering as the ice dome became an ice castle complete with battlements and arrow slits to sight through and target enemy prefects. Millicent would form the snowballs and hoist them into mid-air. She used her ice arcane arts to hold them together as Harry maintained a cyclone overhead that both defended them against diving snow. Eagles and accelerated the formed snowballs rather like the ball thrower in a batting cage. The resultant snowballs were doing better than 90 kilometers an hour when they screamed downrange. Penelope shrieked as her shield only stopped the first dozen, as Harry used a little wind arcane arts to begin throwing curved balls that went over and around her shield to pelt her repeatedly. Percy swiftly built his own castle of snow, and began making snow lions to charge the ramparts of the Slytherin castle, while Penelope began chanting and scribing runes in the walls of the castle. Soon ballistae of ice were shooting back snowballs hard enough to blast chunks out of the Slytherin ramparts. Fred and George chose to wade in on their brother's side, as Pusey, Bulstrode, and Potter were all valid Quidditch rivals. While Percy was Percy and thus eligible to be left to swing, he was defending his Lady Fair, who was both not Percy and not a Quidditch rival and thus rated a twin defense. They began to animate snow bludger and snitches to send howling at the enemy ramparts, also sometimes Percy, which they would later claim was utterly accidental, but mostly at the enemy. Ian Pusey, who had crawled into Fort Noodle, as the proud snake on the outer ramparts proclaimed, was more the worse for wear after being mauled by two of the snow lions as he made the last dash for safety. "Vengeance is a dish best served cold," Pusey quoted, spending a few minutes making what looked like a perfectly ordinary snowball. That is also on the Slytherin wall, along with, "Guilt is Aussie. GNED by the one who got caught the least, to the one who understood the least." Millicent cheered happily, raising an animated snow fist holding an ice beater bat to swat a charging snow lion into the path of a diving ice eagle. "Give us a hand, Potter. This one has to reach Percy," Adrian Pusey said, after carving several interesting runes into the snowball, then covering them with a layer of fresh powder. Rubbing the back of his head where either Fred or George had caught him with a real snowball hidden inside the illusion of a slightly larger snowball he had spotted, then ignored, Harry complied happily. The rather large snowball shot like a cannon behind four normal snowballs which Percy blasted with casual wand flicks. Adrian Pusey got up, pointed his wand at the last snowball and shouted, "Hentai animus." Percy screamed in horror as the final snowball transformed into a snow octopus, dodged around Percy's counterspell, and engulfed the surprised prefect Percy with animated tentacles that found their way under the prefect's clothes, apparently everywhere to judge by his screams. An irritated Professor Quirrell stalked through the courtyard, lashing his wand outright and left silently, blasting all fortifications and constructs from existence. The wind stilled, the snow settled, and a blast of fear silenced the laughing teens. For a second, perhaps two, no one dared move. Of course, fear and good sense are two things that do not know the password to the Gryffindor Tower, so before Professor Quirrell had made it to the door at the opposite side of the courtyard, Fred and George had reformed and reanimated a dozen snowballs that tracked directly into the back of Professor Quirrell's purple turban. The impacts drove an odd cry of, "Master!" from Quirrell, but after the last snowball hit the back of the turban, the burst of laughter from the teens stopped in mute horror. Fred and George were gripped by invisible hands around the neck and hurled against the far wall as their limbs spread outward and began to pull, as if about to rip right out of the Gryffindor teens' sockets. "Professor!" shouted Harry in protest, raising his own wand against Professor Quirrell. Quirrell stood with his back to them, his hands clutching his head, and wand pointed the wrong way. Harry felt a powerful lance of legilimency pierce his outer defenses like a creature battle-axe through arcane arts user's shield. For a second, Harry had a flash of red hair, green eyes, and a smiling beautiful face, then a long black whip-like body, surmounted by eyes so black they drank the knee. GHT and white fangs that promised the end of all things flashed, and whatever had driven into Harry's mind screamed in agony. Seconds later, a scream that sounded far deeper than Quirrell's sounded, and Fred and George fell from the wall. Neither dead nor dismembered, Quirrell scuttled through the door and was gone before anyone could really react. Harry heard the hissing of Noodle in his mind, not in his ears. And his head ached like he had just taken a bludger to the forehead. What the heck was that about? Percy and Penelope were helping Fred and George up, checking them for serious injuries. Seems to really like bondage our Quirrell, offered Fred, cries out master when spanked. Noted George, think he likes movies about gladiators? Asked Fred, knows more about wand care than is strictly speaking required for self-care. Mused George, rides more broom than the average Quidditch player. Agreed Fred. Percy was fuming. Enough with the wand jokes. You could have been seriously hurt. I am going to report this to McGonagall or the headmaster, he said, voice shaking as he looked at the marks showing how close his twin brothers had come to serious harm. You can't report to McGonagall, Penelope said softly. Professor Flitwick and Professor Babbage are down in the second dungeon level doing the annual ward renewal. It happens every Yule and takes the whole night. Pusey looked concerned, still watching the door Professor Quirrell had just gone through. Can't report to Dumbledore until later either. He got some urgent letter from the ministry and had to go to London by broom rather than flow or apparition for some bloody reason for secrecy. Professor Snape was more than a bit upset to be left as the on-call professor for the next few days. Pusey said softly. He too, RNED to his fellow prefects and said softly. Anyone notice the silent casting, the wandless arcane arts, and Merlin's own power that poor stuttering Quirrell just pulled off? Adrian Pusey asked so FLT. Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw to the core, had spotted the second anomaly. He wasn't facing us. No eye contact. Without a wand, you need to shape and guide your intent visually. He had the back of his turban facing us. Unless he has eyes in the back of his head, that is just not possible. Penelope argued. Adrian nodded. Yeah, well, a few impossible there altogether. I know we have the whole duty to report thing. But how about this? Once we be just a little Slytherin about it and wait until the fellow who beat Grindelwald, the retired undefeated European dueling champion, and the great Saint Mistress of Transfiguration since the headmaster aren't all out of range at the same time. You could see Percy realizing that he might not be safe even if he reported to another teacher hit Percy like a ton of bricks, not snow. His faith in authority failed in the face of the growing strangulation marks on his brothers' necks. He nodded silently, agreeing to wait until Elder Wizard, McGonagall and Flitwick were available. Before attempting to get Quirrell in trouble, Millicent and Harry didn't talk until they tracked down Hermione, Noodle and Neville in the greenhouse with Professor Sprout harvesting seed pods. We found Dark One. It's Quirrell, said Harry simply. Hermione smiled and said, we can go tell. That is as far as she got before Harry cut in. Elder Wizard, Flitwick, McGonagall. All and every professor who can threaten a pixie is conveniently out of contact except the known Death Eater Snape. Oh, bugger, Hermione said, visibly deflating. What are we going to do now? Harry said, the urge to fight rising in his creature's soul, but every voice of reason argues that it would only get them killed. Yule, said Neville. What? Said Harry, surprised at the non sequitur. Look, I know I am the only pureblood raised pureblood in the group. I know that we aren't supposed to really do this kind of arcane arts anymore, but the whole point of Yule is kind of necromancy. You stand in the heart of the dark. In the longest night of the year, you gather the people you care about, and you make merry in the middle of night when death is closest, calling your dead to join with you. And find a way to make it through until brighter days. Neville said, I hardly think throwing a party in the middle of the woods and doing dark arcane arts is going to help us deal with the fact that Dark One's bloody agent is in the castle, already working through the defenses that keep the Philosopher's Stone away from resurrecting Dark One right in the middle of the castle. Harry raged, his anger and fear making him lash out. Millicent Bulstrode grabbed his arm. Although half-blood, she had been raised by pureblood mother and inducted into the mysteries as a child. She knew what Neville was suggesting. No, Harry. Neville is suggesting we go to Yule to ask the person who killed Dark One the first time. This is Yule. We wassail hard in the heart of the dark, we invite those who have go. Nay before to join us in the night farthest from the light, and closest to the grave. Millicent said softly. Mum. Harry whispered. Mirror, mirror. Professor Sprout was so proud of her little Hufflepuffs. 3 of the elemental guardians were of her own house. A full quartet of elementals, a full circle for the first time in half a century. While elementals were rare, elementals that shared affinity, enough to balance with others in ritual practice, were far rarer. To find 4 that balanced each other without years of practice and guidance was almost unheard of. It was as if arcane arts itself had brought them together to balance something that was out of balance. Professor Sinestra had paced out the inner circle, her wand opening the earth with a whisper and word, creating a boundary between the arcane arts of the Forbidden Forest and the ritual. She defined the space the quarters would contain. Mad-Eye Moody paced her 2 paces outside, the warder and drummer of the right. His longer footfalls stomping heavily, the wood of his artificial leg being so worked with protective magics as to be a focus nearly as powerful as the forbidden battle staff that hammered home with the opposite steps. His warding was aided by his whirling artificial eye, as his muttered chant and the blazing runes of his staff tuned the wards to allow the passage of spirits without ill intent, and barred those of evil wishing. There were a dozen witches and half a dozen wizards gathered in the shade of the Forest Lord, a tree so ancient it loomed over the founders when the first stone of the academy was raised. No power would move in the heart of the forest, save by its will. Here even the eyes of Elder Wizard were blind, and the creatures of Dark One could see only if they dared the heart of the forest to see with their own eyes. Moody grinned. These forests had accepted such sacrifices before, and Yule was a time for such offerings. He would not mind to hang Death Eater corpses from the ancient TREE in return for the promise of a bright new year. He retired from the ministry when they became more interested in protecting Death Eaters than hunting them. He had not forgotten. His war was not over. Looking inward at the children Professor Sprout and Poppy Pomfrey were so excited about. Moody was a Hufflepuff before he was an Auror, and loyalty was written so deep in his bones the scars on body and soul could not scour it free. Yet to put faith in 4 children, and 1 a Slytherin, smacked of Elder Wizard level foolishness. He put no faith in prophesy, not trust in fate. There was no hope of redemption for the Death Eaters. No seed of good in Dark One. They lived for cruelty and death. They were not sick, they were the disease. They needed to be purged, not saved. Children could not do it. But neither Elder Wizard nor the ministry even pretended to try. Neville Longbottom, a boy Moody remembered as being afraid of his own shadow, threw off his bearskin cloak's hood and turned to the north. He should have sounded foolish, a child of 12 calling on the power of the dark earth, the protectors of the dead. At this the darkest part of the year it was the time of reaping, of death, not of planting, growth and plenty. What did a beardless boy know of loss, of pain, of prices paid? His voice rang slow and surprisingly deep. Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the north. I do summon, stir, and invoke thee. Let those spirits living and dead that hear us, and bear us no ill will, be welcome in our circle, welcome in our feast, welcome in our right. Let those powers had bear us ill will be cast from this circle. Let the forest gnaw their bones and the thirsty earth receive their blood, so mote it be. A power pulsed beneath the ground, washing out as far as Professor Sinestra's carved boundary. Before washing back, where it touched, dark roots of enserrated leaves crawled from the ground. Holly, the sacred plant of Yule, the mark of the Yule Father's favor. On it as blood-red berries hung from cruel-edged leaves and thorned branches binding the circle. The power of the Earth Mother beat beneath the soil, a slow terrible thing that men and women worshipped at a time before words and wands. When Muggle and Magical stood united in wonder at the power of Earth and Sun. Hermione threw off her robe entirely, standing only in her school robes, with noodles. Length coiled from her right arm to her left arm and about her shoulders, that his head hung past her left as her wand did her right. Hail to the guardians to the watchtowers of the south. I do summon, stir, and invoke thee. Here in the heart of the dark, I light the hearth fire, that all who come to us may find warmth and welcome. I light the beacon in the heart of the dark, when the memory of the sun is lost. That all may raise their voice in joy, that it may hear and return to us. Her voice was proud, and fire wreathed her like a cloak, wreathing the serpent in turn, then down to the earth where it raced along the holly. Wreathing the ring of thorns in flames that coated each leaf and branch, each berry and root, but burned them not. Moody's eye flared, but there was no illusion. No spell. Arcane arts. The wild arcane arts of the forest twisted and twined about them. The ley lines the castle was built to tap ran in the earth beneath them in quiet rivers, rivers that were beginning to stir and answer. This was not power to be shaped by spell, nor did they stand beneath ward stones crafted over months by rune masters working with the finest arithmancy calculations and the auspices of a gifted astronomer. This was ancient, pre-human power called by ignorant children. He was a warder, part of the outer circle. He drummed to keep those who danced in the power together, that the why could weave their intent into what they called up, but this ritual was beyond him already. Millicent tossed back her hood, black leather trimmed with white fur. Her face was strong and cold, her voice seemed to belong to the days before. To the time of scattered tribes hunting upon the ancient ice, offering blood to the night and stars for the promise of a successful hunt. Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the west. I do summon, stir and invoke you. Born from the mother of waters and reaching ye final river, of Slytherin that runs through the land of the dead, whose bed is the weapons of all man's wars and whose shores the living know not. I call forth the river that runs in the land of the final silence, the ice that is the end of all things. Moody rapt called up his power, letting it fill him, and beat against his will for release as he did in battle, for the darkness roared from the trees in a wave to lap against the flame, and where it touched the scarlet flames wrapping the holly. The flames burned cold and blue. The light called corpse fire, the light that danced on the tombs of the unquiet dead. The arcane arts that roared in the circle was black enough to stop Elder Wizard's heart and cause the Minister of Arcane Arts to need a change of underwear. It was not evil, nor was it good. It was ancient and terrible, and cared little for the morality of man. Young Harry turned, and Moody saw the corpse fire turned his glasses into unreadable mirrors and clung to the curse-scarred rune in his head with sympathetic cold fire. His voice was sad, heavy, and shook with emotion. Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the east. I do summon, stir, and invoke thee. I call upon the wind, the first breath of life, the last breath of passing. I call upon the air that receives our will and our wish, our breath and our prayer. I call upon the inspiration that fills us, the memories that shape us, and the whispers that remember us. I stand in the heart of the dark and I call. Let all those who call to us, who are bound to us, who would share with us. If you be of good intent, living or dead, by the powers of earth and flame, ice and breath, come as thou wilt. Harry's power released that which had gathered, and a heavy fog rolled in and beat at the edge of the circle. This was no earthly fog, for it was the Ginnungagap, the primordial mists of the void. Audie had seen this bound in the veil in the Department of Mysteries. This mist was not of this world, though the world was born from it. It was not bound in time or space, and knew rules of its own ran in directions arcane arts of this world did not. Moody heart nearly stopped. From the mist, shapes began to walk. He was a Hufflepuff, for all that he was the caricature of a rabid wolverine, It was a protective shell for one who cared too deeply, and lost too many. From the mists walked friends he had lost in the war, people he had tried and failed to save, and more than a few comrades who made it through the war, but could not live with the peace that gave all what they fought for away. This was true necromancy as Dark One sought to practice. This was not the creation of undead nor the binding of spirits. This was the old arcane arts, the forbidden arcane arts from the time before the Muggles' church made arcane arts a thing of fear and evil, from a time when the tribes remembered, honored, and welcomed their dead. His good eye wept. This arcane arts was forbidden, so forbidden it was worth a Dementor's kiss to practice, but he had no regrets. She was here. They both were. The wife and daughter he lost to Dark One. When he dared to think he could leave war behind and have a home and life. That there could be a time for Alistair Moody the man, not the weapon. For whatever happened, he would forgive Potter and his friends. His wife and daughter were back, just for a moment. Harry shook with emotions he could not describe. His father was there, a shade in black and white, looking a lot like him. But grown to fine strong man. Untamed hair and a casual confidence that was saved from arrogance only by the restful awareness of an apex predator, a warrior too secure in his own power to play petty dominance games. Harry began to understand why his father had the reputation he had at such a young age, yet that is not what stopped his heart. His mother strode farther forward, and she was not rendered in shades of black and white from the fog of the Ginnungagap. Her hair was red like Hermione's fire, her eyes the bright green of the killing curse, and her face, while beautiful, had a focus and clarity that spoke of ruthlessness that dripped blood at every edge and did not care. Harry looked upon the face of his mother and felt love wash over him, but also, the soft whisper of fear. "Mom, you aren't dead," Harry said, the whisper of inspiration filling him. "She had the color that the spirits of the dead did not." "Not while he lives," Lily Potter said, then turned to share a sad soft smile with her long-lost husband. "I gave up eternity, so that Dark One could not steal your life, and use it for something foul," Lily said. Harry reached out to touch her, and his skin burned where he touched her. The ghost of burning, and the memory of screaming filled his head. Lily smiled, and in it was a flash of cruelty he hoped never to see again. "What do I need to do to bring you back?" Harry begged, the power of the ritual beating within him, his friends holding and balancing the power while the adult witches and wizards plied centuries of combined experience to weave the power into something that could be endured, if not controlled. Lily smiled. "There is no coming back. I was not strong enough to stop Dark One from killing me, but I sacrificed my soul to protect you from him. He put a fragment of his soul into you. He brought an object of power to contain it. A Horcrux, a spirit vessel designed to keep a fraction of his soul to save him even from death. My ritual to protect you allowed me to use my soul to wrap his, and bind it in you. I gave all my arcane arts, all the soul that survived the killing of my body to bind it to your blood, and your power. I graved runes upon you so that you could eat that bit of his power, and bound myself to your blood until it was done." Lily threw back her head and laughed, and her laughter was the laughter that made muggles hide inside behind doors bound in cold iron and whisper quiet prayers that the witches passed them by. "Then the goblins found you, and bound my runes in creature silver, binding my power and Dark Ones to you. You ate as Harry. With my arcane arts and their runes, your soul and your power ate that little bit of Dark One that he needed to be immortal. I only sought to protect you from him. But with the creature runes of power binding my arcane arts to your soul, they have made me into the weapon you need to devour Dark One's soul." Lily had tears in her eyes, a suffering he see. Old not guess buried behind a mother's resolve to do anything for her child. Harry shuddered as she spoke. "I'm not strong enough, Mom. I think I found his agent, and I know what he is after, but he see. Rushed 2 wizards stronger than me without even speaking a word or touching a wand. I can't beat him." Harry wept. He was a creature warrior. No creature could walk upon the same earth as the killer of his father or mother. And Dark One killed both. Yet, against Dark One, he was helpless. Elder Wizard could not kill him when they fought, and Harry would not dare lift a wand against the headmaster. Lily laughed again, this time slow and soft. "Oh Harry, I could not face Dark One either, but together, we can end him," she said softly. "I don't understand," Harry said, anger rising. "Elder Wizard has moved you like his little chess piece, so determined to sacrifice you for the greater good as he did James and I, all in the name of stopping Dark One. Dark One is happy to play, because he plans on sacrificing you to pay the price for his immortality, but they are both fools." Lily turned to look at Neville, who struggled and sweated to hold the power of the earth and underworld in balance. As the dead trod the land of the living on the night the veil was thinnest. She bowed, and with her wand carved the rune Jera in the air. It burned with green fire that matched their eyes, that match ed the flash of Dark One's killing curse on the last night he saw her alive. Sacrifice means to make sacred that which is offered. I am not half the arcane arts user that Dark One, or Elder Wizard is, but I am an arcane arts user, and I remember the power of sacrifice. They both seek to sacrifice others to win their war, but they have forgotten the truth of arcane arts." Lily turned and faced her son. "Remember this. Sacrifice has power proportional to its cost to you. Dark One has split his soul so much his is more shadow than man, each sacrifice holds less and less power, for no price paid by anyone else is real to him. Elder Wizard let half the world burn before he could be bothered to raise a wand to Grindelwald, letting others pay the price to put an end to what he created, and in the end would not dirty his soul or hands with blood to stop him. He has sacrificed more to his greater good than even he remembers, but not himself. I imagine he barely feels it anymore. Harry looked upon his mother in growing horror. Mom, what does that mean? What about you? Harry demanded, suspecting the truth already. Dark One sought to sacrifice you to live forever. Elder Wizard wants to sacrifice you to save the world. I sacrificed myself to stop Dark One. As long as I am bound to you, your touch and your power will consume him. When he is gone, I will be no more. Lily said softly. The ghost of James moved to face her, and they shared a look. Harry's eyes grew wet with tears. He was willing to let her go. At least she would be with his father again. At least you will be with Dad, and I can see you again when I pass. Harry said, his resolve firming. James' ghost cast its eyes down, and Lily flinched as if hit. The reason you can defeat Dark One is the power of my sacrifice. I didn't offer my life. Dark One would have taken that anyway. Arcane arts would not honor something that would be lost anyway. I sacrificed eternity. When Dark One dies, his soul and mine will be no more. Lily faced her son, and two sets of green eyes burned into each other, neither willing to give. You will die, Harry raged. You will live, Lily stated. Go to him. Deny him what he wants. Let him dare to touch what is mine to protect. Lily snarled, an unseen wind whipping her hair like a crown of fire and blood. The title of Boy Who Lived took a new and bitter tang upon his tongue. Grave dirt and blood mixed and he threw up violently, all that he had eaten in the feast. Lily looked on sadly, and James nodded in mute understanding. Looking over at Hermione, Millicent, and Neville, who were straining to contain the power of the ritual, he raised voice, power and wand. The circle is open, but unbroken. Stay if you will, go if you must. Harry spoke, and the mist of the world swept from the circle as if driven by a powerful wind. The trees bent and moaned in the wind, but those in the circle were untouched. Moody looked upon the weeping boy kneeling in the circle before a puddle of puke. He grinned. He watched as the Longbottom boy, a Slytherin half-blood, and a Muggle born with a ruddy great magical snake wrapped around her, descended on the boy who lived and gathered him into their protective embrace. Elder Wizard had no idea what he was fostering in the academy. He thought to truss a lamb for slaughter, sought to play his ruddy games of sacrifice and redemption. Moody had been one of the few who fought in Albus Bloody Elder Wizard's precious Order of the Phoenix. Most only gathered and plotted and kept count of the dying. They raced from battle to battle, defending and capturing, while their enemies killed. The Prewitt brothers, James and Lily Potter, his own wife and child, Frank and Alice Longbottom, not dead, but better dead. Peter Pettigrew dead, and Sirius defected, not the way Moody would have bet, and all the while, those they caught and caged mostly escaped to fight again, or bought their way out of prison. His friends and loved ones remained dead, but their enemies got Dumbledore's precious second chance. He looked at those 12 years old, marked by magics as dark and forbidden as anything Dark One or his Death Eaters used, yet clean and human. These 4 were wild and untamed, not dark or light. They fought for each other and for whoever they cared enough to defend. They sang no hymns to the light, their eyes and souls were scarred with loss already. They would fight for their own, and the grave could hold who stood against them. Moody grinned. He turned to Poppy and Sprout. Keep these ones from doing something are stupid until they grow some fur and fangs. I don't think Elder Wizard will find them easy to control as we all were the last time. Who knows? Buy them enough time, they might even win. Fresh F. Rom the chance to talk to those he had lost so long ago, and buoyed by the promise this next war would not be fought with stunners and group hugs, he stumped off into the night, singing softly. The friends were lost deep in thought as they snuck back into the academy. They were not that observant as they dealt with processing the ritual that connected them both with the touch of arcane arts, a living entity extending far beyond the understanding and laws of witches and wizards, and with their own dead come back for a shared Yuletide. Noodle on the other hand, was on the job. Dollar nasty, sneak see, snitchy cat. Snitches get stitches. Dollar, hissed Noodle as he pounced on and pinned Flitch's cat Mrs. Norris. Dollar don't kill her Noodle. Dollar, Harry hissed in alarm. Dollar don't kill stinky dead turban, don't kill yellow-haired prey. Don't kill death-eating crow, don't kill angry squib child beater, don't kill snitchy cat. Honestly, how is one snake supposed to keep you alive if you keep stopping me from killing your enemies? Dollar, Noodle hissed angrily. Hermione frowned and looked at Millicent. Is it wrong that I am starting to think Noodle has a point? Neville groaned. I am the only one with a shovel. I am not burying all of them. Besides, my gran says that you should never murder anyone anyplace you don't either own or never have to return to. Millicent shrugged. Pure blood have etiquette rules about everything. You just sort of pick them up growing up. Hermione complained. Someone should write them down. It isn't fair if only Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised don't know the unwritten rule. About murder when there are so many people trying to murder us. Dollar in Parseltongue. Don't write your rules in monkey speak. If I wait for speaker to share what is important, you will all be years dead before he gets to the important bit. Get Mouse Giver the book of allowable murder. Choking out cats is tiring, and I am not dragging away anything I don't get to eat. Dollar. Noodle hissed, having successfully choked out Mrs. Norris. The unconscious cat was still breathing as Noodle released her. They decided to take the secret passage off the main stairs down by the kitchen to get to the dungeon where both Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms were found. If Flitch was actively hunting them, they could enchant the main stairs. Dollar, can I eat this one? Dollar, Noodle asked, crawling over the frozen and terrified face of Professor Snape. He poked the professor with his head and tested his cheek for temperature and firmness. Dollar, not dead, fresh and helpless. It is almost like an offering mouse, ONL. Why without the health potions for good skin that Mouse Giver adds? Dollar, Noodle asked, having tested Professor Snape and found him to be both quite alive and unable to resist. Millicent was the first to put it into words. This is bad. Professor Snape was the only one with power to even slow Quirrell down that was left in the castle. Sprout and Sinestra went off with Moody to do a private feast. McGonagall, Flitwick and Babbage are down at the Keystone working on the wards, and Elder Wizard is off on a bloody broom to London, probably stopping to play Father Christmas for some light family propaganda on the way. Harry felt his blood go cold. We have to stop Quirrell, and get past Dumbledore's defenses to do it. He turned around to go upstairs when Millicent grabbed him by the collar. Oh, you sweet summer Hufflepuff. We all know you are brave, but let's not be Gryffindor about this. If we are going to walk into a trap, let us at least get prepared. Millicent said, quoting her only favorite Gryffindors. Hermione chimed in. She is right. We know which professors made defenses. We know we need music to get past Fluffy. We know there are plants under that. We know Quirrell gave some sort of dark creature. McGonagall did some transfiguration, Flitwick some sort of charm, and Snape would have found a way to do potions and dark arcane arts enough to remind Elder Wizard that the post should have been his. Quote, Neville smirked. You know, Millicent and I had been brewing potions for your Yule presents. Hermione grinned. Harry and I had been making a potions belt with the space expansion sacks from Te Acromantula. Harry thought for a second. Brooms and bats, he asked, as any sort of beater tended to feel more safe with a broom under him, and a nice solid bat in hand. Neville and Millicent offered thumbs up. Noodle and Hermione exchanged a weary sigh. It was a well-equipped and woefully under-experienced quartet and snake that approached the terribly forbidden and all but labeled door, death or glory. Enter at own risk. Hermione pointed her wand. Alohomora, she cast softly, and the door opened. Hermione frowned. It's more than a little insulting. I mean, a first-level unlocking spell. One that could defeat a basic Muggle lock and the most basic sealing charm, but would not have a chance against the second or third tier locking charm that a fourth or fifth year would be expected to know. It is almost advertising that this is a trap for first years. It is like they aren't even really trying to hide it. Hermione ranted quietly. Harry grinned. Remember, I was supposed to be Gryffindor. Brave and bold, charging in to sacrifice myself for revenge and the greater good. I was raised creature. We don't do greater good. We pray our vaults overflow with gold, and our blades drip with the blood of our enemies. We very much live to go home, count the gold, and take great pleasure in cleaning off other people's blood. $C. This is why I keep him around. Noodle cheered. At last happy his designated human was showing signs of survival instinct at last. Neville grinned. That, and you were Hufflepuff enough to bring friends. You don't have to be Dark One's equal. You just have to have friends enough to cover the obstacles to get you there, and just one trick more than he was expecting when he catches you. Millicent sighed. First rule, don't get caught. Second rule, don't let anyone survive catching you. Third rule, deny ever employing rule 1 or 2. It is like Hufflepuffs don't have any sayings on their common room at all. Don't badgers get taught anything vaguely survival related. Water arcane arts user is wise. This is why none of you can be allowed out without reptile supervision. Honestly, so far she is the only one showing half enough sense to be trusted with mouse speaker. Hermione squeaked, and 3 other humans shouted in protest, just in time to wake a large 3-headed dog the size of a muggle. Tractor trailer, or elephant. If those came in 3-headed carnivore. Harry pulled out his panpipes, and began to play a lullaby he remembered Frithwever singing to him when he was a child under Gringotts. The Cerebos who had, roused from the ground and readied to charge Einstein ambled casually over to give them all a sniff, and then settled in on his paws to listen. Harry continued to breathe into his panpipes, pouring his memory of the lullaby into his breath. Arcane arts infused his breath and he bound the memory of being sung to sleep into the pipes. The charm would not hold forever. He would be lucky if it held until dawn, but as he let go the pipes, they hung in mid-air and continued to play. Neville and Millicent both had to heave on the heavy iron ring on the trap door. They supposed a grown arcane arts user would just levitate it, but their only levitation charm worked best on organic matter that was not alive: robes, feathers, clubs and brooms, and not so much stone trapdoors. Beneath was a wall of writhing dark thorns that hissed and slithered across each other like an orgy of plant chainsaws. Wahoo! Shouted Neville as he jumped happily into the plant-based food processor, the mass of flesh redding tendrils causing him not a single neuron's worth of fear or caution. As the 3 humans with good sense opened their mouth to scream at Neville's pending gruesome death, they saw him bouncing. Happily as the devil's snare acted like a frisky living bouncy castle for the Longbottom heir. I love this stuff. There is a forbidden greenhouse on the grounds of Longbottom Manor. When I was a kid, my Uncle Algy brought me to see. Then accidentally locked me in. I was terrified because the sign out front had a big skull and said, "Danger," and I started to cry. The next thing you know, tentacles of thorn came and grabbed me. They took me into the main roots and made a nest for me. They caught me a rabbit to eat, which was kind of gross uncooked, but I was hungry, and they cut it up for me so nicely. I was napping in there for hours before Gran came all panicked and found me. Neville said, without any irony at all. Millicent began swearing, using some words that would get her mouth scourgified even in Slytherin. While Hermione shook her head and told Neville not unkindly, "Neville, we really are not letting you go home alone until your Uncle Algy is dealt with," she said, and this time Harry and Millicent nodded emphatically to agree. Neville looked concerned, but gestured and tendrils of green reached up and grabbed the other 3 teens, slowly lowering them through the sawtooth deadly plants as if they were a nanny transporting a baby for its bath, not a man-eating defensive plant. Walking down the tunnel, they smelled a smell that Neville found more familiar than the rest. The essence of troll being his personal curse as he sweat out his suppressor toad poisoning. The 4 slowed as the tunnel started to open into a rather large and high-ceilinged room. "Well," said Harry, 3 guesses what Professor Quirrell supplied for a monster. "And the first 2 don't count," cheered Millicent. "I don't see why you are so happy," said Hermione, some rather unfond memory of her last troll blossoming in her head. "I never got to do the troll the last time, because someone went to the bathroom alone, breaking the very sensible first rule of Slytherin girls," said Millicent piously. "For a house that produces lawyers, politicians, dark lords, and crime lords, you have a lot of rules," complained Hermione, eyeing the irritated troll that was rubbing its eyes as if CL. earing off the effects of a stunner powerful enough to break through even troll defenses. Harry pulled out his club. We have clubs this time. I will bite you. We are bound, so you probably won't die. If you say something that's stupid again, I am going to test this. Noodle hissed. Harry, Hermione said slowly, I know Elder Wizard has been trying to program you to be his little sacrifice since you were born. But try to do a little critical thinking. The troll has a club that weighs more than all of us combined. You can't block it, and I don't like your chances for getting past it without someone getting hurt. This isn't a girl's bathroom, he has room here. Neville grabbed at his belt and pulled out a handful of berries. He grinned softly. That's right, Hermione, he has a club. A great big tree trunk. This is Yule still, and the circle isn't broken yet. Neville held up the holly berries to Harry. What do you say, Harry? Could you get those berries to the club? Neville said, a smile that belonged on either a killer whale with a fresh sunk yacht or a Weasley when a long-planned prank was about to erupt, looking oddly at home on Neville's face. Harry pointed to the berry's eye, and Neville's outstretched hand enchanted, Ventus, as he cast his wand through the movement of the gust of wind spell. The berries flew in a twister of summoned wind to spatter along the troll's club. The great beast turned in alarm, looking for enemies it could not see, as his true enemies hid in the tunnel that was too small for a troll to pass. The troll did not notice the branches beginning to sprout, or the vines that began to snake backwards until they wrapped themselves around his wrist and arm. The troll began to try to pry them off, but this was the Yuletide and the power of the dark and hungry earth was in the holly. And its serrated leaves cut the flesh of the troll as its roots dug into its flesh, seeking the blood and nutrients to fuel its growth. The troll howled in pain as holly flowered within the body of the troll, consuming the unnatural vitality to fuel its own growth. Soon the howling and twitching stopped, and only the brooding hull with its bright blood berries stood in the silence of the cavern. The power Neville has been holding since the ritual was expended, he was again just Neville. The boy who would never be his father. Normally, that thought would be enough to break him. Gran says herbology is unbefitting a warrior. That my dad would want me to focus on defense against the dark arts, but Longbottoms have been studying herbology for 1,000 years. It's in our blood. Just because I love growing things doesn't make me weak. Neville said, the ghost of 1,000 old wounds bitter in his voice. Millicent gave his bottom a pinch as she went past. Strong enough. For me, troll killer. She smirked as Neville jumped in surprise. Neville smiled. The lonely boy who could never fill the shadow of his forever suffering but undying father was not alone anymore. Here, far from the Longbottom name and legacy, he had grown into strength of his own, and with friends beside him for when that wasn't enough. The next chamber beyond was clearly Professor Flitwick's task. There was a door bound with runes from Professor Babbage, the great orchulum keyhole being fashioned after the alchemical gold alloy argued that Elder Wizard himself had made Sir. That while the door itself was resistant to any offensive or transformational arcane arts, the lock itself was even further protected. Only the key would open it. There were keys, of course. Hundreds of them. Great golden keys, winged like so many snitches, flying and swooping like so many angry birds. They were clearly agitated from the passage of Professor Quirrell, who had done something either unspeakably clever or amazingly powerful to overcome the charms of Professor Flitwick on the hundreds of golden keys to find and use the one legitimate key. Hermione looked at the keys, noting that each of the keys had a long dagger point, and dove with the speed of an arrow as they flew in agitated clouds like so many magical cruise missiles looking for a target. You know, if we were Ravenclaws, we would have done countless hours of research to find a clever way to magically sort the one key we needed from the flock, and then found some way to overcome the enchantments on the single key we need. Hermione said. Neville looked up and smiled. Look, there is a single clean sweep 7 in the corner. Whoever set this up was ready for a Gryffindor. A lone hero to take to the sky and seek out the one key we need and somehow get the door open before the other 99 angry birds turn him into feast bacon. Hermione turned to Millicent and asked, what is the Slytherin solution to this problem? Millicent grimaced and shrugged. Same as Elder Wizards, honestly. Trick some idiot Gryffindor into getting himself killed doing it, then get through the open door as he bleeds out. Harry grinned. wildly and started to pull something improbably large from the expanded space pouch in his potions belt. It was his own Clean Sweep 7 broom, with its beater's bat hanging off its clip. Fear not, my friends. We will Hufflepuff this out. Hard work, brute force, teamwork and a complete and utter refusal to consider any smarter options will carry the day. This is the Hufflepuff way. Harry cheered as he tied his beater bat to his wrist and mounted his broom. Millicent and Neville were also grinning and pulling their own brooms from their spatial expansion pouches in their potion belt and tying them to their own wrists. Hermione pulled out her own broom, having neither any experience in Quidditch, nor a bat to defend herself from homicidal keys enchanted by the retired dueling master of Europe and charms master of the Academy. That is fine for you Quidditch nuts, but I won't last a minute in that cloud of murder hornets. I don't have a bat, and can't even keep track of which key is auriculum not gold. The color difference is very slight after all, Hermione complained, getting on her broom and looking like she was going to shake apart from barely suppressed fear. Harry smiled. Relax, Hermione. You will ride in the center, and Neville, Millicent and I will run a standard bludger drill to bat away any key that even tries to get near you. You just have to keep the broom circling and the cloud until the mightiest hunter of Hufflepuff makes his debut as a seeker. Harry teased. Hermione, fear making her slower than normal, didn't immediately follow what Harry was saying until nude. La crawled up her leg and wrapped himself around her broomstick, leaving about 4 feet of whipping black serpent free like some sort of broom-mounted whip. This is why I keep Speaker around. He understands who is the mightiest hunter in all of Hufflepuff, in all of the Academy. If the golden ball that cannot be eaten was made of meat, or even fruit, I would have won every game before the oath. Monkeys could fight over the other balls you can't eat. Noodle preened as he turned to rub his face against a scared Hermione. For your service, Mouse Giver. This once the mighty Noodle will hunt for you prey he cannot eat. For all the mice you have given me, I will hunt the arcane arts key. The 3 monkeys will hit things with sticks, which they seem to like to do while rational beings like you and I stay warm and nap. Harry hissed back at Noodle. Did you just call us monkeys? Harry hissed in mock outrage. Pay attention, Speaker. I called you monkeys with sticks. Do not forget your sticks. I cannot save the day and keep Mouse Giver safe at the same time. If she is struck, I will be greatly upset. Noodle hissed, giving clear and precise instructions about how the world was to be reshaped for his whim. What about the rest of us? Don't you care if we are killed? Millicent hissed in feigned alarm. I would be most disappointed in you. Grievous injury is allowed, as you are warm and very snugly when the arcane arts user who heals has you in the hospital wing. Try hard not to die. If you could keep the 2 dimmer monkeys alive as well, I would consider it to be a personal favor. Noodle hissed, bowing slightly to Millicent.